I was just like literally just like zoning out on TikTok, honestly, not gonna lie. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're gonna start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We're gonna start getting some people up here right now in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get some people up here right now. What's up? How old are you?
Nigger, 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 nigger,
Ew.
nigger, nigger.
Growth, fetus. Jesus Christ. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Harris 2024.
Based. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's get this next individual up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I'm voting for Trump because he's the only candidate to realize that the U.S. dollar is under attack and basically will be a third world country in less than 7 years.
Well, he actually said it's already a third world country and that it's uncivilized.
Well, Americans are basically uncivilized. Have you paid attention to what's going on?
Okay, so you believe this country is uncivilized?
No, I said Americans are like...
So this country, what is this country?
My bad. We can be uncivilized. You're correct. My bad.
Can be? Or like,
Yes.
or are we? Like, is our society uncivilized?
We can be.
No, I'm not. Okay, so like, I mean,
So you're
depends
not
on what you
debating-
mean.
so you're not
So
debating-
would you say that about every group of people?
That we can be uncivilized? Yes. Have you seen the riots? Have you seen everything that's happened in the last
Like on January
5
6th?
years?
And where
Oh,
Trump wanted to pardon the
100%,
people that
100%.
like pled guilty to
But-
violently assaulting the police officers, you know what I mean?
Yes. What about the 4-year I can't think of the word that they've went through Congress. They can't get no answers about the FBI informants that was dressed as Trump supporters that waved
What?
in the Trump supporters. Oh,
No, give me a source on this. Like, this is not
U.S.
something-
Congress.
U.S. Congress
Yes,
is
sir.
the source?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
what's the title? Wasn't me. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Where's my phone?
Do you not watch the congressional hearings?
Again, I'm just asking, like, which one?
The DOJ, a guy from DOJ came in and would not answer any kind of questions of the 4-year.
I'm sorry. I can't find my phone. Where did I put my phone? Chat, I don't know where I put my phone. It's cooked. We're cooked.
But just so we are on the same page, we're not going to debate that the U.S. dollar is under attack and that it's losing.
Yeah, by
All
Donald
of
Trump,
its-
because you know that tariffs will, like, make the dollar less expensive? I mean, less valuable, I mean?
Well, I can't say that he's
You
trying to get the
understand
debt
that it
down.
decreases the likelihood for countries to engage in trade with us worldwide, which decreases demand on the dollar, therefore lowering the price. Can you tell me who the real attack is on, like, the value of the U.S. dollar? Is it Donald Trump or is it Kamala Harris? Please tell me.
Okay, so you're saying the same thing that we've been doing is working.
What? I'm saying that it's better than tariffs. Jeez, dude,
No,
10 to
no,
20% universal tariffs and 60 to
No,
100% on
that's
China is insane.
That's what economists is saying that will happen. That's not happened.
Wait,
and
so
that's
you
not what
disagree
he-
with
what he's
economists?
wanting to
So
do.
wait, so you disagree with economists? Oh shit. Okay, that fell.
I'm disagreeing with basically Trump deniers that want to say everything he's done is bad.
I never
That's
said
like the election interference about the.
Wait, I never said
Russia
everything
hoax.
he did is bad, but this is clearly bad, and it's like, what? You just think everything he does is
Not
good.
bad. It's gonna let American
'Cause you think
businesses
everything-
grow.
Wait, so you think tariffs
It's
are
going to
good?
bring more money. It's going to bring more money into the U.S. economy, which is going to try to get the debt down. You got
the
a
debt
man
down?
that's gonna,
No, so that doesn't
Yes.
bring. No, that actually reduces the size of the economy. I hope you understand that because our economy has a lot of export jobs, which they're going to
Yes,
reduce if other
export.
countries place tariffs on us because we place tariffs on them. Push the hanging lights. Thank you so much. So that's one thing. in terms of that is that we're going to lose export jobs, right? We also lose like trade we can engage in, right? So that's going to decrease efficiency of trade because there's less of a chance for items and low value usage to go to high value usage. We can mention multiple things with tariffs. Tariffs are not good, and they mainly get passed on to the consumer, which raises prices, and it makes our dollar less valuable. Like it's just you're getting double whammied, bro.
Okay, then how do you expect to get out of debt without charging countries? We're like Walmart, okay? If we put items on our shelf for everyone to buy but not charge them, what is that? That's not, we're not doing anything except helping these other countries to sell their goods in the US. So
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Yeah. So sorry, I don't know what you're saying. I literally can't find my phone. I need like my phone to like know what is.
To fact check me and make me look stupid when in reality I'm telling you that
so that I
this
can
is
like,
in Congress.
dude, chill. I'm literally looking for my phone so that I can see the people who just sent me money, so I could say thank you. And I don't know where my phone
Okay.
is.
My bad.
So, yeah, can you just like wait?
Yeah, I got you.
Just give me 1 second, chat. Honestly, like I don't know where the fuck my phone is. Bro, did I leave it downstairs? Dude, that's crazy, bro. That's wild work. That is wild work. That is wild work, chat. Okay, what do I do? What do I do, chat?
You're at work, man. Go get it. I can wait.
Bro, I mean, but like that fucks up the algorithm. Oh, geez, and I think it's decent. I don't know what to do, chat. I think I don't know what to do. I actually have no clue because I can't like. Actually, wait. I have an idea. Okay, yeah. Just what were you arguing? I'll keep talking. I apologize.
Okay, so I'll go back to the best way that I can explain it for everybody to understand. The US is basically like Walmart. If we put stuff on our shelf for the American people to buy, but yet we do not charge anything to have it on our shelf, Walmart would be out of business, correct? If they did not charge anything to put items on their shelf for their consumers to buy. It's the same concept for the US
Of course
government.
they need prices. I don't know what your point is. What?
The point is that we cannot continue to be a free market and sell all these other countries' goods in the US and not charge them to put it on our shelves. When US
Why?
suppliers could be on our shelves
Okay.
and be a lot easier.
It's going to be a lot more expensive, right? If we just limit it to U.S. suppliers, right? Right now, currently, U.S.
I get-
suppliers can provide it,
100%.
right? But they don't. They get outcompeted by other places. Like, for example, right? If there is better fruit, right, developed in other countries because of their climatic conditions, I think that's the correct term, their climate conditions, right? It is the case that we're going to want fruit from that area. Right? They have a comparative advantage. I don't know why you'd want to force U.S. producers of bananas, right, to be the main source of bananas if the U.S. doesn't have better climate conditions for bananas, right?
Right,
Like that's
and
just for
understand that,
example. I don't
and
know if the U.S. has a better condition or not for bananas. I'm just trying to use an example.
Right, but that ain't going to be a worldwide thing. It's going to be placed on certain goods that the U.S. can compete with. We're not saying, oh, everything that comes in is going to have a 20% tariff, aka, which
That's
you're
what
right.
he's saying. He's saying
It's
the
gonna-
10 to 20% universal tariff.
I have not heard that come out of his mouth, and I've watched all of his
He
rallies.
absolutely look up Trump 10% tariff, 20% tariff.
Okay. But that still don't explain that Kamala Harris has not said one
Kamala.
thing about trying. Sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that's still not saying that she has done one thing to implement that the US dollar is going down and gold prices are going up. Okay, we want to be back on the gold standard. She cannot do anything
Why do we
except
want to
for
be
put
back on the gold
photos-
standard? Tell me, why is it desirable to be back on the gold standard?
Well, for one, the Federal Reserve ain't got we're not relying on the Federal Reserve to keep our government up. It's
What?
just going to be the gold standard.
What, you don't
The
want the
Federal
Federal
Reserve
Reserve?
keep us
The
up.
Federal Reserve is very
That's not
important
what I
for things
said.
like if we didn't have a
That's
Federal.
not what I said.
Wait, what are you arguing?
Don't-
Say it
don't-
again.
I'm saying as soon as we went off the Federal Reserve, sorry. As soon as we went off the gold standard, we then relied on the Federal Reserve to keep our money where it should be, which obviously didn't happen, or we would not be trillions of dollars in debt, correct?
What? Okay, so again, that's Congress. That's Congress that approves the spending bills, right?
Right, but
You understand
is
that,
it
right?
not the Federal
And it's
Reserve
the
that
president
raises
that
the
signs
interest
it.
prices and lowers them?
Yeah, wait.
And
So
then,
again, they're the ones that
puts
deal
out money.
listen, they're the ones that deal specifically with maximum employment and like price stability, which essentially means if there's high levels of unemployment, right, they're going to stimulate the market. If there is specifically low levels of or high levels of inflation, they're going to raise interest rates, right?
Correct. That's what I mean. But they also distribute money based on if there's enough money in circulation. So since way back in the day when old buddy wanted to do everything to help the U.S. grow, and then '08 happened, basically, the housing market popped because they tried to do everything they could to stimulate growth, which we're not growing.
No, that
No,
wasn't. Wait,
nothing
that's not what
shows
happened in
that we're
2007, 2008, in 2009. That was specifically related to like particular types of like mortgage bonds, right? Like
Yes, the housing
that.
market.
Yeah, so that wasn't related to like them
Due to
doing
low
necessarily
interest
quantitative
rates.
easing, right? I don't think quantitative easing is like the cause of that.
No, we did that to try to suppress the collapse then. We kept the interest rates low.
That was
where average,
that's exactly what I'm saying. Like it's not a cause; it's something that we used in like a in an event of like there being bad economic conditions to keep the
Right.
economy productively flowing.
Right. And when we allow more money to be printed, the U.S. dollar goes down. So, with that being said, we have
didn't
relied on the
experience-
Federal Reserve
wait.
to keep our dollar up afloat.
Yeah, and it's been fine. It's been fine. I don't know what your point is.
It's not
Appreciate the gem
fine.
gun. Okay, what are you talking about? There was global inflation,
Have you heard-
right? There was global
Yes.
inflation everywhere around the world,
100%.
right? The United States experienced it to a very, very small extent comparative to the rest of the globe.
Yes, because we printed out money and made the rest of the
Okay.
world deal with it.
Okay, so it's not because we printed money. I don't know what you're talking about. And if anything,
Did
that
we not
happened.
print
Wait, hold up.
$4
listen.
trillion during
Listen,
the pandemic?
it's not because we printed the money, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened around the world at the same time. There was a global trend of inflation that occurred.
Right.
That
We
wouldn't
are
just
the
be
one
listen. That
reserve
wouldn't
currency,
listen.
sir,
Listen.
that
does-
directly affects
that
it.
doesn't listen. That does not has no relevance to determining whether or not if we particularly increase the amount of appreciate the cap. Thank you so
More
much.
money for less
Listen,
goods.
can I speak, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you stop talking?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so again, that wouldn't explain why the money supply of completely different economies, right, wasn't affected to the same degree, yet they saw higher levels of inflation, right? It's because it's a supply chain issue. Okay?
Is it?
Yes, it was a supply chain issue affected by
Okay.
COVID, right?
Do they not use their money, transition it to US dollars to trade goods? They
Okay,
do.
so
Every country does.
Wait,
They use the-
not every country does that. One,
Right,
Two,
because Russia right now is
So
using-
listen. If not every country does that, well, then you got to listen to this, right? One, that wouldn't be the reason why it happened to the same trend. It still would have happened to one, then happened to the other one. It wouldn't be right away. There would have to be a signal that exists for it to be pushed the other way. Like first, so that doesn't make any sense. And secondly, as it relates,
How
to this,
does that not
right,
make
other
sense?
other countries that don't exist in terms of that spectrum, right, still saw these levels of inflation. Why? Because the global pandemic affected everyone and it affected
Right.
supply chains everywhere.
Right, I understand that. But the ones that was using, when we go from country to country, they use a Federal Reserve note, sir. And if they don't, they're using Chinese or Russian rubles and what's the other one? I think
there's only 3 currencies?
95%.
You think there's like only 3
95%.
currencies? Tessa, think of the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it on Cash App. I can only see Cash Apps, everyone, for some reason. Until I get my phone.
95% of any transactions between Russia and China is being done in their currency,
First the Corgi. Thank you so much.
correct?
Sorry, say that one more time.
95% of Russian and Chinese transactions is going through rubles or their currency. I can't think of the other one right now.
I can't. Hold up. Here, I'm just gonna find my phone. You can come back in the live. I'm getting calls now. Like, give me a second. I'll be right back. We're gonna get going, everyone. If you're voting Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now. Y'all know I accept the first people. If you send requests, yes, I do have my phone. I've got my phone. I've got my phone. What's up, everyone joining in? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Dean is literally in person. He is in person in Michigan right now. That's where Dean is. He's like talking to voters in person. But yeah, everyone do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well. We're going to help get out to more people. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. There's like a lot of recent guests in the guest box. I feel like it's following glitched right now. I'm getting that type of vibe. But yeah, we can try. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yeah, I do feel like we have a bit of a following glitch for some reason because of like the guest box. How old are you?
20.
Hello?
Yeah.
Let's invite this person. Please join. That'd be incredible. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? 38.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah. Vote for Trump for sure. There's no reason why you wouldn't vote for Trump the way Kamala can even communicate in any interview. She says the same thing over and over again. She's got the same scripted speech. She says she's going to do all these things, but she doesn't explain how she's going to do it.
Really? So what's Trump's healthcare policy?
Oh, me personally, I don't memorize the whole thing that Trump does, but when he does talk, he talks about how he's
what's his childcare policy?
Childcare policy? I don't know.
What's his housing affordability policy?
All I know is big thing with Kamala is she's going to give $6,000 to
Wait. So she has a policy for childcare that you know of, but Donald Trump doesn't?
Well, one, I'm not too worried about the childcare policy because I already have a son. So
How old's your son?
6 years old. So
yeah, and you would get an increase in your child tax credit, which would give you more money.
Okay, more money at the end of the year. And first of all, the no tax on tips, that would be great for tippers, that Kamala copied. One, if we can get that passed, no tax on overtime for federal, that would be amazing. Trump also
so
said
how are you
that
going to pay
he's
for these
going
things?
to
Trump's
decrease
tax
APR
plan
for
specifically
the
is going to
first
cause
year with credit card debt.
Okay, Donald Trump's plans are specifically going to cause $7.5 trillion over 10 years in debt, right? How are you going to pay for these plans?
Well, we have tariffs. We have a lot of
tariffs. Don't pay for it. That's accounting for tariffs.
Okay. Well, if you look back of what he did prior to COVID, we were on a very good path until COVID hit. And it kind of destroyed it, and he had to bail out businesses and keep them floating. I mean, it was amazing in the beginning, and it just went all to crap.
Wait, what year did Trump get in office?
16.
16. So 2016 was really good.
The year after that was.
Okay,
I mean, if you look at
it
where
took him a bit to do things.
As it does, for instance, he said he's going to.
I just want to let you know,
lower
2016, Obama was president. I just want to let you know.
Okay. My bad.
So it was already good when Trump got in office. I think that's hilarious because in 2017, there was a bit of time before Donald Trump was in office that Obama was still in office. Thanks, Obama.
Okay, well, first it takes about a year for a lot of things to start taking effect when a new president comes in.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
Trump is going to lower.
Really? So then it couldn't. So inflation couldn't possibly be the Biden-Harris administration's fault, right?
So how then? What are you claiming right now that every president that comes in?
Are you saying that Trump? Are you saying that Trump caused the inflation?
Caused it? I don't think that he caused it. No. I think
okay.
A lot
what
of
caused inflation.
One, I would not exactly 100% sure exactly what caused it, but I know where we're at today and who's in office, and where we're at is not a great spot. I mean,
why not?
Well, why not? Because everything's more expensive. Gas is at its all-time high. I mean,
No, it's not at an all-time high. That's a ridiculous statement.
Okay, well, it was higher during COVID. Okay, well, just food
It was
prices,
like
everything.
at certain points during COVID, yeah, because of Donald Trump signing a deal with OPEC to cut their oil supply, oil production. I mean, and then also like
Didn't he
specifically the
break
Russia-Ukraine
more leases?
situation, which led to us getting less Russian oil. And no, Donald Trump actually signed off on less drilling under his administration. The Biden-Harris administration signed off on 50% more drilling permits.
Well, doesn't it take a while for all those drilling things to kick in when Donald Trump did sign them? I mean, I believe he put a lot of effort.
So, but like
into it.
still there are ones that could kick in, and he signed 50% less. So he says that drill. That's what the Biden-Harris administration did, and they did investments in renewable energy. They did the largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act, which also had fracking leases. So the biggest, most pro-energy policy was from the Democrats, not from the Republicans. Push the head mustache. Thank you so much.
Well, you're also saying, okay, let's just go on a new topic here about lies. Okay, you saying, okay, Donald Trump
30,000
lies.
confirmed lies.
Donald Trump lies and Kamala Trump lies. Okay, they all lie. I mean, the last
Did
debate.
you say Kamala Trump?
No, I'm saying Trump and Kamala. Okay,
Okay.
they all they all lie. They all say certain things that could be true, not true. But like Kamala in the last debate with Trump said that we don't have any military people out there fighting. No U.S. Okay, that was false.
Yeah, I agree.
It seems like they always fact check Trump and never Kamala.
They did fact check that.
Okay, well, it was false. What Kamala said wasn't true.
Okay.
Okay, and if you, it's
Wait. So do you want to talk? Should we talk now about the things that Donald Trump's lied on? Yeah, he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife, indicating that they're either his ex-wife and E. Jean Carroll both his type or both not his type, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way.
Okay, I mean, I got no comment on that. I'm not quite sure about that.
No comment on that. What do you mean?
I don't know. I didn't.
On the one
I'm not
hand, with
following
Kamala Harris, it's seemingly a mistake that she said that, right? And then with Donald Trump, right, it's a vicious, disgusting lie that he used to perpetuate, right, the fact that he is a perpetrator of a crime, right, shouldn't be held accountable, that he's above the law. And he does that with the Constitution, too. He said that he wants to terminate the Constitution. He literally believes he's above the law, a dictator on day one.
Okay,
That's what Donald Trump sees himself as.
He will not be a dictator because was he a dictator the 4 years?
Wait, that's what he says. He says this. He says, "I'm going to be a dictator on day one." That's what he says.
Only for day one, like
on day one. Only on day one.
Okay. Well, what do you think Biden was? He was a big dictator. He took away all the policies.
I at no point under his administration was Biden a dictator.
So you're saying that all the policies that Biden
Nancy with the $20 on Venmo, and oh my gosh, Bogdan with the $200 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Bogdan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is insane. Thank you so much for the $200. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That is unbelievable. Thank you so much. W's for Bogdan in the comment section right now.
I just can't. I can't see Kamala making this administration that we're in right now any better. I think it's going to continue the way it is.
You can say that way, but what did they do that was bad? Because I can give you many things they did that were good.
Okay. Well, I mean, just looking at where we're at today and where we were at 4 years ago was a big difference. I'm just saying for certain people, some people, they might say the opposite. But you always look to kind of see whether you were the last 4 years, and I was way better off last 4 years.
So 4 years ago when there was 7.8% unemployment?
4 years ago, I was better off during Trump's administration.
There was 7.8% unemployment 4 years ago.
He had it the lowest.
7 is not the lowest. It's currently right now. It's on 4%, trending down. The reason why it was a little bit higher is because of the hiring of the interest rates from the Federal Reserve. Listen, the hiring of the interest rates from the Federal Reserve, right? That's what specifically had unemployment at that level. It was actually 3.4% at multiple times under the Biden-Harris administration, which is lower than any point under Trump's administration.
What was Trump's lowest unemployment rate during his administration?
3.5%.
Okay. And
well, you want to know what his highest was too? 14.8%.
Well, let me see, COVID.
You know, the highest day of the Biden-Harris administration in terms of their unemployment was the day they took office.
Yeah, because COVID was they were getting all the jobs back from COVID being gone.
Oh, okay, but like you blame the economic impacts of the pandemic on the Biden-Harris administration, in terms of inflation, but you don't do so with Donald Trump in terms of unemployment. So it's seemingly like a partisan view you have on like what the causes of particular economic issues that go on in the United States economy.
I think a lot of what the Harris administration has done during their administration has made it work. It has made it worse. I mean, for instance, also, if you want to talk about who had the lowest illegal crossings.
Are you saying like undocumented immigrant crossings? I purchased the cap. Thank you so much. You're saying that it was lower under Trump because of Title 42? Right, that was a COVID era policy.
I just think if you look at the
that
graphs,
has nothing to do with Trump. You know that there was increasing levels of immigration that was undocumented under Trump's administration, right? Like you understand that it increased in 2018, 2019, right? Up until Title 42 was enacted, which is COVID era policy.
They still
COVID era emergency policy.
I mean, they still took away policies that were doing very well for our country.
So I have a question. Why are levels of crossings right now, daily speaking, lower than what they were at the end of Trump's administration?
Probably because they stopped letting certain people in.
Wait. So did Trump not fix the issue at the border?
He stopped a lot of it. The remain in Mexico. A lot of these people.
Why did he wait until 2019 to like do that? He could have done that day one. It was an executive order.
Yeah. Why couldn't Biden close the border on day one?
Because that wasn't his goal, to close the border on day one. And also, right, like I don't understand how the president could do that, right, without like a particular reason to cite, right? Like there's Title 42, right, but that was already in place.
I just can't stand, and I don't.
Can you tell me how Joe Biden could like completely and totally shut down the border right now? Tell me what executive power he has to do that. What constitutional power does he have to do that?
He could literally do an executive order and close the border for all crossings.
Really? He could just do it so that wouldn't get shot down by the Supreme Court?
I would probably go back in court battles, but you can literally stop it.
Would that be shot down by the Supreme Court?
It would probably go into litigation.
And you want to know something crazy? That would also put our economy in a recession.
Well, you can stop certain border crossings and allow.
So you want to cause a recession?
No, not at all.
No, okay. If you don't want to cause a recession, why do you want to completely shut down the border?
I mean, you can allow certain illegal crossings. At least when people do come across illegally, they want to get sent back home, and they can remain over there if they are waiting for the court cases or whatever. It just doesn't make any sense when they catch him here and they leave him here.
Okay, wait. So if Remain in Mexico was so great, why didn't he do it day one? He ran on the border being an issue, didn't he? Yeah. He said it was such an issue, he's going to fix it. Why did he wait?
Did it do good for the country?
Because under the Biden-Harris administration, they tried to get past the bipartisan border bill that would have specifically gave funding to build the wall, increase the amount of border agents, increase the amount of immigration judges to make the system go faster, right? So instead of taking 7 to 10 years to process asylum claims, it would take 6 months to 1 year. Right. There was also like a condition within it that at 2,500 daily average crossings for a week, right, there would be a shutdown of the border, like the ability to shut down the border, and 5,000 for 1 day. Either of those thresholds met, you could shut down the border. It would have built more wall than Donald Trump built under his entire administration. And Donald Trump called people in Congress to undermine that bill because he cares more about running on the border as an issue than he actually cares about fixing the problem.
But that would have given amnesty to everyone that has already crossed.
So again, I wish.
Why?
I wish. Where in the policy does it do that? Where? And also, there would never be a policy that gave people who committed crimes in the country, right, who are undocumented, right, amnesty. Like that, just like I don't see that to be any case.
I didn't see all
like
these.
Okay, so like where in the border bill does it give amnesty?
I don't know the exact line, but
you said to everyone. That's in the country undocumented?
That has crossed. I don't know if there's these parts and rules about if
Everyone that is crossed. Really? I'd love to know what part of the border bill that is.
Well, it said that if you cross, they would be given amnesty.
No,
Probably not to
no.
the-
Where'd you read this? Facebook? Did you read this off Facebook?
No, I don't have Facebook.
Where'd you read it?
Been listening to people speak. I don't know exactly
Who?
where. I was
Listening to
reading
who speak?
or Listening to.
Who?
I don't know.
Who'd you
Probably
listen to speak?
bullshit, but it's something to talk about. So you're saying it wouldn't give anyone amnesty?
No. Who were you listening to?
I don't recall.
You don't even know?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Probably
so
Trump.
There's nothing that you're referencing. So probably Trump. So Trump is a good source. Yeah. He was the same guy who said that like Haitian migrants are eating dogs and cats, right? Which had no evidence in Springfield. Like what? Like that's just like crazy.
Well,
He said
I mean,
that like
probably because
that
he saw
windmills
the
are
video.
killing whales.
Probably because
Right.
he saw a video of someone eating a cat, which was not related to anyone in Haitian, but it was in that area.
They weren't Haitian and they weren't in
Correct.
Springfield. It was
Correct.
Canton, Ohio. It was a United States born citizen, right?
Yeah.
And that person was going through a mental breakdown. So how about you reference the fact that we have a mental health crisis in this country and that we need universal access to mental health care? Maybe we need to expand that through the ACA. Who's going to do that? Is that going to be Donald Trump, who doesn't have a health care plan? He's been running for president of the United States for the past 9 years. Or is it going to be Kamala Harris, who wants to expand access to the ACA? Ava, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And supports expanding people's access to health care, including mental health care. Who's
I
going
don't
to do that?
know.
Is he going to do that with a
We'll go-
concept of an idea of a plan? Or what is he going to do?
I don't know. There's just a lot of, I just feel like we're closer to World War III if Kamala
So
did.
much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. How? What? How is Trump the impeding force on World War III happening or not? How is he the determining factor? A movie star who bankrupted 6 times? That guy?
No new war started in his administration.
What do you mean by new wars? Because under that same notion, right? Are you saying things that they caused or things that they didn't cause?
I'm just saying that if the Israel, Russia, all
Because
that stuff-
what about the Turkish-Kurdish war when he left our Kurdish allies? What happened there?
wasn't that
Is
already
that
going
not?
on? Wasn't
What
that
about the
already
fact
going
that
on?
he vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia, which they used to commit a genocide in Yemen? What about that?
Well, that was already going on.
What
It was
about the
already happening.
432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East? Right, because of Donald Trump. What are you talking about? No new conflict. Donald Trump was the one doing this, and then he supports Israeli expansionism, fighting Iran, right?
So
He
what are you
pulled us
gonna
out of
do
the nuclear
if-
peace deal with Iran.
What are you going to do if Trump wins and things are good? If he does things good, like what happens if he wins? Will everyone continue to talk bad, or will people actually?
He might get 2 new justices, by the way. So almost half of the Supreme Court, right, is going to be literally from Donald J. Trump, the movie star that bankrupted 6 times, doesn't even know what a tariff is, right? This guy, that's going to be the guy, the proven sexual abuser that put 4 people on the Supreme Court. The
Well,
guy that
it's a
doesn't
lot.
believe climate change, he literally thinks that the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He brought up possibly nuking hurricanes. This is the guy you want as commander-in-chief?
Definitely not Kamala.
Wait, how is Kamala Harris anywhere near? What about Kamala Harris meets or exceeds anything I just mentioned about Donald Trump?
I don't know, man. I just can't stand listening to her, and she's just got the same message over and over again.
You can't stand listening to her? Are you trolling? It's just a vibe. I didn't like
No, that's
factor
fine.
in vibes into like the equation there.
I mean, I guess there are vibes, but it was just, I mean, if we can help the American worker and Donald Trump is willing to do things to help the American worker, then I
What are you
think
going to do to help the American worker?
one, for,
Raise their consumer prices?
no tax on overtime.
Okay, so no tax on overtime as it relates to no tax on overtime, right? Again, if he's not going to pay for any of these things, what is the actual chance that he's going to get that passed through legislation? Right? Because I by itself, I don't disagree with no tax on overtime, but is that it?
I mean, when
Is that actually it?
So back in the day, there was no tax. When was it? Back in the 1800s or something? It was all about tariffs. America had-
Okay. Oh my God.
Okay.
So would you listen to his Joe Rogan podcast?
No, I was listening to something else a while ago, and they were talking about, I forget what president it was, but how was the Joe Rogan thing? I haven't completely watched the whole thing, but
I
there
have
was
a feeling
point where
you watched the clips that were on TikTok, and that's what you're saying this from. Because, like, again, you're saying that time is a desirable point to go back to. Donald Trump literally said that point in history was better. What? What type of we were more wealthy then? What type of delusional shit is that? He doesn't even know what he's saying. What do you mean we were more wealthy? In real terms, we are like over like probably 50 to 100 times more wealthy now than we were then. The level of technology increase. Like, what is that delusional shit? What is he saying? What does he mean?
Well, maybe you're more wealthier then because of where we were at, you know?
What?
I'm just saying, back then compared to now.
No, he said at that time we were more wealthy. What do you mean we're more wealthy in the 1800s? What does that even fucking mean? Right? Based in real terms, the median individual is significantly better off right now than they were in the 1800s.
Yeah, I mean, maybe because
Are you
we're in
trolling?
so much debt, and back then we weren't in debt, but I get it. We're probably way better
The
off.
debt, you know, Trump's going to add more to the debt, right? 7.5 trillion over 10 years. And also under his administration, he signed off on more debt, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. And under the Biden-Harris administration, it was 4.3 trillion and then 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
So I keep hearing Harris say that her plan is going to make the American, you know, her financial plan or whatever plan, it was way better than Trump's. Even like Goldman Sachs or whoever said it was better. And it was by like a half of a point. I mean, he even came online and said that there was pretty much no difference in between both of the administrations' plan on how to help Americans.
Okay, what's your point?
I'm just saying how she runs with that and says hers is way better.
When did she say way better?
She said that her plan will be will give people more tax breaks, this, and that her plan is way better than Donald Trump's. The two plans together. She said,
Yeah. She's saying it's so much better that even right-wing institutions like Goldman Sachs indicate it's still better.
no, you know what Goldman Sachs
That's what she's saying.
The CEO came on.
I know.
and he
I
said
understand
they
what you're
were-
saying. I push the boot.
Yeah,
I
they were
understand
the
what you're
exact
saying is
same.
that like they claim it's marginal, right?
Yeah.
She's not saying it's way better predicated off of that. Push the boot. She's saying it's way better, and it's so much better that it is the case that even institutions that people would typically consider biased towards the Republican Party and biased against the Democratic Party, right? You see, even they indicate that it would be better off.
Now it would be the same. Even Goldman Sachs CEO came on.
No, they did not say it was the same, right?
Okay. He said there
I
was
have looked at-
barely
I have
any
looked at this
difference.
report that you're
Barely
referencing.
Any difference. You can listen to
Yeah,
it.
you can. Yeah, there was a small difference, but the difference exists, right? So it
100.
does indicate that.
Barely.
Wait. Would you like there to be better or worse? Which would you like? Higher number or lower number?
They're almost the same.
Okay, higher number or lower number?
Of course, someone is want the lower number.
You want the lower number?
Well, if lower is better or higher is better, you
How
definitely-
could lower be better?
I mean, one's lower
Would
taxes.
you rather take $400 or $500? Which one?
Okay, $500.
Yeah, okay, come on. All right,
Yeah.
so very clearly, higher, right, is going to be better, right? More growth, that's better.
Yeah, well, when
better
they all come
economy.
out, it's pretty much the same.
Right? So you can say that it was small, right? But like I guarantee it's more than 0.04%. The effect of the TCGA that you guys literally say is so great. 0.04% a year. That's $10 billion in the GDP, right? $1.9 trillion of spending, mostly given to rich people, right? Specifically for 0.04% annual increase in the GDP. What is that?
I don't know. I mean, you're really good at this. I don't know. I got a lot to think about, but I just think there's no way that she is. Just so much momentum behind Trump. I mean, it would be a miracle.
Momentum behind. Okay, none of these things are reasons to vote for them or not. You could say there's momentum behind. I don't care, right? What we're saying is vote for the right side. Vote for the side that makes sense. Don't vote for the guy that's tried to coup the country, that calls for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims, that the country's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, right? Wouldn't even pass a background check to get a gun, but you want him to have access to the nuclear codes, when last time he had access to the nuclear codes, he literally brought up possibly nuking hurricanes? What type of delusional maniac do you want in
really think
office?
he was serious about that?
Yes, he was totally fucking serious. I'm being totally honest. He was totally serious.
Okay.
You can literally look up Trump wants to nuke hurricanes. He was totally fucking serious.
Yeah, I'll Google that right now, but I'm pretty sure he's being sarcastic.
Oh, come on. Come on. Wait,
Well,
if he
I
wasn't
haven't
being
told my
sarcastic, would you
vote
trust
right
him with the
now.
nuclear weapons?
I know who I vote for is not going to count because, we both live in California, so we know what way that's...
Wait. You still want to vote that way? I'm
will.
in California. I'm still voting.
Okay, I'm going to vote my way, but, it's never going to change California red. It only happens, once?
Wait, if you want more of an effect on the primaries and on the candidates, that's determined on you voting in your state. So
Correct.
if you
Well, I
vote in
vote
your
every year.
state, wait, listen, if you vote in your state to a greater degree, you get more pick of who the candidate is going to be next time comes around. Here's the Corky. Thank you so much. So you should vote because you want more of a say over what the Democratic Party is going to look like in the future.
That's a good point. Well, thank you, brother. It was good talking to you.
Appreciate you.
Later, man.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Sharp, thank you so much. I appreciate the boo. Thank you. Jenny, thank you so much. I appreciate this $20. Thank you so much. I need to know your daily live schedule. I'm like all over the place. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I'm terrible for that. But by the way, everyone, we do this every single day. I go live literally every day. Every day. You'll always see me live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
What's up, man? Hold on, let me
Why are
turn
you
the
voting
TV
Trump?
down. Why am I voting Trump?
Yeah.
From his proven track record. The
Of
4 years
sexual
under
abuse?
Trump, my dollars went a lot further than they do now.
Okay, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
I would like to actually talk about immigration. I've noticed that you brought up the fact that maybe the minimum wage should be higher, while you also advocate for importing low-level or entry-level workers at the same time.
Low level? Why are you assuming that immigrants are low-level workers?
That's just a fact.
It's a fact, really.
The majority
your-
of illegal immigrants are entry-level workers.
Yeah, so I have a question. So again, as it relates to people coming into the country, assuming that everyone is a low-level worker is pretty insane. That's like assuming that just because there's an average U.S. citizen and most average U.S. citizens, right, you would consider a lower level, right? That doesn't mean that like someone in the United States, just because they're an American, is lower level. That has you literally assuming a majority of the population around the world is low-level labor.
Well,
Okay, and I think that's a pretty
that is
weird
true.
way. I think that's a pretty. Oh, you think it's true? You think most countries around the world are just low-level labor?
Well, the United States actually, just on an IQ level, doesn't even break the top 10. Your average American is about 100 IQ, and which means that half of Americans are below that. And actually,
Including
the
you.
beginning of the spectrum for being, slower is 80, which
It's a weird
gives,
way to refer to that.
huh?
That's a weird way to refer to that. I think that
know,
instead
that's
of
because they don't want you to, say the opposite of advanced. So, but either way, basically what it means is
What?
like 2 out of every 10 people that you meet are actually below an 80 on the below an 80 IQ level. Which
I don't know why you're talking about this. I don't see why this is relevant.
Well, you were just saying that Americans aren't low level workers on average, and I'm saying that they are.
Oh, okay. So you would assume that like basically everyone around the world is a low-level worker.
I'm
So
yes,
so should we import people from say like Europe?
I'm saying that I don't think we should import anyone.
Oh, we should just get rid of immigration?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So if you get rid of immigration, how are you going to increase the country's population? Because you're gonna cause a recession because you're gonna reduce the labor force.
Well, when you reduce your labor force, right, then wages will have to go up, and then you don't need to raise the minimum wage because employers will then have to pay you to get you to come to work because there will be options.
Yeah, but you're also reducing the productive capacity of the economy, which overall reduces efficiency of trade. So you think what you're doing is going to make American consumers and workers better off? But no, it doesn't. What it actually does is it creates a smaller pool of people in terms of the economy and reduces efficiency of overall trade.
The issue
So you,
is,
you want an economy that doesn't work as well? You want an economy that doesn't increase in growth as much? You want an economy that doesn't uphold things like Medicare, Social Security? You want those things to go insolvent because a growing share of the population is older and the younger population isn't going to be enough in order to be able to take care of the older population. So it's going to be significantly more straining on the younger population unless you have a higher labor force, which actually the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan committee from the federal government, indicates that specifically 7 trillion growth in GDP is going to come from a 5.5 million increase in the labor force, mainly due to immigration, right? And it will also be 1 trillion in federal revenue. So that helps with the insolvency of Social Security, Medicare, right? And it makes our economy better off. So we could talk about the effect of immigration, and it's going to be positive economically speaking. How are you going to sit here and tell me that it's negative?
it's overall a negative, not all the time, but as of now, it is because, because when the economy is down and people, your level workers, like we were talking about, are having a tough time paying for things, they're not going to have more babies, right?
The only reason you don't consider Donald Trump a low-level worker is because he was born in a rich family, right? Donald Trump himself, right, has no set of skills that are unique specifically to him that make him such a great individual. Actually, he's such a terrible guy. He tried to coup the country. He's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He's done almost everything wrong you could mention in the book, and yet you guys still praise him like as if he's Jesus, like if he's the chosen one, like he says he is.
I actually don't think that, because originally when I heard he was going to run in 2015, I kind of laughed at it. I thought it was a joke, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, wait, that doesn't change my thoughts of that at all, right? I even thought that way. I thought it was a joke, and then I liked him right after. That was a typical thing within the Republican Party, right? Because when you initially look at the fact that he's literally has no basis, hasn't done shit, right, is literally just an FU to the political system, right? You realize that he has no qualities himself that are actually showing of a true good leader in this country. All of the qualities he has destroyed the social fabric of this nation and make this country a worse off place. If you want this country to progress and be a better place, you don't want people like Donald Trump to be influencing the youth of this nation, right? Influencing the direction of this nation, what we're going to be doing in the future. Is the Republican Party better off before Trump? Push the boxing gloves. Thank you so much.
I would say, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on it. I would think that under Obama, Obama was still very presidential, I suppose. Before they had Bush, which was only really in there because of his dad, it definitely wasn't as divisive before. But I believe that in itself is kind of merit on its own. Because before Trump ran for president, he was praised, and he was friends, and he was in all of these groups with
Epstein,
with Oprah and all of these celebrities and all of them. And then he ran for president.
And he said Epstein was a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side.
I never saw that quote. I know that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago for hanging out with a young girl.
Okay, but he's not going to tell the police. Why didn't he do a police report?
He did.
Because if I knew an adult was specifically.
He was the only person that did it. But I don't think that it was.
Please show me. Please show me that police report. I'd love to see it because it's recorded. It's federal data. You can get it for me right now. I promise you're not going to find that because he didn't call the police. There was no police report. You just made that up to make him look better because he didn't go to the police. Yet you're saying he did this.
I know about it. I'm from Florida. It's like
okay. Then give me the specific thing. Give me it.
Well, I don't
give me the police report. Go find it. I'm serious. Go find it because I know it doesn't exist.
Well, I know that he banned him from Mar-a-Lago. That is a fact. I believe that Epstein was trying to hit on one of the servers or something that was like maybe.
Now he just changed the story. He just changed the story. So it was hanging out with a young girl, and now it's he hit on one of the waiters or waitresses.
Well, no, like he was trying.
Thank you so much.
He was trying to get with her. You know what I mean? Something along those lines. I guess.
Oh, okay. So now he's changed the story.
I didn't change the story.
You just did. I just showed you how you changed the story.
How did I change the story?
I just showed you.
No, you didn't. You told me. What did you show me?
What did I say?
Anyways, aside from
what
the point, he banned him from there, and he's one of the only people that publicly spoke out against him. The only thing
he publicly spoke out against him. Really? Did he call him out publicly for this?
Not for that specific thing that I know of. Anyways. But I know that he talked about it.
Yeah, he talked about it. He didn't address it publicly at all. Wow, he really showed he was against that. Woo.
Well, along with everybody else that was in it, that was doing it. I mean, how are you going to say?
Oh, and that somehow justifies voting for him. Yeah. Yeah, you would vote one of those people into president of the United States? You want that to be the reputation of the United States of fucking America? Are you trolling? Are you crazy? Do you want that to be the representation for America? Do you want it to be a guy that wouldn't even pass a background check to get access to a gun?
How does he not pass a background check?
34 felonies. He's a violent
He actually
offender.
was acquitted of those.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't acquitted of any 34 felonies. You're thinking of a different case. He actually, you want to know crazy? You want to know something crazy? What? He couldn't have been acquitted on it because appeal hasn't happened yet because he still hasn't been sentenced. So you just made that up. You just said it was applicable because you don't know anything about the cases.
The case was acquitted. The judge
said... No, it wasn't. The 34 felonies was not acquitted.
So what was he acquitted of?
You're talking the civil fraud case. Right, that's what you're trying to refer to. That was just an appeal that specifically hasn't been overturned yet. The only thing that specifically you're referencing is like the Florida case specifically on him. What's it called? With the documents, the classified documents, which on appeal is expected to turn right. But I mean, we I don't even reference that typically
for the the record keeping issue with paying Stormy Daniels, correct? In which case they sat there and recorded every single time that somebody wrote it down in the book, and then the check itself, and then the receipt itself as separate charges.
Wait, what was the felony charge? Precise you. You can't tell me. You're swiping on the app. I can't hear you. When you go to look it up on Google, I can't hear you. Just letting you know.
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, what are the felony charges? The things he was convicted for.
It was a record-keeping issue. What was it? Tell me what they were.
You don't know?
Nope, I forgot.
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York.
And why were they considered falsified business records? Because they were written down as what?
Because they were falsified business records.
Yeah, but what were they recorded as?
Falsified business records.
That when they were recorded as law fees, correct?
As wait, okay, so again, in terms of it's specifically falsified legal fees, right? Or retainer payments, sorry, I apologize. Let me add up law. I can clarify that if he wants to come up.
Right. No, you're good. Either way, you can understand how that seems like kind of like a trumped up charge, don't you?
No, how is that a quote unquote trumped up charge?
When let's say I was to like Venmo you, right, and I have to put something in the notes, and I write, I don't know, I write strippers on there or something, even though you bought me Taco Bell. Would that not be falsifying a business transaction, rather?
No, so not in terms of what we're referencing here, right? Because there's a predicate crime here of election interference that exists.
Right, but you're considering it election interference when because of paying hush money, right?
No, so the falsification of the business records, right, to hide the hush money payment.
But the money was paid to the lawyer.
Okay.
Correct.
Wait. Law can clarify that. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, so I mean, the issue is he classified them as legal retainer fees when they weren't legal retainer fees. I can't go and have my lawyer buy me a Maserati and then write it off on my taxes as a legal expense. And then have him pay for the Maserati and say, well, I gave the money to my lawyer, therefore it's a legal expense.
Correct. What if your lawyer bought the Maserati and then let you borrow it, but it was still in their name?
That's not really analogous to what happened here, but if
I know, but you were bringing up the analogy. I was just kind of going down that rabbit hole. That's my fault.
Yeah, I mean, if the money still came from you bought the Maserati. Just because it's in his name doesn't effectively change anything.
Right. Okay. But again, do you not see how maybe it's kind of bullshit that you would say each time it was? So if I write it down in my book, right? Maserati payment, or no, would we say legal fees, right? Legal fees. And then I have a check and I mail it to you, and then you send a receipt for it. And then each time it touches hands, it's a separate charge.
Well, I mean, it was 11 invoices, 11 checks paid to the invoices, and then 12
Right.
false business ledger entries. But they're all concurrent crimes. They're all connected to the same conspiracy. So
Right.
whether it's 1 or 34, the penalty is still the same.
Right. But you can understand how maybe calling it 34 when in reality it was one.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yep.
sensational on the prosecutor's part for sure, but
Right.
at the end of the day, it doesn't affect anything regarding to sentencing.
Right. And my other, I guess, the reason that one kind of plays with me a little bit is because, so I sent emails I was sending emails back and forth between a prosecutor and apparently the email server was across state lines. And they tried to bring up, I don't even remember what the charge was now.
Like federal wiretapping or
Yeah,
federal
wiretapping. And I was like, well, if I call you on the phone, right, I don't know where the cell phone beams to.
Yeah, that's one of the most bullshit areas. You'll get no argument from me.
And that's kind of how I looked at it, because they were saying that every email, when it went to North Dakota or wherever it went to, when it went across and then when it came back and then when it went to that person, was its own thing. Now, luckily, the judge saw through that bullshit, but in my mind, it feels like kind of the same type of thing where like somebody hates you a lot, so they're trying to, make it look extravagant, make it bigger than it really is.
Yeah, and I mean, you can always question motives, but at the end of the day, the judge doesn't care about motives. They just care, did you do the thing that's illegal?
Well, is this not the same judge that said that he was going to get Trump, right?
The judge? No. Are you talking about the prosecutor?
Right. Yes, sir.
No, people keep conflating Letitia James' statement with
Right. You're right.
with Alvin Bragg. Alvin Bragg never made any statements like that.
Correct. No, you're right. And that's on me. Anyways, furthermore, aside from that, I still would say, would you not have to prove that I was the one that wrote down these? What if I have a bookkeeper or a secretary that wrote this?
So Rhino, I'm going to tell you, I was skeptical about the strength of this case.
Okay.
Because Michael Cohen was already an employee of the Trump organization. He was making $500,000 a year as a staff attorney. And what I thought was going to happen, all that they needed to do is go to trial and say, well, hey, this is what we were paying Michael Cohen for. Because the question for me was, what was Michael Cohen doing above and beyond his already paid salary that justified him getting another $400,000 in retainer?
Right.
And they never gave that counter narrative at trial. I read through every word of the transcripts that not once did they say, no, it wasn't for a hush money payment. It was because Michael Cohen did blank. And they never told us what that alternative narrative is. So I had no doubt that the jury was going to come back with a guilty verdict because the Trump organization never gave a viable reason as to why Michael Cohen would have been paid that money.
Okay. And so, but back to my original point was, does it not matter who actually made the records? Or you get what I'm saying? I understand that you're probably still liable in things like,
yeah, I mean,
if
on
my
seven
car
or
goes and gets in an accident, it's mine, right? Even if I let you drive it.
Yeah, on 7 or 8 of the checks, there's Donald Trump's name on it, so that's an issue. But after Enron, we passed the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which basically says that the CEO is responsible for all of the conduct of their underlings, and they can't. And ignorance isn't an excuse.
Right. No, and I mean that's like a very common ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? That's what the cops tell you when you. I didn't know the speed limit. So that does make sense, but either way, to me, that doesn't seem like a severe enough charge, right, to necessarily mean that you wouldn't be a good leader, I suppose.
No, okay, so then you could say that.
Sorry.
You could say that, but the point I'm saying then if you're evaluating on that basis, well, then why would you say someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman would be?
Well, you could. Yeah. You could bring about the case of the Florida State University football player that was also accused of rape and then was later
We're
found
talking held civilly liable. They were later found innocent. Okay, so this
well,
person,
right, and like
this,
the kid's life was ruined.
this person
and
was
all
held
this
civilly
stuff.
liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
And what
When
I'm
the decision
saying
did not
is
have to
that-
be unanimous.
Right. Is this, I'm not exactly sure which case you're talking about, but I know that there's one where the lady had not brought it up for many years. And then when she did bring it up, there was nobody could corroborate any of her story.
That's not
And
true.
I mean, if that's kind of like, if that's
So, wait.
the basis on it,
Wait,
how many-
all you brought up specifically was that it took them a while to come out. Many victims, it takes them a while to come out.
and
he was held
usually
simply
somebody
liable
else would
unanimously
be
by a
like,
jury
"Oh,
of 9
yes,
people."
I remember when this happened. I remember about that time. Oh yeah, you were hanging out with these people. You know what I mean? They can corroborate some of your story. To me, it sounds
Do
like
you
a
mean
way
like
to get
someone that,
money.
are you saying like someone who was a witness?
Right? Like you have.
So are you
friends
saying
that-
you need a witness in order to be able to say that someone was raped?
That's not what I'm saying. Is
Okay,
that
so
we
what's
have-
sufficient
also,
evidence to
just
you?
a side note, real fast. Just
Wait,
is that-
right now, what's sufficient evidence to you?
Well, listen. Do I have to say it with a G, or like, will we get in trouble?
What?
You said graped?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm just checking. Okay. Anyways, back
It's
to the point.
stupid, but yes.
I know. I've noticed some of those things on here. So even with like comments where like they get banned or whatever. Anyway, back to the point. I guess my argument is that I don't know exactly how many people that are worth, like let's put a cap on it, say $5 million, right? How many people have been accused of things that are then paid off for them to go away? And to me, it seems like it's
This is not a settlement case. This is not a payoff, and that doesn't justify that they didn't do those things.
And E. Jean Carroll's already worth more than $5 million, just for the record.
well, I was just picking a number. All I'm saying is that money is a large motivator in a lot of these cases.
She's already wealthy,
Well, maybe.
and she literally lost her ability to get her job back because of this.
How did she lose her ability to get her job back? They
Vanity
fired
Fair
her?
didn't renew her contract.
Vanity Fair, the one that like hates Trump. Correct? No?
She's had a column there for like 25 years.
Right. Okay. And so because of this case, she lost her job.
That's her belief. I mean, we'll never know exactly the reason they declined to renew the contract, but I think it's not unreasonable to think that they've been renewing her contract for 25 years, and then after this happened, they decide not to renew it. Seems a little specious.
Right.
Yeah.
You're still just speculating on it with no.
Wait, we're
Facts.
saying that's what most likely.
I agree it's speculation, but I mean, I think there's a pretty strong correlation.
It's reasonable speculation.
You know what? And I kind
It's
of. agree
it's
with
reasonable.
you.
The reason why it's reasonable is just because you mentioned they had it for 25 years. Okay, why would they just randomly stop it at that time?
Who knows? Maybe somebody else got in charge. They were doing some house cleaning, those types of things. That happens all the time.
Is that most likely?
I don't know. I don't work there.
You have to be reasonable, though.
Do you work there? Do you know?
I don't need to work there to say what's most likely.
Well, you're still just speculating. Is my point? That's
Reasonable speculation.
You were saying that I was speculating, so I'm saying that you're speculating.
Yeah, but
I-
you couldn't demonstrate how it was reasonable
Yeah.
speculation. You're just speculation. Speculating means that you're not reasonably speculating.
It doesn't matter. There's still no. You can't justify something on speculation, right? I can think anything that I want, but without proof, there's really it doesn't hold any water.
I mean, it is speculation, but it's not really substantive to the argument.
You're right. Okay.
Anyways. Wait, so so you don't think that you can engage in any level of speculation? Push the hand up.
Absolutely, you can speculate on all kinds of things.
No,
Actually,
reasonably.
Well, okay. Well, shifting gears, but still speculation, and we can jump back on this real fast if you want. Give me 30 seconds. I was just having a conversation. Somebody sent me the video of Eminem endorsing Harris, right? And and he made a song about it, or sung a song or whatever. And in my personal opinion, it sounded terrible, right? So I would speculate that, for any number of nefarious reasons, I wouldn't say money because I believe Eminem is in the billionaire club.
This is a really weird example. Let me give you an example, right? Let's say that, like, I appreciate the boxing glove. Thank you so much. You are in a relationship, okay? And someone has a particular type of behavior, right? Let's say, like, for example, right, I never hang out with anyone, right, that I've dated before in the past, right? I never do that, right? I don't. Right
You
now.
don't hang
That's
out
an
with
example.
anyone.
Never
you
do
don't
that.
hang out with, like,
Can
any
I like finish
ex-girlfriends?
the example? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just
Yes. I
wanted
don't.
you
I
to
don't.
clarify, that's all.
I don't think that was something you could have just easily determined that. But
Go ahead.
so again, I don't do that, right? So
Right.
again, if I were to go against that, would that be indicative of, say, possibly me doing something that would be like related to like cheating or bad, right? If it is the case that I have something set up where I don't do that, and then I do something like that, like you have a behavior where they do this, is that like an indicating factor? Is it reasonable to suspect that person would be like cheating?
I mean, I get what you're saying, so I'm going to agree with you here on that one, right? But no, not necessarily. There's obviously a number of reasons.
It's not reasonable to suspect.
No,
Really?
I wouldn't suspect you.
That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Has like a rule where they don't do this. They do it, and you don't reasonably suspect that. Let's do it with a child, right?
Why would you do it?
Like,
though?
for example,
so-
a child, right? For example, you had a chocolate bar, right, in like a cabinet. You tell the kid there's a chocolate bar in the cabinet,
okay.
right? You then like later leave, right, and you come back, right? Overnight, the chocolate bar has gone. You don't see any. It's nowhere.
Right.
You didn't tell anyone else about the chocolate bar. Can you
Right.
reasonably speculate that the child ate the chocolate bar?
Yes, but you also have firsthand
Where's the boxing
experience
gloves?
there, and you were there
Fuck,
to
dude.
witness it yourself.
Wait.
So,
We
you're
gave you no
speculating-
priors. We gave you no priors about whether or not they even like chocolate bars.
It doesn't, but I get what you're.
But
I
you
get
can
your
still
point,
reasonably
right?
conclude
You're
that it
making
is the case that
I'm agreeing with
they
your
got
point.
they wanted the chocolate bar, right? That's a reasonable speculation.
Absolutely, it is. However,
And
right,
it would be
me not knowing the
unreasonable to
kid, I
suspect
don't
that it
know.
was like.
Was
it'd
there
be-
anybody else in my house? Was there other people? Somebody could have somebody open the cabinet, saw it, and ate it. That didn't know whose it was. That took it. You don't know.
Push the whale diving. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, but like again, right? I think it's so reasonable to conclude that or to speculate that until you have further information.
It is in a sense of going on with life, right? But in a legal sense, it is not, right? Your speculation is not terms for, any legal action, in my opinion.
So you don't think speculation is used at all within legal context?
Absolutely, it is.
So what was your
Where
point?
legal can chime in on this is speculation used in law.
All the time.
Right. However, it is easy for, like, in your argument, I can still sit here and say that anybody could have come and taken it. That's not proof of a crime. That's all I'm getting to.
Okay. What's your point there?
Huh?
What's your point though?
Thanks, Cass.
That I was agreeing
Like
with you.
what is that relating to in terms of your point though?
You know what? We got so far away from it, I completely forgot.
Okay. All right.
Anyways, back to my point of the fact that I don't even remember. Oh, I requested because I did want to ask you on what are your opinions about women in men's sports? I've seen a lot of teams have started to forfeit against.
Like, are you saying like if Caitlin Clark were to join the NBA?
Well, right, but opposite of that, like LeBron James joins the WNBA.
No, LeBron James isn't trans.
I understand that.
And
but
LeBron James also went through
Converting
male
my
puberty and
question.
also isn't on HRT.
Okay, so the actual
Anita, thank you so much for the $10. Thom, thank you so much for the $20.24. Maui, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much.
Okay. Anyways, no, the actual example I'm referring to was the male that was swimming. The swimmer, what's his name? Her name, I'm sorry, Leah Thomas, right?
Leah Thomas.
Correct. And is that not taking away positions from other girls? You know what I'm saying? And I've seen more examples of it come out.
Anyone competing, if they win, could be taking away positions of other people. Why do you think it's justified to kick them out of that position?
Well, because aren't they at a clear advantage?
After multiple years of HRT, seemingly not. As it relates to this, if you're referencing this, why did she lose on many of occasions if she's just completely dominating the space?
Well, I'm pretty sure she podiumed still, correct?
Are you saying she hasn't lost, right?
I'm saying she lost as a man.
Oh, okay. So you're just going to be fucked up. I have a question. Are you Christian?
I'm being fucked up. I'm being
I have
serious.
a question. Are you Christian?
No.
No, you're not Christian?
Nope.
Okay, so what is your concept of what a man is?
XY chromosomes.
XY chromosomes. So you understand there are women with XY chromosomes, right? There is an intersex condition specifically where someone can have XY chromosomes.
Well, they have like
right?
three
And then
of
all
them,
the
right?
rest of their
It's
sex
like a
characteristics
XXY
are
or
female.
something like that. Right.
Okay, so like in that scenario, right? Can you explain to me, right, what their gender is?
They're a hermaphrodite.
Okay, so like that's terminology that's right now considered a slur. Just letting you know, you
I
shouldn't
did
use that
not know
terminology.
that, actually. Well, if everything's a slur, man, I don't know what to do anymore.
Just say it's say intersex. It's not everything is a slur. I haven't told you every single one of your terminologies is a slur.
Well, okay, move on. What's your point?
My point is that standard of defining right gender isn't going to be applicable to every single scenario. So what I'm
Right.
telling you is that gender is not something that's defined right through necessary and sufficient conditions. Neither is sex. Sex isn't defined as necessary and sufficient conditions. And there are
argue that
notions of
sex and
gender.
are not the same thing.
There are notions of gender that are sociological, right? The same way that you use names,
Are you
right?
about to tell
Like
me
I
that
respect.
sex is a social construct right now?
No, I'm talking about gender. I don't think gender and sex are the same,
I
right?
agree.
In every
I agree with
context.
that. Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so if they're not the same in every context, well, then I'm going to be referring to gender in a similar way that I'm referencing like someone's name, right? Why do you respect my name as Parker? You could call me a different name, right? But you call me specifically Parker. Why do you respect that?
Because it's your name, I suppose.
Okay, but it being my name is totally socially constructed.
Okay.
The same
So
way,
how-
like we could say, like a particular gender is totally socially constructed, but yet you reference and respect that my name is Parker because of that designation. Right?
Okay. But how does, again, because sex and gender are not the same thing, right? So maybe your sex can be whatever you want it to be, just like your name could be. You could come up to me and tell me
You
your
mean
name.
gender? We're referencing gender, not sex. Sex is biological. That's the way I typically refer to it.
Okay. Right. Well, so then we agree on that. And the fact
I
that
don't dispute sex is biological, right? But I'm referencing gender.
Right. But
And
again,
there's not one usage of the term that applies in every single scenario. So if there's not one usage of the term that applies in every single scenario, you can have some conceptual overlap with different usages of the term, whether it be biological or sociological. There should
but you can
there could be
apply that
some
to anything
connotations.
almost.
What's that?
I mean, what is something that has a 100% definitive, truth to it at all times?
Wait, yeah. So I don't know what you're trying to say there, but like for example, like things like tables and chairs, you won't be able to find some necessary and sufficient set of criteria that are going to define that to be true, like as a chair or as a table in every single scenario. Appreciate the hand art. We have different definitions that operate within some conceptual overlap, right? That allow for us to identify what a chair is or what a table is in every scenario, right? That we're going to be put ourselves in without just
What
having
if I'm
one
using my chair as
definition,
a table?
because we're operating on multiple different usages of the term depending on the context or depending on the scenario. And the
Correct,
same thing is
but
true
that
for things
still
like
doesn't
gender.
that still doesn't go back to the fact that you're allowing your XY chromosome.
Wait, no. I was just referring to how you were referring to Leah Thomas, right?
Oh, well, I fixed it, didn't I?
No,
I thought I did.
no. You referred to her as a man.
Yeah, I know, and then I fixed it. That was an
To the
accident.
hand art. Okay.
Obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what-
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They stand in there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Oh, I'm talking to this guy on the internet.
Did you hear it?
Yeah, I did that. I'll take the L on that one. That sounds terrible. I would like to hear the entire
Lauren, thank you
clip
so much for the $5.
and what
Yeah, so-
exactly was going on there.
That's what he was talking about. That's specifically him just bragging about walking into changing rooms of naked teenage girls.
Okay. Well, that sounds bad. I agree.
Yeah. So so why would you vote for a guy like that?
Again, I would have to hear more context on it, but I mean, the point still stands at the end of the day is that if you went and vetted all of these politicians and held them to the same standard, I don't think you'd find one with a better track record than Trump's. Maybe
That's
Ron
just
Paul
that
or
is
Rand Paul?
insane. I'm sorry to say, but that's insane.
How?
That is so insane.
Who?
Held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. Said you dated 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Says he has sex in common with his daughter. Said, yeah, to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece fast. Calls his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. Right? He's cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one, the corn star, while his wife was pregnant. He specifically, right,
What
didn't do
about
any of
Biden
the.
taking showers with his,
can I
like,
please
teen daughter?
finish? Can I please
Yeah,
finish?
go ahead, go ahead.
And also, what you're referencing again has not been confirmed specifically. I appreciate the hint, Art, even though he's not our candidate as well.
Right,
So
but I'm
again,
just-
let me
go ahead.
reference specifically,
Yep.
as it relates to Trump. We can also reference with Donald Trump that he wants to terminate the Constitution. Right? We can also reference with Trump that he wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country. They didn't rent to black people in 1973. Called for the execution
That
of
was
Central Park
confirmed false.
5.
We had black people as tenants.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Yes,
He
true.
literally they literally specifically sent testers there who were black and testers there who were white. They told the white individuals that there were openings and the black individuals that there were not.
You know what the scissors are?
I don't. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah.
that
So
was-
again, there were testers that went there that were white and testers that went there that were black. I appreciate the Henry. Thank you so much. They told the white individuals that there were openings, and they told people who were black that there were not openings at the same very time. Same conditions, same criteria.
Okay.
Randy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I
And
really
if
appreciate
you-
it. Thank you.
If you look further into that case, it was proven that there was already.
Sure. What's the title?
I don't know. I can't look it up, or you can't hear me.
Okay, swipe out of the app, find it, and come back.
I mean, Trump settled the case, so nothing was proven false.
Right. Well, nothing was proven true either.
Then
Well,
why
I
did
mean,
you settle
he
the
also
case?
had to take out ads for a year in high diversity communities, letting them know when apartments were open.
How many of his employees are people of color?
I mean, this is akin to saying I've got a black friend, I can't be racist.
How is that the same thing? I mean, I get your point.
Because
right?
we
Well, if you're
clearly
saying,
said-
hey, black people work for me, therefore I'm not racist, isn't quite the dunk you think.
But if there's black people that are already renting and are already tenants there, then how can you say that they were?
You again keep restating that claim. What's the source? And Christian, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Christian. Can we
I
get
don't
some
have a
W's
computer.
for
You
Christian
do.
in the
You can
comment
look it up.
section right
I know
now?
you
Thank you
can.
so much, Christian.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying I don't have a computer. You can look it up. I know you can.
You can search it up right now while I talk to someone.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let's get someone else up here. If you want to tap the screen, I would appreciate that. Let's get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone, it will help get out to more people. But what's good, everyone joining up? Yo, Tony, are you voting Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because I'm using common sense.
What common sense?
Because our economy was horrible the last 3.5, 4 years versus now.
Okay, so what was horrible about our economy?
As of right now, gas prices, man, I could just go on and on. Groceries, insurance,
Okay, how did those go up because of the Biden-Harris administration?
because they cut that oil pipeline. I don't know all this.
The oil
detail.
pipeline? You mean you're talking about the Keystone XL portion of the pipeline,
Yeah,
which was
that's
only 8% produced and didn't affect the current supply of oil? Christina, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you.
I just look at my bank account in my retirement, and ever since he was in office, Biden was in office, everything went down. My
Wait,
Your 401k should be exploding.
yeah,
right
I know,
now.
right? Like it's literally all-time highs. What are you talking about?
no, it was at the
What are you talking
all-time
about?
highest
Look-
under Trump.
No, it wasn't. Fulman, I appreciate the $3. Thank you so much, Fulman. Where'd you get that from?
Wait, hold on. What do you want me to bring down? Okay, I'll read it. I'm live with this dude on TikTok.
Don't you dare just call Parker this dude.
This dude on
Respect to
TikTok is
Parker.
crazy, dude.
Playing the get Bachelor's going.
Where's it at? Up in the refrigerator?
Yeah, you get
All right.
Bachelor's going. I need 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, your 401k should be through the roof, brother.
It was whenever Trump was in office. It's basically the same
dude,
as it was.
What investment
3.5
company do
years
you, wait, what are you invested in your 401k?
I'm not going to tell you what I'm invested in. Why would I tell you that? What are you invested in your 401k?
I actually can't say that because of the what.
There we go. Exactly.
Again, I'm invested in like a typical thing, right? Index fund, right? That is actually increasing because it is the case that index funds pretty much are increasing across the board, right?
Right.
So I would like to know, like, I mean, you probably should. I'm just gonna let you know, you probably shouldn't go to the place you're going right now for that because you're getting cooked.
Oh, okay.
They're scamming you, bro.
Oh, okay. No, my whole thing is just watch what people do, not what they say. I don't care about Trump's past or
Yeah, watch what he
whatever
does.
he's done or this and that to people.
So you don't
or-
care what he does? You just said care about what they do and not what they say.
Yeah, I said watch what people do, not what they say. Whenever he was in office, the economy was better. Everything was better all
If
around.
Kamala Harris said she wants to terminate the Constitution, would you vote for her?
If what?
If Kamala Harris said she wants to terminate all articles in the Constitution, would you not vote for her?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, so why would you vote for Trump, who said he wants to terminate all articles in the Constitution?
What do you need a fork? Oh, here, I'll take it back up.
Again, Tony, would you vote for someone who wanted to terminate all articles in the Constitution?
No, dude, I wouldn't vote for that.
So Trump literally explicitly said he wants to terminate all articles in the Constitution. Why are you voting for him?
Can you tell me why whenever I got my my home equity line of credit and during the Trump administration, it was like 1.5% versus now it's like what? I think it's almost like
What
double
was
or
that
triple.
pivot? My neck hurts. Ow.
Yeah. Can you explain why?
Explain the pivot?
Yeah.
Explain what about the pivot?
No, I'm saying that the rates for like home loans or
Yeah, you're
mortgages.
talking interest rates. Interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve, have nothing to do with the President of the United States. Push the pivot.
No.
Yep, Den, I appreciate this description. Nothing to do with the President of the United States. Sunshine, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you, I appreciate it. And Stacy, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you.
Yeah, but you just said it doesn't have anything to do with the President of the United States. Why?
Because it deals with the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is separated from the federal government in that type of way. Like they have
What is-
regulatory
what is the,
oversight, but it's mainly
Federal
determined by
Reserve
the
based on?
chairman of the Fed, which is going to be in place regardless of which president is in office. Trump already said he's going to bring back Jerome Powell.
But I'm saying, what is the Federal Reserve based on?
What do you know what the Federal Reserve is?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a question. What is it based on?
I don't know what you mean. What is it based on?
Is it? That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a question. What is the Federal
I
Reserve?
don't know what that means.
What does it go off of?
Go off of in terms of what?
That's what I just said. Hair babe, is this it?
An index to what?
That's what I just asked you. I said, what is the Federal Reserve based off of? Just a simple
board?
question. A what?
Are
They have a
you saying
board of
like who makes the determination?
Yeah.
Yeah, the board of directors. There's a chairman of the Fed, Jerome Powell.
Yeah, but why? Off of what? They have to
Why
base
off of what? Why do we have
right?
why do we have a Federal Reserve? For
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
for a dual mandate of
What is it-
maximum employment and price stability.
What's it based off of there? How did they make it?
What the fuck is this guy
Determination.
asking, dude? What is this guy? I don't know what you're asking, bro. Are you trolling me?
No,
Where's
I'm
the
not
ICO?
trolling.
What are you saying, bro?
I just asked you. So, what is the Federal Reserve based off of?
The U.S. dollar. Is that what you're trying to say?
Exactly.
What? That doesn't even make any fucking sense. What do you mean they're based off of the U.S.? That makes no sense. That statement, the Federal Reserve is based off of the U.S. dollar, makes no sense.
Okay, well, I'm asking you then, what's it based off of, if you know?
Eleni, I appreciate. Thank you so much for the dollar. I appreciate the dual mandate of price stability and maximum employment. That's its purpose. If that's what you're asking.
Okay, so can you explain why the rates went up over the last
Price
3.5 years?
instability, inflation.
Why? Why was
It
price
happened global.
instability?
Supply chain issues related to COVID.
Okay, let me ask you this. What do you think about the open order policy?
Actually, think of the $2.24. Can you tell me what policy the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that did the open borders? Please tell me.
Yeah, well, I just asked you a question first. I said, what do you think about the open border policy?
There is no open border policy.
No?
That's like asking, what do you think about unicorn farts?
Oh, okay. What do you think about the girls that were raped and killed?
What are the dude? Okay, do you think Molly Tibbetts died because of the Biden-Harris administration because she was killed by an? I'm conceptually applying. I promise you, this is conceptually relevant. Right?
You don't answer a question with a question.
I promise you, I am answering your question. I promise you, I got you. Now, Molly Tibbetts, do you think that because she was killed by an undocumented immigrant, that's the Biden-Harris administration's fault?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, well,
Correct,
she
yeah.
died under the Trump administration.
Really? How so?
Yeah, so is it Trump's fault?
When did she die?
I think it was 2018 or 2019.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I don't have all these little facts, everything at my fingertips. I'm talking about now. And this Biden-Harris.
Wait, but Molly Tibbetts died under the Trump administration. So why are you not blaming Trump? Because you said if it happens under the administration, it's their fault, and you just got cooked on this point, right? It happened under the Trump administration. It's Trump's fault.
Who did she die by?
An undocumented immigrant.
Okay, so then whose fault was it during the Biden-Harris administration that these people got killed? Was it Trump's or Biden-Harris?
I don't think it was either of their faults because I don't think that they passed policy that caused that.
Okay, so you're saying it's Trump's fault in 2018, but you're saying it's not
I'm
Biden-Harris'
saying your
fault.
reasoning indicates that it's Trump's fault.
People say they do
fact
the
checking.
craziest things, like, hey,
Annie, where did
you're doing
language?
this and that.
Wait, Annie, where did language come from?
Where did language come from? The people.
That's what society is.
I know what society is, my guy.
What are you talking about? Of course, when I'm referring to a type of language. Wait, by the way, when I'm referring to gender, when I'm referring to gender, right? I'm referring to it using language. Language is sociologically based, right? I'm using it in a sociological context the same way we use our names. She got removed for hate speech and hateful behaviors. Jesus Christ, that was crazy, dude. She doesn't have pronouns, by the way. She doesn't
I don't have pronouns. I don't have pronouns.
I do not have pronouns. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's good? I'm 20 years old, and
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, sir, I'm voting for Trump.
Why so?
All right, so I'm sure you hear about his border. That's probably the biggest reason why I'm voting for him. I'm not really a big supporter of his, but that's the reason why I'm voting for him.
Wait, say that one more time.
I'm voting for him based on his border policies.
Okay, yeah. So why did he undermine the bipartisan border bill?
They're talking about the bill that allowed more asylum seekers in the country.
It didn't allow for more into the country.
It did. Yeah, it was
it would have allowed for us to
115,000.
What?
Did we read the bill?
Where did you get that number?
So we also have that. But
no, hold
tell
on.
me why.
Stop. Where the hell did you see that number, dude?
So
what are you talking about,
dude? Hold on. I got a question. So hold on.
Dude, what? Carlos, seriously, bro. Where did you see that number? Christian, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. From Norway, Parker for president. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Carlos, where'd you go?
Dibs on AG.
That's so crazy. Bro, where did he get that number from, dude? Oh my God.
What
I
was
haven't
the
even
number
seen
that
that number. Like 15,000. He left. Oh, geez.
All right. Hey, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Did you find it?
Yeah, I found it. I think these are just projections based. I mean, I see it now. It just came out like a day ago. But yeah, I see it. I'm looking more into it. But yeah, that what you're saying does make sense for sure. So
Okay. All right. Well, appreciate you coming on, man.
yeah.
All right. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you want to be voting for Trump in 2024.
W. Parker's in the chat.
I don't know why I say in 2024 as if it's not 2024. All right, let's. That's how long I've been doing this topic. I just have it up there because I had it from before.
All right, everybody. While Parker is fishing for our next guest, you guys have done great getting us up to 1.2 million. The shares are a little light now, so I'm going to shift the focus to shares. If everybody could share it out to your least favorite friends, the people who you avoid at Thanksgiving dinner, that will help us get more guests in. So thank you.
Nova, thank you so much for the $5. What time is it, Logan?
Dunno.
Yo, Avery, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Avery. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Hey.
What's up? How old are you?
Hey,
How old are you?
I am 28.
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
I'm sorry, but did you hear when Kamala said that she would not change anything from what Joe Biden did?
Kamala, and yeah.
Yeah.
What's the issue?
Do you realize what you've been living these last 4 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not great.
Okay. So, did you know that 4 years ago under Trump's administration, we had 7.8% unemployment?
Actually, when Trump was in, our economy was pretty good.
7.8% unemployment is good?
Are you sure that's right?
Yes, I'm positive. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay. So, why do you think that Kamala, sorry,
Kamala.
am I saying her name right?
It's Kamala. You can say VP Harris as well.
Okay. Harris, why do you think that she's going to be a fit for our country? That's a question for you.
Yeah, she influenced to get passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. And she's going to expand on that by advocating for the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $50,000 tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting up. Right? She's going to advocate for $2,000 cap on pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket.
Okay, but what I'm asking you though is like when Biden was in, was your life like was your life actually good when Biden was in?
Yes. Push the boo. He's currently still president. My life is great.
He's not though.
Biden isn't president? This is breaking news.
Who's currently president, Megan? Push that mustache. Thank you, Kathy.
Where has Biden been? Is my question.
Being president of the United States. We've seen him on interviews. We've seen him talking to the press. We've seen him carry out, presidential duties. Republicans were joking about him on the beach.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Okay, who's president? Push the confetti.
Trump has been president this whole time.
So the migration crisis, that's his fault. Push that mustache. The inflation is his fault. The economy being so dog shit right now into your worldview, that's because of Trump. Push that
But
mustache.
also, if Trump is president, he can't run for a third term. So why is he running again?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I love everybody, but also if you want Kamala to be your president, you
Kamala.
are out of your fucking mind.
Kamala, wait, okay, Trump literally, under your view, constitutionally cannot be president again.
He actually can.
Okay, how? Please explain to me how he can go a third term. Push the paper crane.
He literally okay, so when Trump was in last, right? Okay, so before Biden, when he was in last,
Robert, think of the $5.
tell me that our economy was not at its best.
It wasn't. We have higher real median wages right now than Q4 2019. Higher real GDP now than we've ever had. What are you talking about? We have lower unemployment
Because
right now than we
Obama-
had at the end of Trump's administration.
Okay, so you don't think that Harris is literally getting... Okay, all I'm saying is Obama is probably in the running for now. Call me conspiracy theorist, but Obama is probably taking over for her. For Harris.
Wait, under your view, why can't he just run for president again?
Who?
Obama. Why can't he just run for president again?
He's too old.
He's younger than Trump.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is
Why can't Obama
has-
just run again? Remember, because you can run for a third term.
Then why don't... Okay, so then why doesn't Obama run again?
He can't.
Why?
Constitutionally cannot run.
The 22nd Amendment.
Push the hand heart.
So do you think Obama was a good president?
Comparative to U.S. presidents, yes. Here's the paper.
Okay, so what's your stance on the... I'm just curious. What's your
Thank you
stance
for the
on,
$0.11. Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you so
on
much.
the abortion thing?
I think you should be able to get abortion up until sentience for elective means, and then after that for scenarios in like which there's medical complications, medical necessity, grape, things like that.
So
everyone prior to sentience, and then after sentience, there would be particular exceptions.
Okay. So I'm at the point where I agree on abortion when it's necessary, but do you agree if a woman were to get pregnant that she should be able to get an abortion?
Let me give you. Yeah, she should be able to get an abortion. Absolutely. So again, as it relates to this, do you think a 10-year-old girl that gets raped should be able to get access to an abortion?
That what?
Do you think a 10-year-old girl should be forced to go through pregnancy?
No.
Okay. So why should they be able to kill it under your view?
They shouldn't.
You just contradicted yourself.
Okay, so they shouldn't be able to. So they should be illegal. They should be sent to prison for murder. She left. Jesus Christ, dude.
Time to go refill the Franzia.
By the way, everyone, new Jubilee video dropping tomorrow that I'm in, everyone. Just
Ooh,
letting y'all know.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it's
So
just
Parker,
like...
last night I made a joke about Franzia. Do you know what Franzia is?
No clue what that is.
It's boxed wine. So it's like super cheap boxed wine. Like you get like 3 liters of wine in a bottle.
What was
So,
the
you know,
joke?
so-
Oh, for like the
well,
election? Push the hand
Well,
up.
I just said that she needs to go refill her Franzia. So when I say that, I'm saying she's refilling her wine.
Oh, that makes sense. That's funny.
A
Yeah,
lot of
what's up,
people in the
Paladin?
chat got it.
Not me, apparently.
Hello.
I apologize, Chandler. Go ahead. Oh, all right.
Yeah, they just stopped talking, so I was like, okay, let me just go to the next person. And then they started talking right when I did that. It happens so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why is that?
I agree with the not having our First Amendment taken away.
Oh, okay. So Donald Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which the Supreme Court has already determined is protected by the First Amendment.
Didn't the Democrats also want to defund the police as well?
Whoa,
what was that pivot? And what defund the police meant to those particular Democrats, which typically were progressive Democrats, was the case that they wanted to reallocate police funds towards things that are better suited at crime. Better suited at fighting crime, sorry.
Okay, and where are you getting all your information from?
For which particular things?
Just everything.
What, me just citing specifically like what people had in terms of views, having the views in the past and talking to a bunch of leftists? I debate people all the time. I talk to them. So I'm just telling you like what views people typically had. And then what else are you referencing? Which I can't hear you right now, by the way.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you Antifa?
Do what?
Are you Antifa?
No.
So you're pro-fascism?
Are you?
No.
You're not. Okay.
No, I'm anti-fascism, right? So like, are you pro-fascist?
I believe in freedom of speech. What about you?
Are you pro-fascism?
No.
No? Okay, so you're Antifa?
Sure, if you think that.
Okay, all right, cool. Yo, thank you so much for the travel in the U.S. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, so you're anti people being you're against dictators, right?
The lefties like to also censor everything that we say. And there's things on here that I say that I get blocked off or censored.
So
because I can't
Donald
say
Trump
certain
wants
things.
to again. Donald Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. That is against the First Amendment. Donald Trump wants to terminate all articles in the Constitution, which includes the First Amendment.
Okay, and so you also agree with abortion, correct?
Whoa! What? Yeah. I think you should be able to get access to an abortion. Yeah.
So at 40 weeks, you think that's okay?
Okay, so at 40 weeks, it's after sentience, and there wouldn't be lethal abortions at that point. That's just
You
birth.
can actually, I've seen it. There's videos of where a woman called, I think it was in, I forgot what state, Michigan or Minnesota, somewhere. But she called in the clinic and said, I'm 40 weeks pregnant.
I've seen the clip you're referencing, and she didn't say 40 weeks, but Caitlin Bennett specifically, she's they're talking about like in terms of this, they're talking about induction of labor, right? That's typically what they're referencing in that scenario.
Well, she seemed like she was perfectly okay with it.
You will not find a doctor in the United States who's going to abort a healthy fetus on an elective basis after viability.
Literally, like you're referencing induction of labor. You can terminate a pregnancy at that point without causing the death of the fetus.
Well, I just don't agree with just to go into an abortion clinic just to have an abortion. There has to be a reason, like health risk, or you've been raped, or.
Can I give you an example? What if there's a couple that's in college, one of them gets pregnant, right? You're telling me that they shouldn't be allowed to utilize an abortion pill. That's murder, and they should go to prison.
That is murder. Shouldn't a baby? I know a baby can't speak, but shouldn't the child have a right to say, like, would you want to have been aborted?
So getting an abortion pill, they should go to prison for using an abortion pill.
Wouldn't you? You wouldn't want to be aborted,
should they go to prison for using an abortion pill?
Do what?
Should they go to prison for utilizing an abortion pill?
Yeah, you should.
So again, like a college student that gets pregnant and utilizes an abortion pill, you think should go to prison. Okay, what about women who have IUDs?
People get killed from taking even abortion pills.
What about IUDs?
What's wrong with IUDs?
Yeah, not only can they prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, which prevents a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore ending a human life at conception.
But that's better than abortion, correct?
Wait.
It is an abortion.
Yes, it is, because like, for example, right, it kills the zygote. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. It's a lethal killing of it. So you think that's not murder?
No, it's basically a birth control.
Okay, why is abortion murder?
Because you're killing a live fetus. It's a human being. It has a heart.
What is it? What is a human being?
Do what?
What is a human being?
A person?
Yeah,
That's
what is
alive?
a person? What is a person?
Like you and I?
Yeah, can you define it? Can you define what a person is?
Why do I need to define what a person is? It has a heartbeat, just like everybody else that's standing right here.
So do you heartbeat determines life? So you disagree with most biologists. Not only do you disagree with most biologists, but you think families shouldn't be able to pull the plug on individuals in their family that are
Well,
brain
I would
dead?
like to know too. Why do you believe in
Brooke,
abortion?
I want you to listen. So do you think that a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
Well, the person is pretty much brain dead. They're gone.
Okay, wait, but they still have a heartbeat. Push the boo.
but they're dead. The thing that's keeping them alive is the machine.
So there are comatose patients. Appreciate the booth. Thank you so much. That rely on a machine. My dad,
I'm not saying I 100%.
After getting COVID, relied on a machine, and he didn't, and he was still living.
I'm not saying I 100% don't believe in abortions. Like I said, I believe in it if you've been raped or if there's something wrong with the child.
No, you're just completely pivoting. I'm asking you, why is it okay to pull the plug on the individual in the family that's brain dead, but not to get an abortion at, say, 10 weeks?
I think y'all looking way too far into this.
Wow, nice response. Good argument, Brooke.
Yeah.
What's the relevant difference that means you are going to make one illegal but not the other one? Push the confetti.
Like I said, I don't know if you're listening to me. I've already told you why about abortion and what I think. And Trump is leaving it to the states, not for him to decide.
Yeah, which gets rid of the federal protections for rape victims to get access to abortion.
And I love that's how y'all talk about is abortion all the time, because that's all y'all can ever talk about.
You literally picked this topic.
You brought it up.
I did, because that's all y'all talk about.
You brought it up.
Okay. Well, it was brought up earlier too, so bring it up again, because that's all y'all talk about.
I haven't talked about it that much, but we should, because it's important, right? Women's rights is very important, and it's crazy for you to say that women's rights are less important, right, than zygotes' rights. That's crazy. Than fucking embryos' rights.
Well, it's kind of crazy too how y'all complain about Trump deciding that when he doesn't even decide it. It's the states.
Yeah, because he left it up to the states, which inevitably restricted people's access to abortion, when for 50 years it was protected prior.
Okay.
Why should women in Idaho have less rights than women in California? Why should women in Texas, right, in Georgia have less rights? Texas. Confetti have less rights than women in California.
You said Texas has less rights than California?
Yes. For women, less rights.
Well, go fly to California then.
Yeah, because that's something that someone can do across the board. What about the Biden OSHA mandate that you guys were so mad about, that had the ability to test specifically? Like, you guys were like, oh, you can't just move to another company if you're in a company that has over 100 employees. That's too much. But when it comes to this, now you're like, oh, just move states. What? Who's going to be able to do that? Do you just move a state? You think all the women should just leave?
But you're not a woman, though, so you don't understand unless you are.
Wait, so you being a woman means that it's like justified for you to take away other women's rights? Push the hand art. What? Why? Push the boiling cauldron.
What? Why? What?
Why does that justify you taking away women's rights? I don't understand what that argument was.
Don't think you should take away women's right. Everyone has a right.
You are. You're quite literally taking
anything.
away women's rights to get access to abortion.
I don't think you should just get an abortion just to get an abortion. Like, that's not...
They're not doing it just to get an abortion. They're not doing it for the fuck of it. They're doing
People
it for
do it all the
legitimate reasons.
time.
Like, for example, right, the kids that I'm referencing in college, push the boo, they're doing it because they're not financially ready yet. Push the boxing gloves. And that makes total fucking sense to me. Push the boo. Thank you so much. That could be applicable to my life, right? You know what I mean? Like you understand that it could be the case that's my girlfriend or that my sister, right, would have to get access to an abortion. Right, and I think they should be able to get access to an abortion. I don't think they should go to prison because they did. I don't think they're a murderer. Push the boo. Kelsey, push the $5. Thank you so much. But you want to denigrate them. You want to act like they're terrible people because they got access to an abortion for financial means because they're not ready yet? In a society where you don't want to provide universal health care, where you don't want to provide housing for people, I push the good evening. You don't want to provide child care? Where are Republicans taking care of the children when they're outside of the womb? Because damn well they care more about them when they're inside of the womb and it means controlling women. That's when they care about it.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. But I'm going to go ahead and go to bed because my 4-year-old
Where's
that I
the
love
hand
so
heart?
much that is still here needs to go to bed.
You
so.
want a higher child tax credit? Vote for Kamala Harris, who's going to give you a higher child tax credit. Is going to make it easier for you to take care of your kids.
Kamala Harris hasn't
Where's
done
the money
anything.
gone? She's advocating for that right now. Yes, she has done things. The $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. I push the cap. The expanding access to broadband to high speed or to rural communities, specifically to make their or to create universal access to broadband. That's what Kamala Harris is advocating for, and that's what she's passed, right? Because of what she's influenced to get done.
Oh, and Biden backed out? What happened to that? Why would he back out?
Biden backed out specifically because it is the case that
Because he couldn't handle it because he has dementia.
Because he doesn't have dementia, but he realized that she has a better shot at winning than he does. Right? And he cares more about the country than he cares keeping himself in political office. Appreciate the ICU, thank you so much. Which is not something that can be said about people like Donald Trump. That is a real patriot action, right? To care more about what is going to be done for this country, care more about beating Donald Trump than caring about putting yourself in the political office. That is what someone who does when they care about this country. Okay? Donald Trump does not give a shit about this country. Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump.
Okay, what makes you think Harris gives a shit?
Amanda, think of the $5. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Think of the $5
Because
her policies actually
she
affect
said that-
Americans across the board. They're not just targeted towards people who are rich. They're here to benefit middle class Americans. They're here to benefit lower class Americans. Appreciate the confetti. They're here to benefit people who need to buy houses, people who want to start businesses. Appreciate the
Didn't
Kelsey.
she
Thank you so
also
much.
say she believes in women's rights? But why is everything so high, including diapers, formula, that women can't even afford?
Yeah. So again, I think that the pricing is not related to the Biden-Harris administration, but who's more likely to advocate for universal health care that's going to make sure that women have access to those particular types of products? Is it going to be the person that has a concept of a plan 9 years into running for president of the United States? Or is it going to be the woman that wants to codify Roe versus Wade and wants to expand access to health care through the ACA? Appreciate the hand heart.
Well, things have been worse because I live in Houston and there's more criminals coming in here from Mexico.
If you don't want criminals in the country, why do you want them in the Oval Office?
Do
Appreciate
what?
the boo. If you don't want criminals in the country, why do you want them in the Oval Office?
Well, Trump's going to stop that. He's been building
We need
the
to put
border.
up a very big wall, a greatly big wall, an incredibly big wall, right? That keeps all of the criminals out of the Oval Office. That's the wall we need.
Also, Houston's had a 24% reduction in homicides and a 25% reduction in violent crime from 23 to 24.
There's way more crimes here since Harris and Obama has been.
Why do you think that's immigrants? Immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than natural born U.S. citizens. So if there's an influx of immigration, you would expect a decrease in the level of crime, right? Because for crime rate. Appreciate the hand heart. So there might be nominally more crimes because there's a higher population, but proportionally there's less per person. Because again, immigrants and undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than natural born U.S. citizens.
So you're okay with not, I don't know if I can say the word. It starts the G-U-N. I don't know which all.
Yeah. I appreciate this super hard. Thank you so much. Do you think that violent offenders should be able to get access to guns?
I believe there should be because
You think
you
violent
should not
offenders
have it taken your
should
First Amendment taken away.
So you think violent offenders should be able to get access to guns? Do you think people in prison should be able to get access to guns?
No, felons should not be able to get guns.
If felons should be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? Yeah,
But
let's
do
trust
you
a guy
think-
who's a felon, who's a proven sexual abuser, and who wanted to nuke hurricanes with access to the nuclear codes? Are you crazy?
Okay, talking about Trump that has felons, like how he's never had one felon until like all of a sudden has how many felons now? 30, what is it? 37, 38?
34.
Okay. Like how all of a sudden just like bam, just
'Cause he
get
broke
that
the
many
law.
felons. Because he was running for president.
So
'Cause he
again, you
broke the
don't.
law.
Yeah, you don't think felons should be
Is
able
it
to get
what?
access. Go ahead.
I couldn't hear what the other guy was saying.
Yeah,
He
go
was-
ahead, Law.
He broke the law, therefore he's been convicted of felonies.
Okay, so you don't think Biden or Harris did the same as well?
Do
No.
I think they falsified business records, paying business money, guising it as a legal retainer to a porn star? No, I don't think Biden or Harris did that.
Where was the proof behind all that? They even hid the
It was
documents or something
determined in
like
a
that.
criminal court.
11 invoices from the Donald Trump organization. 11 checks paid to those invoices, including 7 checks with Donald Trump's own signature on them, and 12 false business ledger entries.
But kind of off subject a little bit. But like Hillary Clinton, what about her documents?
Rachel,
that
think of the $5. Are you talking about the Steele dossier?
Yeah. What happened? Why would she hide that?
What type of pivot is that? Wait, what criminal liability
this
did
is
she
all
receive?
under, like, the Clinton, Biden
what criminal liability did she receive from that?
She got nothing.
What are you arguing? Okay.
I'm just saying they're all corrupt, is what I'm saying.
No. Kamala. What evidence is Kamala Harris corrupt? What evidence shows that?
She acts like she's black. She's not. She acts like
she is black.
Okay, she's Indian.
And
So when she's a
Afro-Jamaican. You understand
so
that
when she's-
her dad is Afro-Jamaican and her mom is Indian. So you
So when
understand that you can be both black and Indian simultaneously? Black and Asian?
But that's not where she's from. She wasn't born and raised there.
So do you think he's black?
Who's that?
Do you think he's black?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's Kamala Harris's dad. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, but then she acts like she's Indian, and then she acts
What
like
do you mean
she
acts like she's Indian? What does that mean? And she is Indian. What does it mean to act like you're Indian?
But she acts like everybody. Like whenever she's around like Asian
acts
people,
like everybody?
she acts like she's Asian.
Where'd you get that from?
There's videos of clips
Wait, what
of
does
her.
it mean?
Like,
What does it
when
mean
she's
to
around-
act like you're Asian? Can you tell me how it means to act like you're Asian?
Like she tries to talk like their language. Like just
Tries to talk their language? Whose
Like how-
language? Asian isn't a language. Push the hat mustache. And she's also Asian. I'm just letting you know.
when she's around black people, she tries to talk black. When she's around Indian people, she tries to talk Indian. When she's around,
Brooke, what continent is India located in?
there's videos of it. There's clips with everything. Whenever she's around those people,
Brooke, what continent is India located in?
what does it matter?
You don't know? You don't know the continent that India is
Did I
located in?
say that?
Okay, what's the
But
continent
I'm
India is
asking
located
you,
in?
what does it matter?
What is the continent India is located in?
Dude, this is lame. Okay, I gotta go because my 4-year-old needs to go to bed.
Come on, answer the question.
What?
What continent?
Asia.
Okay, so she's Asian. So what do you mean she's acting Asian? What do you mean she's acting Indian? What does that even fucking mean? Not only is she Indian and Asian, but it is the case that what does it mean to act that way? That doesn't make any sense.
It's like she talks when she's around a bunch of black people, she talks like black. And when she's around
talks black? How do you talk black?
Hispanics, she talks like she's
How do you
Hispanic.
talk black? Can you tell me how you talk black?
I can't say that because I don't do that.
So you can't tell me. What does that even I don't even know what it
You
means
can
to
look it
talk
up.
black.
You can just
how
look
how
it
can
up.
you talk a race? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, then you can look it up because I can't tell you how it
Are you saying she code switches to like African American vernacular English? Which is a
Yeah, I gotta go to. I
type
gotta
of
take my
vernacular?
4-year-old to bed.
Vernacular English? Which is a
Yeah, I gotta go to. I gotta take.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. She's crazy, dude. That's like insane. Daniel, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much, Cherry. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5. Shelly, thank you for the $5. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. And Kelsey, thank you for the $5. You what's a Paladin? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you for the cap. Thank you so much. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Share the live. Comment in the comment section if you have not already. Follow me if you haven't already. Everyone tap that screen. Let's run it up to
It's
2
that
million
time,
likes.
guys. Two times. Fill up the bar 2 times. That'll get Parker well over 2 million. So 30 seconds. Power tap. Let's do it.
Yeah, what's the Paladin?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm not sure, but I'm actually good friends with Chris.
I'm sorry. I'm just looking for people who are voting for Trump. Appreciate you. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry. I'm Harris.
Oh, don't worry. Appreciate you coming up. Let's get this next
Thanks for
individual up
tapping,
here.
Maureen. You're doing your job.
W Marine. Neo, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all.
This is crazy.
All right. Let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much, Blue. All right, I didn't accept that person. Let me try the next. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. We're almost there, everyone.
You guys are crushing it. I'm so proud of all of you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I think so.
Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. I appreciate all tea. Thank you. All right, why so?
So I agree with Harris when it comes to climate change, abortion, all that stuff, because obviously I agree with that. I think it all comes down to priority, I guess. And I think it's just the fact that she wants to do free college and is giving the money to all the immigrants and stuff. It's just like it's so hard for us to even to get disability right now. And the inflation is so high. It's like, that's what I'm worried about the most right now, is because it's just so unaffordable to live right now.
Okay.
And they're trying to give money to like all of the immigrants coming in right now. And I'm dating somebody who comes from a Mexican immigrant family, and like they're even voting Trump because they don't agree with it either.
So listen, there's no federal policy giving money to like undocumented immigrants. There's no federal money given specifically for what you're referencing. Ellie, I appreciate. Thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. As it relates
so
to
like, where's the money coming
as it
from?
relates
Then?
to yeah, you're talking state policies for like legal migrants. Okay, so it's just a state policy. And then also in terms of disability, who's more likely to expand access to disability funds, right? It's and social services for people who have disabilities. It's going to be Democrats. It's going to be Harris. It's not going to be Trump, the guy who made fun of a disabled reporter.
Yeah, well, from somebody who's been trying to get disability, it's been so hard. And since Biden's been in office, like they said, they keep telling me like it's harder nowadays. Like it takes you like 9 times.
Thank you so much, Chris.
They said there's just so many people that are unemployed because of like long COVID and stuff like that, like the long lasting effects from COVID. It's just really tough right now. So I guess that's why I'm leaning towards Trump right now, is because I'm just like struggling while Biden's in office right now. I don't know completely, to be honest, if it is because of Biden, but I just know I've been struggling
it doesn't seem like it's related to Biden, right?
Okay, so is that just like a state thing?
Yeah, so it very well could be. As it relates to that, I don't see anything that the Biden-Harris administration did to make it harder. If anything, we can point to things that they did specifically to like make it easier to get access, right? To that. Do you live in a red state?
So could she help in that aspect?
Do you live in a red state by chance?
No, it's a Democrat state.
Okay. What state is that?
Massachusetts.
Okay, so in Massachusetts, so it's unlikely that Massachusetts cut access to disability.
It's
you're just cut out. I can't hear you.
Is it Social Security disability?
Yeah.
That you're trying to get?
So like I got COVID and I've been struggling ever since. Like, and they because it's this invisible illness, it's so hard for you to get the disability on it. But there's so many people I've been joining groups, like there's so many people with long COVID, like they said unemployment is really high right now because that there's so many people who are dealing with this sickness right now, and like we're struggling to even get money or to get disability from it. It's just
right,
been
but where did you apply for disability benefits?
For the state. So like when you're
so Biden and Harris would not have any impact on that at all.
So it's just the states.
JW, thank you so much for the 50 subs.
If you're applying for
I don't want to sound uneducated and embarrass myself, but like I assumed it's because of
WJW's in the chat. Thank you so much, JW. I really appreciate the 50 subs. Let's get some W's for JW in the chat.
Well, yeah, Amber, I want you to get the help that you need, but if you're applying with your state, that's nothing to do with the federal government. So either Biden or Trump or Harris would have no impact on that.
Okay. Well, honestly, to be honest, most of my information I've been getting is through like my parents who are like Trump supporters. I've always been like a liberal, like kind of in the middle, no side or anything. I just go for whoever's like more to my needs at the time. And I think because my parents are like Trump supporters, they're always like, oh, all these immigrants are coming over and stuff. And they're like taking all the money and stuff. So I guess I just kind of listen to that at the end of the day.
Okay,
but
again, Social Security is less likely to go insolvent if we have more immigration. So if you want Social Security to stay around, if you want there to be greater access to these services, you understand Donald Trump cutting immigration from the country and trying to do, I appreciate the stage, thank you so much. That is going to hurt your chances at being able to get your Social Security. Appreciate the Galaxy, thank you so much, I appreciate it.
wait, so
Hurt my
cutting
chances at-
immigration?
Yeah,
Cutting
cutting
immigration?
immigration hurts our funding towards Social Security because a huge reason why our labor force is increasing, 5.5 million by 2034, is because of immigration, which adds 7 trillion to our GDP and 1 trillion to federal revenues, which again makes it less likely for things like Medicare, Social Security to fail because a higher percentage of there's a higher labor force participation rate for immigrants comparative to natural born U.S. citizens. Right. So actually, immigrants provide more to our economy than they take out of it, and they help pay for people on Medicare and Social Security. So actually, it's vital that we have immigration. And Donald
So
Trump's
how-
threats
like,
at
where
trying to
did we get the
dehumanize
information?
immigrants from
Where did we
the
get the information that they're
congressional
working
budget,
and
the
that if
congressional
they're not
budget,
working?
congressional budget office, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So it tells us like the percentage of how many of these
Yeah,
people are
so
working.
Bureau of Labor Statistics will indicate to us the labor force participation rate, and then Congressional Budget Office indicates to us a 7 trillion increase in GDP and 1 trillion increase in federal revenue, mainly attributed to immigration, right? Because there's an increase in the labor force by 5.5 million. Appreciate the heart. Thank you so much. Allie, thank you so much for the $5. And Chandler, thank you so much for the $50 for I was having Parker live debate with Charles today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're here. Don't worry. We're here.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to look into that stuff then, because that's really what my main concern was. Because I was with Harris on obviously on abortion because I think that's humane. Like obviously, I'm a female. I agree with abortion. Yeah, and
Compared to the
climate
guy-
change. I'm
compared
big
to
on
the guy
climate
who's
change.
willing
And
to
I know
sign the
Trump
bill.
doesn't believe in that stupid climate change stuff, which is why I don't like him because of that. But
Yeah,
But,
Amber, send me a DM. I've got some people who can help. Maybe I don't know about the Massachusetts stuff, but with a Social Security disability claim, send me a DM and I can hook you up. I want to make sure you get that taken care of. But honestly, so much of what you're hearing is just wrong, and I wish we could have more time to flesh that out. But Parker wants to get to some hardcore debates. But send me a DM. I'm happy to talk to you.
yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
For sure. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Amber?
No, I just kind of wanted to like see like the stance on like that part of everything, the immigration and stuff.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Rick Honey, you think I'm paid by the Kamala Harris Foundation? And thank you, by the way, Chris, for the raid. I really appreciate that, Chris. Rick, do you think I'm paid by the Kamala Harris Foundation?
You're damn right you are.
What makes you think that? What makes you think that? Johnny, I appreciate the money gun. Hello, Rick? Okay. All right, interesting. Rick, you there?
Yo,
Yeah, Daniel, are you voting Trump?
am I voting Trump? Yeah.
Are you driving? Lowell, up your subscription.
No, my friend's driving.
Okay, so why are you voting Trump?
Why am I voting Trump? I think he has better border policies, and I think just overall taxes.
Yeah, so, okay, so you think taxes are too high right now?
I actually do.
We're currently under Trump tax policy.
Okay, so why are we under Trump tax policy if Biden is president?
JW, thank you so much for the 25 subscriptions. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, JW. Thank you so much. Some W's for JW in the comments, because it is the case that it's applicable through Congress until mostly through 2025, and then there are some that are permanent.
Oh, okay. So, well, let me think of a question. Let me think of something. Okay, wait. What are these people? Law of the and Rick.
Okay. All right. We'll just go to the next person. Rick, are you there? What happened to Rick? Okay. Lori, are you voting Trump?
Yes.
That's like an 8-year-old.
What do you mean you're gonna vote?
Give your mom back her phone.
Jeez, bro, that's crazy. That was a fetus, a literal zygote. Bobby, thank you so much for the $10 to my favorite TikTok, Kamala. Love Kamala headquarters. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Amy, thank you so much for the $5. Marisa, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for letting them know, Parker. Allie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I represent people in court fighting for the disability benefits. Trump was a disaster for the SSD program. Oh, thank you so much, Allie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, Emily, are you voting Trump?
So I was
How old are
going to. I'm at 19.
Okay. What's your birth year?
October 13th, 2005.
Okay. So you're not voting for him anymore?
No, I was watching your live and you actually changed my mind.
W. Emily, thank you so much. I'm sorry I am going to people on who disagree, but I appreciate you so much. Can we get some W's for Emily in the chat right now? W's for Emily in the chat. We'd love to hear that. We'd love to hear that.
Awesome, Emily.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I already voted.
Oh, you already voted?
Yeah. But I
You're lost, kid. You're lost. All right, yo, thank you so much. I appreciate the booth. Thank you so much. Again, go get out and early vote for Harris. Only for Harris. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
What month? August.
You'd be 19.
You'd be 19. Good call.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Who you talking
Hello?
to?
Yeah, you.
Oh, 55.
You voting Trump?
29th, 1969. So definitely 55.
Are you voting Trump?
We believe you.
Fuck yeah.
Why so?
Makes sense. I mean, did you watch that interview last night? That was amazing.
Oh,
Amazing.
you talking about Joe Rogan?
Oh my God, yes, come on. That was lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, name one good point he made.
So you didn't watch it?
No, just name one good point he made.
Oh, literally when he began even just dabbling into talking about how the economy was. I mean, it was like Joe actually, I mean, I will admit Joe saved him a couple times. I was like, God, we always blame the mainstream media for saving Kamala. Joe did it a couple times last night. He did save him.
So can you name
That's
one
so
good
cute.
point that Trump made?
It's so cute. Do you is that your only sense of power is doing name correction? I mean, it's not intentional.
Sean, I'm just making sure that you do say it correctly. That's all I'm
you do
doing.
it so disingenuously. It's almost like that's your power.
How do I fix what? Me perfecting
It's not on
your
you to fix it. This is not your. It's not on you to fix it. Is that your hill you want to die on? Grammar correction.
So yeah. If you're engaging in something that's microaggressive and you purposely don't give a shit about it, yeah, I think that's fucked up.
It's not microaggressive. It's
Yes,
just
it is.
a
It absolutely is. If you're
genuine
purposefully,
self-style.
if you are purposefully misusing her name, it is
You just said
microaggressive.
purposely again. You literally just said purposely.
You
again.
are at this point.
You're now presuming. It's
Yeah. So
it's
you didn't.
disingenuous.
Okay. So then, can you say Kamala?
Kamala. There we
Okay.
go.
Well, then there you go. That's all it is. If it's not intentional, then there's no problem, right? I'll
No, but
just
it's
tell you
how
the
you
I'll tell you the
correct it.
fix. That's fine.
But you correct it as if someone's intentionally
elephant.
being disingenuous.
Okay,
It's
I'm
just-
correcting you just so you know what the correct pronunciation is, so that you in the future can do it. You're getting very defensive because you realize what you were doing. So
Oh, no.
it's fine. If you
Humor.
didn't purposefully do it, it's fine. Right? You can just say
Yeah.
the correct pronunciation next time.
Yeah. So, and also, I think what he did really, really well was.
You name one good point that Trump made. You have yet to give me one good point.
I already did that. You
What-
just
what
got
was the good
you got
point?
lost in grammar police.
Where's the
So
corgi? What good?
way to go,
what good
bud.
point?
Peace out. Love you. Gotta
you,
go.
you still didn't give me a good point. You didn't
Yeah, I
answer the
did.
question for
You just-
standard.
you got
You
stuck
didn't
in grammar
play it.
police.
Tell me.
Yeah, play it back.
Tell
Play
me.
it back
Are you gonna
home.
run? Are you gonna run to your little safe space? You MAGA snowflake.
Wow, why do you get so like you get name cally and you blame
that
Trump
mustache?
being name cally?
You get
I
so
don't get it.
name cally. Oh my god! Can you tell me an answer? Because you didn't give me an answer, and you're gonna run
So-
away because you know that you don't have an answer.
Well, if I run, I'm going to run to my big fat boat on my big fat nice life, so I'm not worried about it. I'll go melt.
What? You're so egotistical. I'm gonna run to my big boat. My big boat. It's so great. It's so very big. Incredibly big. You've never seen such a big boat. So very big.
Oh, I enjoyed your conversation with Shapiro. By the way, that was it was cute. It was cute.
Yeah, do you want to give me 1 point that that Trump made in the Joe Rogan thing? Just give me one. If you just tell me it, I won't make a big deal about it.
Okay, so his discussion of the economy, it was a great discussion. How he talked about the efficacy of tariffs and how other nations have actually used tariffs too. It was really, really well put. It was the first time I actually heard him use something substantive when he was actually discussing tariffs instead of, tariffs.
What was the substantive an example?
The comparison he made to how Europe uses tariffs. It was great.
Wait, they don't use tariffs to 10 to 20%.
Oh my God.
That wouldn't be a substantive point if they don't use tariffs 10 to 20%.
It was so good. The use of tariffs, whether you want to put a number on it on how a European country, I mean, you can't compare apples and oranges when you're talking Europe and the United States. I mean, you're talking Europe that pays literally 200% less for pharmaceuticals than we do here too. So how they execute.
I wonder why. Christian, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much. And Sarah, thank you so much for the $50 for big boats. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Sarah. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you.
I thank you, Sarah, as well. Give me some too, sis. But
you apparently have a big boat. Why are you asking for money?
Well, it's because gas is expensive.
Okay. So why didn't you get an electric boat?
Ask a dumb question, bro. That's all I'm saying. So
why didn't you get an electric boat? Davion, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
Why am I getting an electric boat? I don't even understand. I mean, why?
So that you don't have to pay for the gas.
Seattle's not super keen
Oh
on...
no, he's scared that the batteries are gonna
You might have to jump to a shark.
Seattle is not exactly as pro electric vehicle as you would imagine. So Seattle's actually quite anti electric vehicle at current. So an electric
that doesn't change anything.
I don't think that was the intention, but anyway, so I made a valid point. So there we go. I rolled it back and it was good.
I still don't know what the substantive point that Trump made about tariffs.
I don't think if you heard the substantive point and somebody laid it out in front of you that you would actually acknowledge it was anyway. So
I would acknowledge it. I would acknowledge it. If he made a substantive point, I would acknowledge it, but there's no substantive point that he outlined.
So you don't think the European comparison of the efficacy of tariffs?
Where was it efficacious?
So I'm looking at the transcript of the interview now, and
it doesn't say that, right?
The only mention of Europe is when he's talking about repatriation of money.
Yeah, from what I saw, the only example he brought up for tariffs was like how we used to use tariffs in the past in like the 1800s, and he was also claiming that we had like a better economy then, which is fucking insane. It's so insane.
Well,
back when you could have lots of free labor.
It would be. Oh wow, you went there. That was low-hanging fruit, man. Don't go there.
What we're pointing out is that literally slavery existed at that time, and he was saying that it was good during the slavery times. That's the point that we're bringing up.
That's
how disgusting his point is.
Yeah, right. No, do you think that was the crux of his point? I mean, honestly, do you really believe that's the crux of his point? And then he's literally
I believe that's within his point. If he's claiming it was a good point in history that we were so wealthy when there was slavery that existed at that point, yeah, I think that's going to be a really bad thing to bring up. One, because it's not even true, and two, because it seems like he's like trying to portray that point of American history as something that we should look good upon.
So then do you view the economy at current as good?
Like currently, like in terms of what respect?
At current, like if you just took standardized of the metrics, would you say that
comparative to other nations? Yes, we're doing pretty good.
Okay, so you say the economy standard. So would you then say that it's fair that Trump rode the back of the Obama economy?
I think it was a lot of the growth of his economy came from a trend prior.
Okay, then would you parallel that and then say that it is possible that Biden has experienced a net benefit of the Trump economy?
So like that would be unlikely because we're referencing COVID, right? COVID at the end of the Trump administration completely devastated the economy. Okay. So there were some trends that exist in the American economy that predated predated like Biden, of course. Like he was another driving force of every aspect of the economy, but he inherited an economy that wasn't doing great. We're talking 6.4% unemployment. We're talking a global pandemic. Okay, Donald Trump, he literally got an economy that was already trending up. He got an economy that had relatively low unemployment. He had an economy that had rising wages. JW, thank you for all the subscriptions. Thank you so much, JW. JW's going off right now. Can we get some W's for JW in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, JW. So that's the economy that Trump inherited versus the economy that the Biden-Harris administration inherited. And I'm not saying that Obama made all of the growth possible. That's not what I'm saying, right? Sure. What I'm saying is that there were conditions that existed under Obama's economy that then were carried over under Trump, and Trump didn't cause that.
Right. No, and I actually agree with you on that. So I just want to, because I've taken a lot of your time. Thanks for the chat. I want to ask you this though, real question. In the heart of hearts, because right now the current talking point is unverified. So I just want to put that out there. It's unverified. Now, I'm not saying there's no credibility to the people that are saying it, but the whole Hitler narrative right now is this is the new one. His admiration for Hitler. Loves Hitler, wants to be Hitler, should think like Hitler, fascist.
He wanted generals like Hitler's. Right. JW with the 30 subs again. Let's get some W's for JW in the comment section right now for the 30 subs. Thank you so much, JW.
How do you do that? How do you get 30 subs? I don't even want to talk about that. Anyway.
They gift multiple subs at once.
Okay. So do you really believe that day one he's going to demand a loyalty of a field of generals, that he's going to act like Hitler, act like a fascist, and literally, I mean, is that genuinely your belief system after 4 years of already having him in office?
Yeah,
do you
I mean, ideologically, he definitely meets up with fascism a lot. Appreciate this, super. Thank you so much. Right? Like, do you know what the 14 points of fascism is?
No, I understand, but I'm saying, do you genuinely that he'll execute that? I mean, as
much as the Constitution allows for him.
Okay, so you think a Tulsi Gabbard, an RFK, an Elon Musk, all the primaries that are standing out and kind of vocalizing their particular reasons of why they're aligning with Trump, which really doesn't have anything to do with Trump himself as much as their ability to execute big pharma, ending wars, an audit of the government that would save us all money. Do you believe that those people would endorse that kind of mindset? And stand along somebody.
Go back over what you just said. All I heard was audit. What was else? Paul, think of the subscription.
I'm saying that who Trump is aligning himself with in the independent,
who Trump's aligning himself with? Yeah, the people who literally said he was unfit to be president, a threat to democracy, laughing fool to countries of foreign leaders around the world. Right, said that veterans are suckers and losers. Called him a fascist.
But you're saying things. None of those that are the veterans and suckers are losers. It's an unsubstantiated point.
It's not. A 4-star general indicated that he said that.
Right, but it's unsubstantiated. Doesn't have a
unsubstantiated.
He doesn't have a recording. He doesn't have a track.
Who's more trustworthy, Donald Trump or a 4-star general?
Okay, are 50 CIA agents?
Pursue power.
Are 50 CIA agents who said that the Hunter laptop was fake and Russian disinformation? Before they were proven discredited, we would have said they were valid, right? They're CIA. They should be good.
Yeah, until you have evidence to believe otherwise. So we have no evidence to believe that John Kelly is lying.
We don't have
evidence. We only have evidence to indicate that he's trustworthy.
What evidence is that?
Again, that he's a 4-star general. That means he's typically trustworthy. More trustworthy than what we'd see with Trump. We know that Trump has 30,000 confirmed lies. We know that Donald Trump lied about sexually abusing a woman. We know that Donald Trump lies about the 2020 election. Donald Trump lies consistently over and over again about how tariffs work. Push the boo. He lies all the time, right? His character is compatible with lying. Whereas, again, we have less reason to believe that John Kelly is lying. Autumn, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Annie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So when Trump wins,
Devin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
So when Trump wins, is there a genuine concern that he's going to?
When Trump wins, pursue the coffee. How do you know that?
Oh, it's
inside. Take the description.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a foregone conclusion, but the only conspiracy theory that I hold on to right now is that there's polling.
Push the ICU. Thank you so much. Do you think the 2020 election was stolen? Push the manifesting.
Do I think? No, I do not think it was stolen.
Okay, so then why are you voting for a candidate that literally got tens of millions of people to believe the last election was stolen when there's no sufficient evidence to indicate that?
Okay, well, I didn't say. I think stolen is. It's semantics. Do I think there was a significant amount of, when people say that judges wouldn't take the case, they took it on no merit. So do I believe that 2020 was adjudicated thoroughly? No. And you can't say it is either. It wasn't adjudicated thoroughly.
Oh, okay. So what proper processes should we have done that we didn't do?
When cases are brought and they're saying that we're not going to hear these on no merit.
Wait, so like, why is that not legitimate?
That's not a proper adjudication. That is not.
Okay.
Hey, we're saying
wait.
there's
You
nothing here.
mean the people that were coming up weren't giving sufficient basis to justify their claims, right? Therefore, there's no basis for it.
Merit is not basis.
What does merit mean?
So merit, when you're bringing a case and you have merit, they're saying that the proper people who should be bringing this case are refusing to bring this case. Now, whatever reason they're choosing to do it, whatever. But merit
standing.
So
you're talking about standing. Standing is basis, right? That's what we're talking about.
Merit is, no, right. But they were thrown out because of merit.
What does merit mean?
So merit. So when you're bringing a case, that case has to have merit, and you have to have proper. Basically,
no,
you
what
have to.
What do you mean by merit?
What do you mean? What do I mean by merit? I'm trying to explain. I'm on round 3. But anyway, I mean, it's neither here nor there. If you can honestly say that the 2020 election, granted,
don't change the topic. What is merit?
No, I'm not changing the topic. I'm actually
define merit.
We're getting pulled into the weeds. I'm not going with you.
What I'm saying, you're going to define merit. I'll kick you from the stream.
If you don't kick me, dude, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
Again,
bye.
vote, peace, loser.
Okay.
Yeah, there's failure to state a claim, which might be merit, and there's standing. But there are states. Arizona had an evidentiary hearing. Nevada had like a 9-hour evidentiary hearing before they dismissed the case for failure to state a claim for which the plaintiffs can seek relief. So there's no such thing as you can dismiss on the merits, which might be what he's going to, where you actually go through and have discovery. But the cases didn't get that far because nobody could actually prove that the evidence. And that's where Rudy Giuliani famously said, we don't have evidence, but we have a lot of theories. And that's not good enough to continue in court.
They've got concepts. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Push the potato. Even Rudy Giuliani was saying they have concepts. All right, let's get this next individual up here.
He should sue Trump for copyright infringement.
I know, right?
He gets the money.
I've got concepts of a plan. I appreciate the massage. Thank you so much. It was so funny how Trump said it. I've got concepts of a plan. Like it was some extravagant thing.
It's like what I used to do in college when
I've
you're
got
working on an
concepts of
assignment.
my homework.
And the teacher asks you, like, how's your big project coming? Oh, yeah, I've got concepts of how it's going to be written.
John, are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I actually voted for Trump this morning.
Okay.
So appreciate you.
I don't know if he appreciates you anymore.
Yeah. No, he doesn't. I'm sorry. I just give people up who are voting for Trump. If you've already voted for Trump, you aren't voting for Trump anymore. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2005, January.
Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
I don't think I'm as far off as most conservatives that come up in here, but I think I'm voting for Trump just because Kamala doesn't support the Christian values or pro-life mainly, but I don't want to debate abortion necessarily.
Okay, well, can I ask
on
you
the
this
sentimental
question?
merit.
Why do you think every sin should be illegal? Push the confetti.
No.
Okay, so then why should this sin be illegal? Pretty
Because,
simple.
okay, for me, that's the ending of a human life, but I don't want to debate this necessarily on the emotional sentiment, but rather the merits of the Constitution.
That Trump wants to terminate?
I don't agree with that statement. I know you're going to pull up, but I don't think he wants to terminate the Constitution.
Okay, well, he explicitly said he wants to terminate all articles in the Constitution.
That was in a different context, and I don't think he actually
No,
wants
it
to do that. He
wasn't.
asked him that. Okay.
He says he believed the election was stolen.
Yes, he does. Absolutely.
Okay, so he was saying in the event of it being stolen, he thinks it should be. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Ren, thank you so much for the $6.21. So why do you want to vote for that?
Okay, I don't agree with that, but it's not about the champion of the party. It's about the values that are represented through the representation.
Isn't that a value to want to terminate the Constitution?
But he's not going to terminate the Constitution. You have to
Okay,
be real
so
about
you'd be
that.
okay with Kamala Harris saying she wants to ban all guns?
No, because that's policy.
No, but she can't do that. It's unconstitutional.
I like your point there, actually. I really do. But can we debate abortion on the Constitution based off of that?
No, because you have no basis for supporting the Constitution under your worldview.
That's not true.
It is true. Trump wants to
Constitution
terminate
still
all of the articles in the
works.
Constitution.
No, he does not. You genuinely believe that?
Yes, he literally said it. The fact that you don't believe it is concerning.
So you genuinely believe if Trump?
Yes,
could
he said it.
terminate the
He
entire
said it
Constitution,
himself.
All 7,591 words of it, you think he would?
Yes.
I think that's a joke.
Okay, so you don't take Trump seriously?
No, not
Are
about
you
context,
supposed
no.
to take a presidential candidate seriously?
Absolutely, you are.
Ben Shapiro doesn't think so. He said he doesn't take
I'm
Trump
not gonna-
seriously.
Parker, I'm not going to try to talk for Ben Shapiro. He's a little out of my league on this topic.
Okay. Kathy, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Kathy. Okay, so if you think that then why do you hold your position? I'm confused, right? Because Trump clearly said he wants to be a dictator on day one. He clearly says that he wants to terminate the Constitution. Push the rest. Thank you.
I still don't agree with the fact that he wants to terminate the Constitution, and he supports abortion being at the states and where it should be.
Do you want me to show you the
Kamala
tweet?
does not.
Do you want me to show
I
you the
know
tweet?
that there's a tweet that exists. You quoted it, I think, against Ben Shapiro, and I don't
Yes.
think that's.
So the quote is, so with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and the Democrat Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type in magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution.
Okay, Parker, I don't agree with the election being stolen, but that quote is under the hypothetical that the election was stolen. If
He
there
believes
was
it's stolen.
evidence-
This is not a good response because he believes it's stolen.
Okay, do you believe in the laws of nature and the social contract? Because that's pretty much what he's quoting.
Whoa, okay, that's completely crazy. So, as it relates to this, one, that's social contract, and what do you mean by laws of nature?
Well, I was just quoting John Locke, but he's saying that if there is a government that is abusing its power, that you have the right to dissolve it. And so he's saying that a government that can't run a
So he
correct
thinks
election-
the current government is doing that, which means he wants to terminate the Constitution. He believes that right now. I'm not trolling, Randall. He believes the election was stolen. He believes that there's rightful basis for him to dissolve the Constitution. If someone on the Democratic side said that, you guys would be harping on that for fucking ever, dude. You guys would not shut up about that. That's the only thing that you would talk about.
Yeah, I don't want to be put on like this radical conservative, first of all, and I totally agree with you. But the fact of the matter is that there isn't the basis of the election being stolen. Therefore, he could never dissolve the government nor the Constitution.
Again, but he wants to. So again, you could say that there's no basis of taking away everyone's guns, but Kamala Harris claiming that she wants to take away everyone's guns is still something relevant you'd bring up as to why you wouldn't want to vote for her. Okay? If Trump said he wanted to steal the next election, that's a threat to our public institutions. Appreciate the marvelous confetti. If Donald Trump said he wants to steal the next election, right, you wouldn't support him, right?
Okay, Kamala Harris is kind of a threat to our institutions too when she wants to arrest parents for truancy. I think that's a little radical, but
What?
she's not going to be.
How is that how is that radical for them to arrest people for neglecting their kids? Because again, it's for truancy in circumstances in which there's not a reasonable reason or there's not a reasonable point for why they are not going to school.
But I think that's a little radical to arrest parents for that when it's usually a
For
fine.
neglect?
For truancy, neglect and truancy are not
yeah.
synonymous.
If your kid is not going to school, like at all, and there's not a good reason for them to not be going to school, right? That's neglect. Okay, you are neglecting your kid's development.
Do you think that there's some things that are external and it's not necessarily completely in the parents' control?
Yeah, again, I just told you, if there's a reason, right, then under that law, you wouldn't, right? You wouldn't go to jail for your kid not going to school for a big portion of the year. For example, if a kid has cancer, right, and they're going through cancer treatment and they're unable to go to school because they're going through cancer treatment, right? They're not going to put the parent in prison because that's a reasonable standard for why the kid is missing school. Whereas again, if you do not have a reasonable standard for missing school, right, that is seen as neglect. So you don't have an issue with other neglect laws. Why do you have an issue with this one? That seems ridiculous that you care about that, but you don't care about the proven sexual abuser, the guy who tried to coup the country, the guy who wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslim side of the country, the guy who wants to terminate the Constitution, the guy who believes the climate's going to start cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet, the guy that wanted to nuke hurricanes.
All right, Parker, that tangent's great. And first of all, I'd like to say I appreciate the fact that you're calling him a sexual abuser now, not a rapist, because that's factually
He is
untrue.
a rapist.
Not on the Eugene Carroll case.
He is.
he's not.
Okay. Eugene Carroll. So it is the case that forceful. Do you think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is grape?
I've seen you in Law of the Wild bring up the exact jury.
I understand.
result,
I want you to
and what
answer the
does it
question.
say?
I want you to understand the question, though. Right? Do
We're
you
talking
think that? Do you
objectively.
think forceful? There's no objective definition. Do you think that a forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is grape?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's what it is defined as. That's
Okay,
why it's
and I'm
that's
gonna-
why it's grape. So legally, I understand that the civil court did not define it that way. They do now. Where's the confetti? Right, but that doesn't mean it's not grape. For example, before marital grape under law was defined as grape, do you still consider it grape?
Just repeat that one more time. I got lost in all
Before
the roads.
marital grape was defined as grape under law, did you consider it grape?
I'm so confused. I'm not gonna lie.
Do you consider it grape to engage in marital grape, even if it weren't legally defined as grape?
Yes. The answer is that. Yes. to
You
that.
consider it grape. So just because it's not legally defined that way doesn't mean it's not grape. You agree with me he's a grapist. And actually, legally, I can say that. He can't sue me for defamation. He'd fucking lose.
Yeah, I agree with that, but he's still under the law, not a rapist.
He under
And that's-
the
that's the
law
narrative
is a
especially
grapist,
you
and that's
tell
why I can
people
say
that on
it.
this.
He under the law is a grapist in New York, and that's why I can say it.
No, he's not.
The reason why he's a grapist under law is because it's currently defined that way.
You can ask me all these questions. I'm going to ask you one simple one. What did the verdict on the jury's note card say?
Yes, I understand it said he's a sexual abuser, but that was as the law was defined at that time. The law is now defined under the manner in which I'm referencing it in the way that we colloquially use the term.
I'll clarify this up a little bit. If Parker was to say that Donald Trump was held liable for grape, that would be an inaccurate statement.
Yes.
If he says that Donald Trump is a rapist, that is a statement of opinion based on disclosed facts, which even the judge in the case, Judge Kaplan, agreed when she dismissed the motion or the defamation counterclaim, saying that it was substantially true that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll.
All right, I love this. So Parker's opinion is just completely opinion based and not fact based. I mean, that's a first.
Wow. That's crazy. So your opinion is that forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will isn't grape? Is that your opinion?
I mean, under what the New York
Randall, is that your
civil
opinion?
court said, he is not a
No,
rapist.
is
and
that
is
your
undeniable.
opinion? Is that your opinion?
No, it's my fact. It's my fact.
Oh, okay. So you believe it's a fact that grape is not defined as a forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will.
You're twisting
so
words.
is it? So what is
It's
it?
a
What is it?
fact
Is
that
grape
Donald Trump
a
was
forceful
found to be a
penetration
sexual
of? Wait,
abuser in the court of law.
Randall, is grape a forceful penetration of? Is it a forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will?
Parker, buddy, we already established this. Yes.
Okay, if that's true, then you cannot say it's not grape under your definition. You agree with me. Your opinion is that it's grape. So when you say it's my fact, you just said that you don't agree with the facts then, which
It's
is
my
not what
fact.
you're saying.
You didn't listen to the rest of my sentence. I said it's a fact under the law in New York civil courts.
I understand. Right now, it's currently defined as grape. And secondly, Randall, we've already referred to this. Right, there were points in time where marital grape was not considered grape, legally speaking, but yet you would still consider it grape, and it would still be your opinion that it's grape. You wouldn't say that there's some basis of fact above what your opinion is there in terms of it being grape. That means that it's not grape, and instead it's sexual abuse or something like that. right? No, you would consider it grape still. So stop acting like, one, this disparages what it is, because sexual abuse is still bad, right? Even if
Yeah,
it was
I don't know
just
how we
defined
got
as
to this
sexual
topic.
abuse.
I mean, you're just
even
running
if
away
it
from
was
the
just sexual
constitutional merits.
No, I'm not. This isn't constitutionally based.
I know. That's exactly why I'm saying it, is because you ran away from that conversation and twisted it to Donald Trump and his personal life, which I don't agree
no,
with. And
we
that's why
talked about
I would-
talked about that separately after that conversation. What I disputed you in terms of the Constitution is that Donald Trump said he wants to terminate the articles in the Constitution, all of the articles.
Yeah, and I just don't believe that.
That's what he said. I literally showed you the tweet.
But then we were talking abuses of power, and my quote with Kamala Harris wanting to.
So why are
arrest
you
Nancy
changing the topic?
Pelosi.
Can we go through the last of this part?
But the topic, well, I think we did. I think we
No, we
kinda
didn't. No, we
came to
didn't, because you
consensus
were
that-
trying to act like it's not bad. So is sexual abuse bad?
Okay, obviously yes, but I was kind of also
Okay, so
talking
would
to
you
the
vote for
basis of,
someone
like,
that has been held
acting or
legally
whatever it's called.
responsible? Would you vote for someone who's been held legally responsible of sexually abusing a woman?
I mean, this is why I'm close to voting for Kamala, but I still won't, because my Christian values are going to be better represented under Donald Trump.
Again, right? Not all sins should be illegal. Do you think cheating should be illegal?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, okay, then you don't think all sin should be illegal, so why should this sin be illegal?
What sin are you referring to?
Abortion.
Because it's the ending of a human life.
So? Is that your personal value?
No.
Are you, so
why
is
are
that-
we
is-
why are we marginalizing the fact that I just said the ending of a human life?
Yeah, for example, if there's a petri dish, right, and I cause a zygote to exist and I slap the zygote, should I go to prison?
Is that a human zygote?
Yes, a human zygote.
I didn't know you could do that.
Should I go to prison for slapping the zygote?
For slapping the zygote. Probably not, because you didn't
No,
end
why
its
not?
life.
Why not? That does
You
end
didn't
its life.
You just
When I slap it, it ends its life. It kills the zygote.
Probably you're ending a human life. Yes.
So I should go to prison.
If you ended the human life, yes. Under my values, yes. You ended
Okay,
the human
what about
life part,
what?
that's
Wait,
not okay.
do you think women who have IUD should go to prison?
Break that down for me.
Yeah, so not only an IUD can it prevent the fertilization of an egg, but it can also prevent implantation, which means it prevents a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall. So it prevents it from beginning in terms of pregnancy. So do you think that should be banned? Do you think that women who have IUD should go to prison?
No, I do not.
But that kills zygotes.
You're so good at this, but I'm gonna stick to what I believe on that one.
Okay. What about people pulling the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
No, it also depends on what that person that's brain dead's like papers say.
They have no determination of what should happen. Per the booth, should a family be able to choose to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
I have a question. What's your definition of a human life?
I don't dispute that it's cellular human life. I agree it's cellular human life. I'm saying I don't care about cellular human life. I care about sentient human life.
So can you kill someone that's in a coma?
So they're sentient, right? They still meet my criteria: past or present and future subjective experience.
Or someone that's brain dead that will not have future.
Yeah, so someone who's brain dead doesn't meet that criteria because it's irreversible.
Okay, but if someone's brain dead and I told you that they would never have future sensory things, would you be able to kill them?
Future subjective experience.
Yeah.
You'd be able to pull the plug, yeah. So I don't think you should be able to denigrate like bodies of human beings that existed, right? Like I don't think you should be able to do whatever you want to someone's body,
Okay.
right? Even though they're dead, right? But yeah, you can pull the plug.
Okay, I don't think we're gonna.
Do you
agree
think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
If that's what their papers say, then yeah.
Patricia, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo.
Parker,
Thank
I
you so
don't
much.
think
And
we're gonna
Chandler, thank you
agree.
so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's so cool, Chandler, honestly. That is really cool. I want to do that.
The key to civil discourse here is kind of coming to a common ground, and I don't think we're going to get here on this necessarily topic. But I think
Yeah, wait, no, I
talking
think
about-
we can, right? Because the point I'm making is that you think that a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead. Why should they be able to do that if your standard is just cellular life?
Because if they told them that they could do that, then yeah.
No, there's no DNR.
then I think that's up to the own family's beliefs. I mean, that might not be
Again,
my...
choice of the family. So again, right, you don't base it on just cellular human life. It's sentient human life that you're predicating it off of. It might be future sentient life, but then you'd have to say that sperms have rights before conception. So no, it's not just future itself. It's past or present and future subjective experience. That's what describes your intuitions on abortion.
Okay, I agree with the arguments you're making. I mean, I don't know how to really dissect that.
Well, you could even see it from a religious perspective that there's not ensoulment until there's a subjective experience.
Okay, and I don't want to dive into the religious perspective because there is the separation of church and state, but rather I would like to talk about the Constitution and how that applies to abortion. But we haven't. You kind of denied me even getting there.
Yeah, because again, you're voting for a candidate that wants to terminate all of the articles in the Constitution. That means the constitutional argument is irrelevant from your perspective.
And I told you I don't agree with that. So why can't we dive into the?
What do you mean you don't agree with it? It doesn't make any sense.
Because I don't think that would ever be possible for him to do that. So, and I understand.
Okay, but like we
following
understand, you can't argue that there's some just basis of the Constitution. You're just advocating whether or not this could actively happen, which is not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing from an ethical perspective. Okay, from an ethical.
I'm not going to come up here and tell you Donald Trump is ethical. I'm not going to come up.
I'm telling you from an ethical based perspective. When is abortion wrong? When is it not wrong? That's what we're looking at, and that's what we're evaluating. Dova, thank you so much. I appreciate the $6.66. Thank you so much.
Okay, my understanding is that without drawing the line strictly at conception, you can apply when human life starts to any later form of life.
No, human life starts at conception. I totally agree. What I'm disputing is when the value starts, when it becomes a human being or a person, right? It becomes a human being and a person, right, at point of sentience, which is around 18 through 26 weeks in the womb. That's when it's most likely for it to be sentient. That's when I say it's a person. Prior to that point, it's human life, just like sperm. Okay, sperm, it's living. It's of the human species, right?
But no, that can never form into a human life without two to tango.
What's a human life?
When the sperm has been conceived.
No, but what is a human life?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about that basis.
Okay, for example, something that is living and of the human species, right?
Sure, yep, I'm fine with going there.
Sperm is living. Sperm is of the human species.
But it doesn't have the possibility of turning into a human without another.
Didn't make sense. They're of the human species, correct?
They have possibility to be.
So it's not of the human species currently. Do all living organisms have a species?
I got you. Sperm is of the human species. I understand what you're saying.
And it's living.
Probably.
Human life.
It can never turn into
human cellular life.
Yeah, it can never turn into that without another. And
so it won't turn into like you're just talking about the difference between diploid and haploid, right? And that's the only difference you're giving up. So that difference is predicated off of DNA, right? And I don't think you distinct the difference between people on the basis of DNA. You want to know why? Two twins, identical twins that have the exact same DNA. Not all the identical twins have the exact same DNA, but some identical twins do. Are they the same person?
No, they're not.
No, why? They have the same DNA.
Experiences. Yep.
But they have the same DNA.
They're a separate body.
Different subjective experience?
I've never made that distinction.
Okay, wait, no, but so again, it's what is the difference between a sperm cell and a zygote that means that one is valuable but the other one's not? Or one is a person and the other one's not?
Sperm hasn't been conceived and we both said that's when human life starts.
Wait, okay, so when I say human life, I'm referencing the human life of the zygote, right? But there was life in terms of sperm as well.
Yeah, but that can never turn into real human life. I don't know why.
So I'm just referencing the identity of the individual.
But there is no identity.
The life of that cellular organism of the zygote began at that point. You could say the life of the zygote is distinct from the life of the sperm. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that they're both life. So under your view, you can't give a relevant ethical distinction as to why one meets the context of personhood, but the other one does not.
Yeah, I've never heard somebody say that life starts at sperm. That's crazy to say.
No, it's not. Look up, is sperm living?
Gee, sperm's living. It's a live organism, but is it really a human life? No, because it hasn't been conceived.
What is a human life? You said it's a living organism that is human. Sperm is a living organism that is human. If you're talking about the sperm in your fucking
Okay, I'm gonna take that one step further. That has the ability to have experience.
the ability to have experience.
Yeah.
Okay, so sperm cells prior, like the sperm cell that created you, that led to your existence. It
I
had a
don't know it, no.
potential. It had a potential to have an experience in the future. Does that mean that the sperm that created you was valuable prior to conception? Here's the boo.
Say that one more time.
Yeah, so the sperm cell that created you had a potential to be you before it was you, right?
Not without another. No, it did not.
Okay, you could say the same thing about a zygote. A zygote, right, only has the potential to have the experience unless there is a pregnancy that begins.
Yes. Okay, why is that crazy? I'm just saying that. it takes
So you're
two
just saying
people
it
to have a human
relies.
life.
You're just saying that this life relies on particular conditions in order for it to meet the criteria for an ability of an experience, right? The same thing is also true, right, as it relates to the context of the sperm cell that created you.
Yes.
So then why don't you value that? Because you don't just value the ability for subjective experience, you value past or present and future subjective experience. I'm going to tell you, every example I give to you, that's going to be what explains your intuition.
Okay, but back to your start of the human life, you're kind of dehumanizing people in the way that the heartbeat and DNA begins before 18 to 23 weeks.
Dehumanizing what people?
That the organism is already
You're
having a
talking
heart.
about single cell organisms? You call single cell organisms people?
I'm talking about a human inside the womb.
Okay, so you understand people under your view aren't just started in the womb, right? Where does conception occur?
In a woman's body?
Where in the human body? Interesting.
Fallopian tubes.
There we go. He said it.
Say it back. Say it.
Fallopian tubes.
Okay. So again, the point I'm making when I say this is that again, that's not in the uterus, right? So again, we have to identify the distinction between again the beginning of pregnancy and the beginning of conception.
Okay, one thing I would like to say is point out is that you've never been willing to debate me on the Constitution, and that's kind of frustrating me at this point.
I've already told you why. Because
I know, but that's
under
just-
your view, you are committed to saying that you're okay with Trump saying he wants to terminate the Constitution. So there's no ethical basis for you to bring up the Constitution. All you'd be talking about is the probability of whether or not it could actually occur. I'm not talking about whether or not something will occur or will not occur. I'm talking about what we think should occur.
I'm okay with still talking about this because I know under a Trump presidency, that same value in the Constitution will still be there.
Wait, what do you mean?
That under Trump, he will still follow the guidelines of the Constitution, no matter, even if he truly did want to terminate the Constitution. If I
Okay,
asked
that
Donald
doesn't
Trump
make any
something,
sense.
"Do you
Wanting
want
to terminate the
he'd
Constitution
say
is
no."
not the same as what's it called? It is not that. That makes no sense. Is not upholding the Constitution.
Okay, do you disagree that if elections were to be stolen and all of this stuff, that we should have a new form of government?
Okay, and wait. So, if the election was stolen, right? If the election was stolen, that would make sense. But that there is no election that was stolen.
But in his worldview, he does think that the election was stolen. Therefore, it is not that crazy for him to say.
No,
that
it is
there needs to be an
crazy.
update.
It is crazy for him to say because the election was not stolen.
Okay, but he does believe that.
Why I'm saying he believes in the termination of the Constitution is because he does believe the election was stolen.
All right. I just don't think he'd ever do that. And that's not really my biggest concern when I think about the election
You
today.
don't think he's going to do it? That's just
I've
like
never
you
heard,
saying you
when
feel
you
like he's
ask a
not going to do
voter
it.
what their biggest concern is for this election, they never say the possibility that Trump will terminate the Constitution. They will say the economy that's been worse.
Is
Or
this a person?
Immigration. What?
Is this a person?
I don't know what that is. So
You don't
I
know.
couldn't tell
You don't know what a person is.
No, I don't know what the picture you're showing me is.
You don't know if this is a person.
I don't know what stage of life that is, so I'm not going to be able to tell you.
This is conception. This is a zygote. You didn't know what a person was.
Okay. All right. Play that game. That's fine.
I'm just saying. And I guarantee you wouldn't be able to find the difference between like a human zygote and any other form of zygote. Right?
No, but my lack of knowledge in what each stage of life
Get
looks
these
like.
human
doesn't discredit
babies
my
out
opinion.
of the aquarium. Those dolphins.
And that's a further form of life, is what you're referring to. But
What?
do you think that abortion should not be at the states?
Do I think abortion shouldn't be left up to the states? Before you answer that question, do you think this is a person?
Yeah, that's the dolphin thing. Yes, I do.
You think this is a person?
Yes.
No, it's actually a dolphin.
It's a dolphin.
That was a dolphin. That
That's a crazy
literally was a
ball.
dolphin.
That's a deceiving photo.
So-
you know that too. That's such a deceiving photo.
So that was a dolphin, just letting you know. So yeah, do you typically mistake people
funny,
for
though.
dolphins?
No, because dolphins aren't usually colored red around them or white like that. So
That's a fetus, though. That's a dolphin fetus.
I mean, you're just trying to deceive me at this point, and that's just ingenuine.
You literally
You're
knew
not- you're
that.
not
You knew
here to
that.
have a
I like
genuine
how
debate
you
or
knew
find
the meme. I like how you knew the meme and still got destroyed on it. And that's kind of funny.
Okay, my problem with you, Parker, is like I feel like I'm not having a qualitative discussion or trying to come to a common ground here. Instead, you're just trying to have the gotcha moments.
What
with all your
common
little
ground is there to have? I've literally what common ground? Tell me.
I want to have a common ground of what abortion should be left up to.
And it should not be left up to the states. It should be protected by the federal government.
And I disagree because it's such a divisive topic where it's about 60-40 that having such a radical part of that being up to the federal government isn't the right way for either being a federally insured right or banned completely.
Okay, so why not leave it up to the person?
Because
If it's such a
that kind of
contentious
precedent-
topic, why not leave it up to the person?
Parker, that kind of precedent would kind of support a direct democracy where you vote on all kind of control.
Not necessarily.
And that would support no government regulation, like a libertarian that thinks that traffic light is too much regulation.
Not necessarily. I'm asking you if you think it's too much of a hard topic to talk about. Well, then why don't you say you should leave it up to the woman? Here's the boo.
Okay, you said not necessarily, inferring that you just say abortion only is left up to the individual, which
No,
would
I never
say
said
it's a federally
abortion
insured
only.
right to have an abortion.
There are plenty of
You're
other things
supporting
that I think should be
federally insured abortion
federal.
right now.
Yes.
That's what you're saying by leaving it up to the woman, which is
Yes, which
that
is federally
one-sided
protected
view.
access to abortion.
Okay, but nothing in the Constitution supports that.
What do you mean nothing in the Constitution? What in the Constitution disputes that?
The fact that in the 7,591 words of it, it never says the right to an abortion, and the 10th Amendment supports that.
Yeah, wait, so do you have a right to go on a phone in the Constitution?
Okay, so what clause
Wait,
does it
do
support
you,
the right?
what clause or what part of the Constitution says you have a right to own an iPhone?
Parker, I don't need you to break down everything for
Randall,
me.
which
All I
one?
need is you
Which
to tell me-
one? Which part of the Constitution says you have a right to own an AR-15? Which part of the Constitution says you have the right to own a handgun even?
Okay, if you're going to make this argument, then tell me what clause.
It doesn't
supports
say
the right
that.
to an
So you
abortion.
understand you have a particular interpretation of it, right? When you see that it refers to specifically a well-regulated militia, right? The right to bear arms, you're assuming that it's applicable to specific arms but not others.
Okay, and now I'm asking to
Right?
make
So
an argument.
what about the Constitution means that a woman shouldn't get access to an abortion?
What I'm going to ask you the same question, and you won't be able to answer it.
Okay, should grape be illegal federally?
Yes.
Where in the Constitution does it state that?
I mean,
Okay.
I don't know.
You're not
exactly.
going to be able to give me an
You
answer.
don't know exactly the answer to those questions either.
Yeah, because there isn't an answer to the question. That's the point of me asking that, is because I
But
know
when
that
it's
you don't have an
broken down by the
answer.
Supreme Court and those similar things that does
Wait, so
kind of
if
break
it's
down.
not in the Constitution, you're saying that there are specific rights that are protected outside of the Constitution. There are specific
No,
things
it's
defined
within. It's
federally
within. What are you
outside
talking
of the
about?
Constitution.
It's still within it because a clause supports it. So I'm asking
Which
you what
clause? Which
supports
clause?
abortion.
Which clause? Nisa, thank you
Supports
so much
what?
for the $1. Anna, thank you so much for the $10. Which clause specifically says that it should be illegal federally?
I don't know.
You just said that there was a clause. Okay, so not only do you
Yeah,
not know the
exactly. So
clause,
let's
but
be- let's
also
be honest,
again,
we both
even
know
if
there's
it's
a
not in
clause.
the Constitution, you think it should be federally legal, and I agree, it should be federally illegal. And the point I'm making is, for in terms of grape. So in terms of this, I'm referencing it should be federally legal, even though it's not specifically referenced in the Constitution.
Okay, so I just searched
federally
it up.
legal to get access to abortion, even though it's not necessarily in the Constitution.
I just searched it up, and the 14th Amendment supports prohibiting illegal rape. But the difference in the arguments that you're making
What's the 14th Amendment?
Due process and equal protection.
Due process and equal protection. So equal protection of, say, like autonomy.
Boom.
If that's how you want to interpret it, that's not how it is right now under the Supreme Court, and that's fine. You can have your own interpretation.
Oh, okay. Couldn't you say the same thing about when Roe versus Wade was in place?
Abortion was legal at that point.
Okay, so you had no basis to send it back to the states because that was the exact interpretation of the Supreme Court at that time.
Yep.
Plus, Donald Trump wants to put people in prison for burning the American flag, which right
That's
now
exactly
defined
how it
by
works.
the
Good
Supreme
job.
Court. Right now defined by the Supreme Court, they explicitly say that it's a violation of the First Amendment to take away that.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I'm not arguing on burning the flag, even though that is kind of anti-patriotic. But
say what you want.
they
It
have the
should be
right to
legal.
expression.
Yep, freedom of expression.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, it still should be at the
So
states. 'cause we need
speaking
to
of
find a middle ground.
constitutionality, though, don't you think it's an equal protection issue to say that a woman in Texas doesn't have the same autonomy rights as a woman in Minnesota?
Yep.
Yes, but it's also an equal protection issue that human life in Texas doesn't have the same rights in Minnesota.
Did Harry raid me, everyone? People are saying Harry raid in the chat, a few of them at least. Not sure. All right, sorry. What were you saying?
It goes both ways.
Well, but at what point does a human life retain their rights protected under the Constitution?
I don't know the answer to that one.
You had the 14th Amendment up there, right?
Yep.
So look at the text of the 14th Amendment. It's the first three words.
No state shall.
All persons born in Section 1.
Okay, I'm gonna trust you on that one.
Yep, it's all persons born or naturalized in the United States are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So the rights that are protected to individuals in the Constitution happen at birth.
Okay. All right.
So when we're talking about things like equal protection, those equal protection rights happen at birth. When we're talking about things like autonomy and privacy, those are unenumerated rights under the Ninth Amendment. But the Ninth Amendment makes it clear that not all fundamental rights are specifically enumerated within the Constitution. So we have the right to privacy from things like Griswold v. Connecticut.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep,
Kelly,
and
thank
then
you so
also
much for
like
the $10. Thank you,
interracial
Kelly.
marriage. That's not something that's specifically protected under the Constitution, but surely you don't think that states should be able to regulate interracial marriage.
Yeah.
So I just fail to see how bodily autonomy would be any different.
Okay, and from that perspective, that's going to be my own opinion of how.
Oh.
And your opinion is fine, but when we're talking about laws that regulate people, we have to have specific words and specific circumstances, cause and effect. Like what happens to somebody if they do this?
Okay. All right. It was a great conversation. I appreciate your guys' time and ability
Appreciate
to
it.
have constructive conversation.
Appreciate
All right.
it.
Have a great night, everybody.
All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, thank you for the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
I just came up to here to say that I fucking love you. Oh my god.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate. I am just looking for people who are voting Trump, but I appreciate you so much. You have no clue. I appreciate y'all. Taylin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He has stuff in his bio, everyone, for his Venmo, Cash App.
Yeah, if you want to support my work with homeless and economically disadvantaged people,
guys.
just follow the links in my bio.
Yeah, and of course. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
No, I'm living in Europe, and
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. What's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
So I came up here to ask if you saw the video from Tanisha.
I'm sorry. I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I'm just looking for people who are voting for Trump. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo,
Hello?
how old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because I feel like why would I vote for a racist, someone who's been accused of grape? What else?
That was confusing.
Yeah, I'm voting Trump, but don't vote for Trump. You what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Are you voting Trump?
I would if I could.
Okay. Well, thankfully you can't. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, man.
Why so?
Well, you know, you look back, Democrats have had 16 of the last 20 years of an election. You know, if things are so bad, then I felt like during Trump's years, economy was good.
Really?
I worked-
Like 4 years
I worked
ago, there was 7.8% unemployment.
Say what, bud?
4 years ago, there was 7.8% unemployment.
Under Trump? Trump had a low unemployment. Obama did too, for the most part. But
So again,
Trump-
7.8% unemployment 4 years ago under Trump.
Well, just unemployment, I think you can look at how that's changed since the 90s under Clinton, under Bush, under Obama. I mean, it's constantly moved. It's a moving target. You know what I mean? I mean, as far as unemployment goes, I think there are things that work on both ends, Republican and Democrats, that can change unemployment as far as their policies go.
So okay, so you want to vote for Trump? What's his economic policies that are going to benefit the middle class?
Well, man, like me, I work 50, 60 hours a week. They took less taxes out of my check.
Oh, so
I
you
paid
have
in less
too much tax right now?
Do what, bud?
You have too much tax right now?
I paid in less taxes.
Yeah, right now we currently are under Trump tax policy.
No, they canceled Trump tax policies.
Okay, so no, we currently are still under Trump tax policies. So very clearly, since we're currently still under Trump tax policies, well then it obviously is the case that you're blaming Trump's current tax policy.
No, Trump's tax policies are not in place.
Yes, they are.
What did Obama pass with his taxes then? What was his tax policies? I mean, Biden's policies.
Yeah, so again, the Biden policy specifically, right, we're not taking into effect in terms of removing all of the Trump tax policies, right? There was only stuff like during COVID, right? Like, for example, like a child tax credit increase under COVID, but that was due to the Biden-Harris administration and because of
Yeah,
the
I
COVID
got my child.
emergency policy.
You're not. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I mean, I got my child tax credits. I mean, I got 4 kids. I get all that. I'm
Yeah, so
talking
if you
about
wanna increase the-
when I
yeah,
was
Kamala
working
Harris wants to
under
decrease your
when I was
taxes.
working under Trump's taxes, when I was paying taxes, paycheck to paycheck, when I was filing taxes with my job, when I was working, I paid in less taxes, and they took out less taxes under Obama and Biden. I paid in more, and they took out more just because of their tax plans. Period. Like my job.
Again, we're
working
still
was-
under Trump tax policy.
Well, the corporate taxes, the middle class taxes, they have their own tax policies every single time. I mean, they pass them.
Okay, so again, I don't think you're getting it. It's very clear that we're currently under Trump tax policy. If we're currently under Trump tax policy, you're blaming Trump. That's really all we can say there. It sunsets 2025, and some of them are permanent. Congress
What about-
deals on the tax policy. Trump is the one who influenced to get it passed. It was passed because of Trump getting into office and influencing that to get passed.
What you think about inflation?
Wasn't caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
What caused it? Just
COVID.
COVID. So
COVID,
who's
yeah.
to blame? Who's to blame for COVID? I mean, who do you think will fix it better? Than honestly,
I think it's dealt with by the Federal Reserve.
what do you think backs the Federal Reserve?
What do I think's back to the Federal? I don't know what you mean by that question.
You know what the Federal Reserve was originally.
What do you mean like there was an original central bank, and then like
Well, I mean, the Federal Reserve
this is a new one?
was backed by gold. The gold.
So no, the Federal
gold backed
Reserve,
Federal Reserve. What do you think backs it now?
the Federal Reserve was not backed by gold. The dollar was backed by gold, and that was a gold standard.
That's
The
same.
gold
Gold
standard.
gold
the gold-
standard. Yeah, same thing. The dollar. The dollar was backed by gold. Every dollar printed was backed by gold.
So the gold standard specifically is not desirable. We don't really care for a gold standard
No,
anymore.
I
It
said,
doesn't
what do you
have any
think
good
backs
effect.
it now is what I asked you. Like, what do you think backs it now? If you think that's what caused
It's
it, what do you
fiat
think backs it?
currency. It's the government.
Yep, I agree with you on that. The government backs it. The government creates it because they print it.
Okay.
Much as they want, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's like desirable to create as much currency as you want.
Well,
All right. I have a question. Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman get access to a gun?
I ain't gonna go down this road with you because I see you do it with other folks. I'm just not gonna go down it.
Why not?
Well, you know, man, politics, the politicians, all of them, nobody's perfect. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. He's not perfect. Kamala's not perfect.
I never
Obama
said
wasn't
they're
perfect.
perfect. I don't know what your point is by saying this.
Well, you know, I guess I'm not going to cast judgment on something that I don't particularly. I'm not going to sit here and say I know enough about what he did or said he didn't do. But I will say that everybody loved him till he went into politics.
Not everybody. E. Jean Carroll didn't.
Well, the people in power,
the people who he didn't rent to, who were black, didn't like him.
He went on The View. He went on the shows. They all loved him.
They
put
did
him
not
in the
all love
movies,
him,
and
but
they all went into everything. And then when he went into politics and he called them out, guess what? He become the bad guy, and they went after him. Now, I'm not saying he didn't do what he did or didn't do. I don't know. So
dude, one, even if that were true, that doesn't change the bad things he's done. Two, that's just not an accurate representation.
Well, I don't know enough about that particular case that you bring up, to ask people if they would give somebody a gun or not a gun, or give them rights to a gun if they sexually abuse somebody. I don't know enough about that case, I guess, to be honest, about her. I haven't read up on that. I'm being honest, I haven't. I mean,
all right. I'm gonna go to the next person. Appreciate you coming up.
Thank you, buddy.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, y'all. Yo, it's a you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Why so?
Just because. Why are you voting for Kamala?
Because because Donald Trump is a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster, electioneer, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion.
Is, why do we have to be so divisive? Whether you vote for one or the other, why are we trying to go back and forth about being divisive?
Like me saying that there are bad reasons, like that bad things Trump has done. I don't see how it's divisive for me to call out the bad things Trump has done.
Well, we've all done bad things. Have you done bad things?
I've never done any of those things that I just mentioned about Trump.
Did I say you did any of those things, or did I say you did bad things?
So when you say bad things, like all we would be referencing is that like I've messed up, I've made mistakes in my life. Nothing like what we're referencing with Donald Trump. These aren't just doing bad things.
Okay,
these are excessively bad things.
About Kamala Harris that she's never done bad things.
So I have no evidence indicating everything about Kamala. I have no evidence indicating that she's done any of these bad things that I just mentioned about Trump.
Okay. Now, what I'm asking you though, do you have any evidence that she's never done anything bad?
So again, I have no evidence indicating she's done something bad. The same way, for example. So again, right? If I have evidence to indicate someone's done something bad, I'll indicate that. If I don't, then I'm not going to indicate that. Is that clear?
I think it's very clear. I can hear you, so I'm not going to talk to you like the way you want to talk to people. So what I'm saying is, can we all just get along and vote for the person that we want to vote for?
No.
Why do we have to bring each other down?
Yeah, so I'm just saying that like people are voting for Donald Trump, who is a bad person. We shouldn't just sit there and be like, oh, you can vote for the grapist, wannabe dictator, fascist. You can vote for him if you want, right? I'm not going to acknowledge any of the bad things about him, right? No, I'm going to acknowledge the bad things about him, right? And this is unique. This is a unique candidate. I mean, if we were pointing towards other candidates like in the past, I couldn't say this about a Mitt Romney. I couldn't say this about a John McCain. I couldn't say any of those things about John McCain.
Politicians, we trust them or what?
I think those politicians are better than Donald Trump. And I disagree with them. I disagree with Mitt Romney. I disagree with John McCain, but they are undoubtedly better people than Donald Trump.
So that is the point that thank you very much. I agree with you when you say that. We can all agree to disagree. Right?
Not when it comes to human rights and things like this. I'm not okay with just agreeing to disagreeing when it comes to those things. Because it means whether or not women get access to basic health care. It means whether or not we fight climate change. It means whether or not people will have access to health care.
About all these things that you want to say, but is anything really changed in your lifetime? I mean, how old are you, dude? 32?
Yeah, so the ACA people were able to be rejected prior to that in terms of pre-existing health conditions. Do you remember that time?
Do you?
Yeah. I was a kid. I'm 22.
Oh, you're 22. Okay. Sums it up. We're looking for clicks and talks and divisiveness. Let's just...
What makes you think I'm looking for clicks and talks rather than actually trying to get people to vote for the right candidate?
And Kamala's done what?
Kamala. Influence to get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act.
We can talk about all this extra crap, but let's be honest, dude. Really?
What about it? Really what?
I mean, what you're doing is you're talking over and over again about things that, I mean, you can't prove it. You can say all these things about facts, blah, 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 but nothing's nothing. She's no better than she's no better than he is.
Yes, she is, very clearly. She's not been held civilly liable of sexual abuse of women. She did not call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
These are all words, man. Have you sat down with them?
What do you mean they're all words? So can you make a distinction between Donald Trump and Hitler?
I can make a distinction between being divisive
Yeah,
and not.
but but K-Dub, you would have to use words to do that. So do you realize how dumb it is for you to say in response to me defining the difference between two individuals as those are just words? That's such an insane thing to say. Because you would use words to differentiate any person. Are you the same as Hitler? No, because of these reasons. Oh, you just used words. What? What the fuck?
Well, you can make up your own words and decide what you want to decide, right? So,
what are you saying?
But that's what these conversations are. They're talking to people to help them influence their decision.
Thank you. That's what these conversations are. So what I'm saying is I'm not being divisive. I'm saying choose who you want to vote for and choose how you want to vote. But I'm not going to talk down one candidate versus the other.
Then why are you on a live talking about the election? If you don't want to talk about those things, don't join a live wanting to talk about those things.
Because I'm trying to bring everybody together, not divide them.
I'm sorry to break it to you. You just coming in here and being like, "Oh, everybody kumbaya with the people that want to take your rights away."
Now
Like,
you're talking
what?
down on me, bro.
What?
No, no, I'm not. I'm saying decide who you
When
want
you
to
say
vote
taking
for.
down on you, you mean I disagree with you?
Not at all.
That's all I did there. All I did there was disagree with you.
Okay, and whether we disagree or not, I'm not trying to divide the country. I'm not trying to call one out.
What does it mean to divide the country? Do you mean like me coming up here having a conversation? Is your goal here to get me to stop
did you
doing
say
lives?
rapist?
He is a rapist.
Okay. Why are we doing that? We're
Because
calling
he
names.
is. He's been held civilly liable. He's been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will. Amy, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Amy.
I think what you're not understanding is, whether you want to vote left or right, in between, we can all disagree and agree. But what you do is call names, point fingers, and you know what? So does Trump. Right? So are you different
Oh
than
my
Trump?
God. Yes.
Correct, you are.
Because K-Dub, that's not the only thing that I do. I don't sit here and just point fingers and call names. You're just not smart enough to know any of the other conversations that I have. You don't care enough about engaging in these conversations or educating yourself, right?
No,
in
I
order to
care
be able to
about loving
understand
my
the
family
distinction.
and loving one another.
I understand. Everyone does, right? I do too. I want that too.
I also care about the future of our country, K-Dub. I care about a former president who tried to upend our electoral process to reinstall himself to election he didn't win. I care about a former president who says that he wants to suspend the Constitution if it fits the desires that he has. I care about a former president who took our national secrets and the national secrets of other countries for irreparably harming our relationship with them and storing them in his fucking...
A lot cut out.
I actually like where he was going with that, though, because
Wait,
Outlaw didn't say I was not. He didn't call me dumb enough to not understand.
Ray, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And by the way, Ray, I didn't either until just now. So like what you're not realizing is that I used words and I explained the same thing that you said to me, you could have said to Law. And I was just acknowledging that you're too dumb because you're not willing to engage with the conversation in the first place.
So acknowledging that I'm too dumb, you're calling me dumb.
Yeah. And what I mean by dumb here is that you're not willing to engage in the conversation. It's the same sort of idea.
Around the bush. You're
It's the
calling
same
me
sort
dumb
of
in all
idea.
these different ways, but it's the same thing. I'm not talking down on you, dude. I could say a lot of things about you, but I'm not. Right?
Okay, cool. Like the reason why I'm telling you that, Ray, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is because it's very clear that that needs to be described. You're not trying to critically think about these issues. You're just trying to say, oh, can't everyone just agree to disagree? No, that's not how it works, right? You understand that there are plenty of things that you can't just agree to disagree on. We're not talking about infrastructure policy. We're not talking about tax policy. We're not talking about things like that. We're talking about whether or not women have rights. We're talking about whether or not we actually have something to fight climate change and protect the environment for our children, right? For the future people after us. We're talking about whether or not people with pre-existing health conditions can get access to healthcare without being sent away, right? Because they can be rejected. right? Prior to the ACA. We're talking about whether or not there's a child care policy, whether or not there's a housing and affordability policy.
And that's politics,
And
right?
Caleb, and these things are not things that we can just agree to disagree on. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Kamala evangelist, but Trump is a threat to the fabric of our nation. What makes us who we are, because he will do whatever it takes to elevate himself at the expense of the American people. That's not something we just agree to disagree on and kumbaya over.
I don't think this is a kumbaya. That's what you're not getting. What I'm saying
You're the
is
one who say you vote for who you want to, I vote for who want to, and whatever happens, happens.
no,
Fucking
not
no.
at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Tree,
But
thank you
I
so much
don't-
for the $2.
I don't have enough time to sit here and go back and forth and tell you that you're better than I am, or I'm better than you are. You know, what I'm saying is I think that we all are smart enough to make the right decision on who we want to vote for. And if I want to vote different than you, it's okay, right?
Yeah,
What you're saying,
don't
it's not okay.
We don't denigrate people for who they vote for. When somebody comes up and says, "I voted for Trump," Parker drops them because the conversation's over. There's no back and forth to be had. They've already made their decision. Parker successfully convinces people every single night about the problems with Donald Trump, and it helps weigh their decision. That's what he's doing this for. But to sit here and say that everybody has their vote, yes, of course, every vote has to be earned. We're here having conversations about why we believe that it's detrimental for Donald Trump to be the next president, and it's not about casting aspersions on people who vote for him or don't vote for him. It's about informing people about the dangers of his presidency.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, you know what? I appreciate that, the way that you explain that. And I will say that, if you guys were 100% factually correct on everything that you say, whether it be on the internet or not, because I think we can all Google things and we can Google them both ways. What's going to change?
What? I don't even know what you're saying there. But
I know you don't know what I'm saying, is because, who's fact checking? The people on the right or the left?
we're in this debate. We're attempting to fact check each other.
So that's what I'm saying is your facts, where you gather your facts, are they really correct, or are they just something that you Googled?
You understand you can Google something correct, right?
Correct. And I can Google the same question
I went
and
through
get
school.
two different answers.
So I'll give you an example, right? Law's a lawyer, right? I got a degree in economics, right? We've studied these things, right? We've looked through these things. We've done our research, even just outside of the context of Google. But you can utilize Google in order to find resources that are relevant. Like, you understand within the context of our schooling that we would Google sources, that we'd have to provide sources for our papers. When I would write papers about the Federal Reserve, I had to give an entire sources page, right? Of over 10 sources, 12 sources, a dozen sources.
So ChatGPT?
No, nothing to do with ChatGPT. I didn't use ChatGPT to write. I could literally show you my paper. It's 12 pages long.
So I guess what I'm here for is not really to tell you wherever you're getting your information from, whatnot. If I want to vote for Trump, does that make me a bad person?
I think that it makes you misinformed.
And so you have all the information about Kamala, whatever you want to say.
Kamala.
You have everything you know about her is factually correct. You know her personally.
Everything that I'm saying on the live right now is
what you know from the
factual. Is what I know to be factual. And I promise you, I'm not going to just come on here to be partisan. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I used to be a Trump supporter, right? And that's because of misinformation. So again, I'm not saying every Trump supporter is a bad person. What I'm saying is that I think they're better people than what they're currently supporting. And what they're supporting, if they're doing so knowing everything that it is, I can define them as a bad person. But if you're not informed about it, right, I probably wouldn't refer to you that way. I think that given the good information, you can do the right thing. And I believe in the best in you, K-Dub. That's why I'm having this conversation.
Okay, well, that is what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much. That's the kind of conversation I wanted to have, because I didn't want to go back and forth about all these other things that you can look up, Google. Honestly, we don't think that if you whatever you Google, whatever the hell you want to do, is that really the right thing online? Because is it really? We don't know for sure.
Corey, think of the $5. I do know, and I wouldn't just come up here just to claim it because I fucking feel like it. I promise you, I've done my research. I've talked, I've had a lot of these conversations, right? I'm informed on what I'm referencing right now, and again, from what I'm referencing, I know that Donald Trump is a very, very huge threat to the foundational basis of our society, to our way of life. I appreciate the Katie. Thank you so much for the $10. And for the future for our children. If you care about the American dream, if you care about this country being a better place for our children than it has been for us, well, then you don't want Donald Trump in office because he actively undermines the social fabric of this nation, our public institutions, right? And everything this country is founded on and based on.
Let me ask you
progression
that.
that's
Let me
becoming
ask
better.
you this before we go, because I got a couple kids. I got to put them down. You really think that the option other than Trump is the best option, or is there a better option out there?
Wait, say it one more time.
Do you think the option other than Trump is the best option, which means Kamala?
So Kamala is the best option we have right now, physically
So
speaking.
how's that going to fix
But
everything?
like, for example, I would prefer myself as the candidate. You want to know why I'd prefer myself as the candidate? Because I
think
agree
we
with
all would,
myself.
right?
I agree with myself 100%. Right? So obviously there could be particular
So go
views.
better with the one is worse,
right?
So go better with the one that's not as worse.
Yeah, so obviously we're picking the better of the two. Kamala Harris is clearly the better of the two. For example, I prefer AOC, right? But AOC's not running.
I don't know if I can respond to that one, but anyway, I appreciate you taking me on, man.
All right, appreciate you coming up. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen. Let's get to 5 million likes, everyone. 5 million. Let's go. Let's go. We got it. 5 million. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Same thing with Law, everyone. All right, all right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Okay, let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next individual. Oh, okay.
Oh,
That was like the feedback to the next level. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Great, actually. It's called Autoport Explorer from Progressive. Here,
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Trisha said, "Did you get my Venmo?" I don't see your Venmo, Trisha.
All right,
I'm
everybody.
sorry.
Make sure you follow the link in Parker's bio. That's the best way. There's lots of fake accounts.
I know there are a bunch of fake accounts. They like act like they're me. They're not. The link tree in the bio is the best place to look at it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hold on.
Taylor, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much. My bank doesn't support TikTok links. It's not like through TikTok. It's Law has like a support stuff in his link tree in his bio too.
Can you hear me?
For Cash App, Venmo. Yeah, are you voting Trump?
On my...
All right, so I more just had like a genuine question since I see you
voting
want to
Trump?
leaning towards it.
Okay, what's the reason?
Well, I more just had a question I wanted answered about like how politics as a whole.
Go ahead.
So, at least from what I know, like Middle Eastern countries, there's a lot of tension over there between us and them, and they have different like views on the roles of women in society, as far as I know. So I just didn't know how y'all think, like, if Kamala does win the election, having like a woman leader, how they would view that, or like, would that lead to any like different opinions of how they see America with a woman in power, just due to the societal roles of women in their countries?
Yeah, so
Golda Meir was prime minister of Israel for years, and she did just fine with Middle East relations. We have Margaret Thatcher, who was literally called the Iron Lady for her strong stance against the communist expansion in Europe. I think this is not calling you a misogynist, but it's information that's being pushed out by misogynists that women are somehow ineffective leaders, when all throughout history, Indira Gandhi in India, like, we have strong examples of very good female heads of state.
Yeah, for example, New Zealand has had a woman leader. Mexico just elected a woman leader. Germany's had a woman leader. Ireland, right? Bunch of countries around the world have had women as leaders. And also, I don't think it's a good argument to say that just because there's some sort of prejudice against women in society, that means that we shouldn't vote for women. The same way that if there's prejudice against people who are disabled in society, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't vote for someone that's a disabled vet. No. Right? I would still vote for a disabled vet, even though there's ableism in society. Because I would advocate there shouldn't be ableism, and we should try to get rid of ableism, and then it's not a good reason to not vote for someone in terms of being ableist.
I wasn't trying to say like that was a reason not to vote for. I was more just like genuinely wondering if y'all thought that would have like any impact, because I didn't like. I know there is women leaders, but I didn't know exactly which countries. So I don't keep up with politics a ton.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you're on here a lot. That's kind of why I wanted to join and ask, just to get y'all's opinion, since y'all keep up with it more than I do.
For sure. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
I appreciate it.
Oh, Patricia, I do see that. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't see that your name was different than what you put in the thing. But yeah, Liberty.
Yeah.
Are you voting Trump?
Of course I am. You know I am.
Why so?
Well, I want you to answer two questions for me. And the first one is this. Did you just read where Kamala and Biden, the vice president, Kamala, invited the vice president, with the Department of Defense, just change the law or the directive to be able to shoot at American citizens during a protest. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's not what it says.
Yeah, that's not what it says at all.
Exactly
Also,
what
can
it
you
says.
turn off the background
It's
noise, by the way?
5204.
Liberty,
How am I
can
gonna
you
do
turn
that?
off the background noise real quick?
No, it's exactly what it says. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed it.
So, no, the VP
Yeah.
doesn't have any power to do that.
Well, her with Biden.
What did Biden do?
Well, they changed the directive. It was to be able to allow the military, state, federal, and our military to inflict harm on American
Where'd you
citizens
get
on
this
American
information?
soil. It's Department of Defense.
So the
So
department.
it's DoD Directive 5240. Right.
Dash 1. Actually, this thing was on 5240-4 down further.
Right. Do you know that this text is the exact same text that was in the initial draft of this from 1982?
This
all
was
the new
from
one is
September 27th of this year.
right, because they consolidated 5 different DoD directives into one singular directive.
This is a little bit different. It allows the military to inflict harm on American citizens on American soil for protesting, probably in case, because she keeps saying in every one of her speeches lately, wait until November. We'll take care of this in November. If the question comes up that Donald Trump, what happens if Donald Trump doesn't accept if he loses? Oh, we'll take care of that in November. And it's awful funny. This directive was done in September. It was updated.
Again, it was consolidated. This is literally the exact
And
same
updated.
text that it's been since 1982.
No.
And it was
Well, then why would they
consolidated.
change it on September 27th?
Because they consolidated different orders into one singular order.
This is a little bit different.
I'm going to read it
allows
to you,
the
though.
military-
I'm going to read the use of force
I've read
provision.
it too.
I'm going to read the use of force provision to you,
And so had
and I want you to let
judges.
me know what part talks about the use of force against protesters. So it says the Secretary of Defense may approve any type of requested assistance. And then for Part C, where it talks about use of force, assisting with assets with potential lethality, or in any situation where it is reasonably foreseeable that providing the requested assistance may result in the use of force that is likely to
Right.
result in lethal force, It also includes support to civilian law enforcement officials in situations where a confrontation between civilian law enforcement and civilian individuals or groups is reasonably anticipated. Such use of force must be an occurrence with DoD Directive 5210.56, potentially as further restricted based off the specifics of this request.
They can still do whatever they want. It's arguable, and it's unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional. It's definitely a threat against the American people. And there's one other question I have to ask you. What happened to the 325,000 children that are missing? And why did Biden remove the thing he had on there checking DNA as they passed through the border? Why was that removed? And that allowed them to put the children with strangers.
Wait, no, so they're sponsors. They're sponsors that went through background checks.
No, they had a DNA. They were checking DNA.
Wait.
As they crossed the border.
You don't think that you could have a sponsor that meets a background check?
Well, they didn't do it. They're not doing that at all.
Yes, they are.
Okay, even if they are, then why did they take out the DNA?
Okay, so do you think that DNA is required for someone to be like the caregiver for an individual?
It's an added check. And why would they not want it? If it's an added check to protect children.
So you'd have to justify that protects children.
Right.
Well,
so the rapid DNA testing
you don't know
at the
who
border.
they're going with.
rapid
And
DNA
325,000 are missing. You talk about Donald Trump.
Liberty, listen to the law real quick. Liberty, listen to the law.
So Biden declined to renew the contract with the company that was doing the rapid DNA testing.
Why is that?
Because the rapid DNA testing, it was very expensive. It was about $800 to $1,000 for each test to get
Too
done.
much to protect a child, right?
And the test did not yield any results that couldn't be verified through other means. So they would be able to verify that the child had a family member in the United States or a relative in the United States that they could be placed with, or if they couldn't identify that, they would be placed with a sponsor. So it didn't yield anything that weren't able to already find through other means.
A couple of women who testified in front of Congress the past couple of weeks testified that they lost 325,000 children and that some are working. She admitted this in front of Congress.
So again, the 325,000 number is just literally a ridiculous number that you're saying. What you're not acknowledging is that you think there are 300,000 kids missing in this country.
I have no idea. That's what she said. And she worked for the Department of Homeland Security. She said some are
Robert,
working
thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Robert.
Some are working as slaves in households. Some are working in factories. They're children. That's all. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
So we didn't lose 330,000 children.
I have no idea. That's what she said. We certainly
I understand that's what she said.
Liberty, please
People
listen.
say a lot of shit when they're in front of a Republican congressional committee trying to make the current president.
She would admit it. She would admit that. I mean, it's
Liberty,
embarrassing.
please listen. Please listen.
So there is some truth to the fact that they lost contact with people. But what happens when they're placed with a family member is they will get a phone number, or if they have a follow-up meeting, they're supposed to show up to this follow-up meeting. I deal with this every day when you have people who are of lower
What
economic.
position do you have?
I'm a public defender.
Well, this lady was with Homeland Security, and she's a whistleblower.
I'm telling you that this has been looked into. Now, there are instances where some children have ended up in unfavorable conditions where they're being exploited. I don't deny that, but it is not 330,000. We're talking about the low double digits of instances where children have been found in harm's way, and that's going to happen with any sort of program. I grew up in foster care, and let me tell you, it's not a picnic. And abuse happens in our
It
own
shouldn't happen. I
foster
don't care
care
if it's
system.
20 children. It shouldn't happen.
We have abuses in our own foster care system with American children in American with being
Boy,
placed in
oh
the care
boy,
of
you're so
American
concerned about that one woman you say Donald Trump raped.
Whoa.
One woman, and you're not concerned about children. I don't care if
we
it's
are
one
concerned
woman.
about
my fucking neck after that
You're
pivot.
very
Jesus.
Yeah, I
concerned
know.
about that
Liberty,
one
Liberty.
woman.
Listen, We do care about children that are assaulted. We do care. You don't care about women that are assaulted, apparently. But we're saying is that that's not cause. Listen.
I believe she's a woman.
Listen.
Why?
What we're
Why should I
saying-
have to listen to you?
I'll mute you. Be quiet. I'm trying to engage in a conversation. I'm trying to have a productive dialogue with you, and you don't give a shit. So listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the conversation, right? Or get the fuck out of the live. Okay? This is not a conversation for you to not engage with any of the points that we bring up. Okay? You can unmute your mic. Click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. Click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. Profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. Click the profile picture in the bottom right and then click the microphone. Jesus Christ. She left herself. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
All right, everybody, we have 8,000 people here. If everybody fills up that bar 2 times, we will get Parker over 4 million. Now, we do know there are some Republicans that are hate watching here. I encourage you guys to just punch Parker in the nose with your finger. Do that a lot. Eventually, he will feel it, I promise. And then everybody else fill up the bar 2 times.
Fuck. I'm just kidding. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Old enough to be your daddy, boy. Hey, Parker, you a bitch.
Interesting.
Strong
Why?
start, Pax.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to come on here and tell you that shit, man. And hope you come to the Republican side because, man, everything you talk about is bullshit.
Okay, what about it?
Just, everything you speak about. Don't start getting into, policies and all this shit. We know what's what, you know what I mean? We know what's real. And Kamala, she just ain't.
Kamala.
Yes, Kamal, Jamal, whatever the fuck her name is, she's just
Kamala.
not.
Just say
We
VP
just
Harris
heard
if you
about
can't do
her
it.
8 weeks ago. We just found out about her. How are you
No,
so?
you didn't. She was the VP.
Okay, no one knows her.
I do.
Come on, man. Get real, man.
Yeah, you're just not informed? Can you tell me who the VP pick is for Trump?
JD Vance, man.
Okay, so apparently you know the vice president for your side, but you don't know it for the other side. That's very intelligent.
Well, because he's actually intelligent. He actually, he could actually have a conversation. He's
Next time they're gonna call Diet Mountain Dew racist.
Listen, man. I'll see you in like 13 or how many days to election?
No, Pax, give me like an
It's
argument.
3 days. Go vote in 3 days, Pax.
Yeah, no. Election time is January 5th. Make sure to vote January 5th, Pax.
Yeah, all right.
Vote on January 5th. He left. He apparently had a video posing with money in his bed. Paloma, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Thank you so much.
Pablo fucking Escobar here.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 45.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Why not? He's the best president we've had in a very long time. And as far as you guys were talking about the children earlier, I believe those numbers are on the FBI. I'm trying to look it up. The 300 and some thousand. The lady was right. She wasn't lying. She was 100% right.
Okay. What source?
I'm looking it up now. I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
Be patient with me.
Got you.
Yeah, I mean, she interrupted me. So the unaccounted for migrant children that happened, that were placed in the custody of the HHS, what they did is they struggled to keep track of them after their release, again, to family members or pre-approved sponsors. And a lot of times when they're placed with family members, these are people that have a lot of high mobility. They move apartments every 6 months or every year, and they weren't able to keep track with them. Some of them were given appointments to show up for a check-in, and they didn't show up. There's no indication that they're lost or missing. It's just that the HHS lost contact with them after they were placed with the Office of Refugee Resettlement into their sponsors or their family members.
Do you know what the reason was that they did DNA to begin with on the kids?
Yes, because there were cartel members that were using children as a mechanism to try to get into the country.
Correct.
Jessica, thank you for the
on
$5.
a huge scale of doing that, and it was So,
but they were able to determine that without DNA. The USCIS officers that would do the interviews could figure it out pretty quickly that they weren't actually family members. Once they got the child alone, once they got them comfortable to speak, they could really identify. So the DNA was really redundant, and that's why Biden elected not, and it was expensive too. He just elected not to go with it because it wasn't yielding any information that USCIS officers weren't already able to get.
That's fine, and but the whole expensive thing, I have that like just irks me. I mean, we have how many billions we can send to Ukraine, but we can't afford some DNA tests. That seems.
I would agree with you.
That's
if the DNA was the thing that was helping us, if but for the DNA, we wouldn't be able to protect these kids. That just wasn't the case. The DNA just ended up being redundant.
But we could just shut the border down. That would help these kids.
What constitutional authority does she have, or Biden have to shut down the border? Push the boo.
Because we have a border. We're a border. That's a border. All countries have borders. What do you mean?
No, but what constitutional authority does she have, or does Biden have, that allows for them to do that?
What do you mean constitutional authority?
Constitutional or statutory authority? Which one?
We've had a border. We've had borders. You don't think the countries have borders? You don't think we have a border?
That doesn't mean that we can completely shut the border down. Push the boo.
Yes, we can.
With what policy?
I mean, you can name them. I mean, executive orders. He can do anything he wants.
You can't shut down the border completely through an executive order without provocation.
Maybe without provocation?
Yeah.
You don't think that all the cartel coming in, and that's a complete, it's dangerous.
Wait, so then why didn't Trump do it under his administration? Because we right now have lower crossings than we had at the end of Trump.
Let me backpedal just a second. I don't understand why Biden got rid of all of the Trump's policies that were working. The Remain in Mexico was a great one. He got rid of that immediately. And the wall, he was building a wall. God would stop that. Now,
how much of the wall did he build?
Was it 300? I can't remember.
And then here's 3.7% new wall.
But
One,
let me,
two as it relates to two as it relates to this.
So,
Two as it relates to this. Also, in terms of you brought up the wall, and then what was the other thing you said?
Remain in Mexico.
Remain in Mexico. Why didn't Trump do that day one? It's an executive order.
He did do it.
He didn't do it in day one.
Well, he had a lot going on.
He waited until 2019, so he had too much going on until 2019.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, he was getting impeached every 5 minutes. I mean, come on.
Okay, but you can't do an executive order that takes him fucking literally 2 minutes. All I can do
is tell you that the border was secure when Trump was in office, and it's not now. We didn't have.
Wait, there are less crossings right now than there was.
I live in San Diego.
Hey, Riley. There's less crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration.
That's not true.
It is true.
That's not true. I mean, we're gonna have to agree to disagree because obviously
there is no agree to disagree with facts.
It's not. No, that's not a fact. It's not a fact.
Yes, it is.
Where are you getting your information?
Customs Border Protection.
No, you're wrong.
Yes. What? How am I wrong? What source are you getting it from?
It's just not true. I'm sorry.
What source are you getting it from?
Trust me, bro. The same one.
The same one.
Yeah. Guess we're getting two different numbers.
Riley, you think the border's open?
Yeah. Well, maybe not now.
So you're in San Diego.
Yes, I am, and you have no idea what it's like here.
Yep. So I was just there last month, but when you go to Tijuana, are you able to just cross the border and then come back like with no inspection or anything?
I mean, come on, that's ridiculous. No one's going. We're not trying to get to Tijuana, please. Listen, all I know is I live here, and I also see all of the.
When you come back, there's
Let me tell you
customs
something, though.
officers there searching your vehicle and making sure you're able to enter the country, right?
Yeah, there's other ways in those borders. There's places that come through.
You're able to enter the country, right?
Riley, swipe out of the app, go to your home screen, and then come back into the app. You got an echo, so that's the only way to fix the glitch is to swipe out of the app, go to your home screen, and then come back into the app. Riley, you got to swipe out of the app and then swipe back into the app. There we go. Now come back into the app and then unmute by clicking the profile picture in the bottom right and then clicking the microphone. All right. If you're voting for Trump, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring it up. Bring you up here. We are just looking for some people who want to debate who are voting for Trump. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 4 million likes. Share the live as well. And if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree's in the bio. Same thing with Law, by the way. Linktree in the bio, everyone. I would recommend going to the Linktree instead of just looking it up because there are people that try to act like they're me.
While we have a lull here, let's get everybody, headphone listeners, I know you're out there. Time to come back to your device. You got some tapping duties to do. Let's get Parker to 4 million in the next couple minutes here.
Yo, what's up, Andrew? Are you voting Trump?
What's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah.
Why so?
Because a little pussy fags like you.
Oh my god, already using a slur is crazy, bro.
Couldn't even last 30 seconds.
I know, right? Not the first time.
Not the
for
first
him.
time.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Because, yeah, you know, from what I've experienced versus, you know, 2016 to 2020.
John, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate that. Thank you, John.
So, yeah, 2016 to 2020 versus 2020 to now. It just seemed like everything was much better from 2016.
Yeah, like 2016 was really good, right?
So 2016 was okay. It seemed like 2018 things started to get real good.
John, thank you so much. I appreciate the wish. Thank you so
That's
much,
cool.
John. Thank you. I really appreciate the wish. Get some W's for John in the chat. Thank you. So 2016 was Obama, by the way. So this was a trend from Obama's economy.
Yeah, so I've heard that a lot. So basically, what you're saying is for every
Galaxy, thank
presidency, for every presidency that we currently have, okay, so how do I want to word this? For every current president or every sitting president, we're really under the previous president's policies. Is that correct?
No, what I'm saying is that it was a trend from the prior economy.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. So I'm hearing this a lot. Everybody's saying that, you know, well, Trump's economy was so good
Susie,
because
thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Trump's economy was so good because of Barack Obama, right? So
No, what I'm saying is that it
how
was a
far
trend from Obama's economy.
I'm sorry. Can you explain that?
A trend from Obama's economy means that it was a pre-existing trend that was not caused by the Trump administration policy.
Right. Well, that's exactly what I just said. Trump's economy was so good because of Barack Obama's economy, correct?
Sure.
Is that not? Do we not just say the same thing, just different words?
I mean, again, sure. Yeah.
Okay. So what my question is, how far back does that go?
What do you mean?
So if Trump's economy was good because of Barack Obama's trend from his economy, right?
That comes from him because Barack Obama inherited like a recession. Push the gold medal. Push the hat mustache.
Okay. So then how do you explain the state of our economy now? That was Trump. So Joe Biden and Kamala Harris inherited Trump's.
Yeah, it was 7.8% unemployment. Caitlin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. 7.8% unemployment. Like there was a global pandemic. Push the confetti. The economy wasn't doing great, right? And then we followed through with recovery.
Right. Okay. So the economy under Trump wasn't doing great, but it was doing good because it was a trend of Obama's economy.
I'm saying at the end of the administration, it was bad because of COVID. At the beginning of the administration, it was good because of a pre-existing trend that existed. And it became bad because of the pandemic.
Okay, so
Alma, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
So was it bad because of the pandemic, because of the way Trump handled the pandemic, or was it just solely the pandemic?
I mean, his response to the pandemic made it worse, but it was mainly like supply chain issues that were unrelated to that.
Okay, so you can say that the economy that was inherited from Trump wasn't necessarily Trump's fault.
So, yeah, I don't think it was Trump's fault.
Okay, that's awesome. Hey, you know, so I guess there's some common ground there.
Okay, so then why do you blame the economic effects of the pandemic on the Biden-Harris administration, but you don't blame the Trump administration for the same thing?
Well, they've been in
Thank you.
office for almost 4 years, and what have they done? So what if they effectively?
What have they done? They've influenced to get
effective-
past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act.
When were these passed?
Like 2022, 2023, and 2021.
Okay, so it took them almost 2 years to start fixing the economy.
The Inflation Reduction Act happened in 2022. The infrastructure bill happened in 2021.
And Joe Biden took office in
2021. That's so loud. Halo, thank you so much for the Wanda. Thank you so much, Halo. Can we get some W's for Halo in the chat? Thank you so much, Halo.
Rip headphone users.
Literally. Rip my ears.
It took Biden at least 1 year to pass anything that's going to try and fix the economy.
What? Like, yeah, this is Congress. Appreciate the cap. And also, as it relates to that was mostly determined by the Federal Reserve in terms of the response to like inflation.
So okay, so you're saying it was Congress, but I asked what did the
You're covering your mic. I can't really hear you.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said so now you're saying it was Congress, but I asked what has the Biden administration done to recover the economy? And you cited these 3 things, correct? But now you're saying it's Congress.
Yeah, I'm saying that it takes time for those things to be implemented because of Congress, but it's still attributed to them because they were advocating and influenced to get it passed. Per standard.
Okay, so it's Congress's fault that the economy is still the way that it is.
No, it's the economy is the way it is right now. It's currently like mostly recovered, right? We have higher real median wages right now than we had Q4 2019. Push this in glasses. We have higher real GDP right now than we've ever had, which both of those account for inflation, right? Inflation right now is at 2.4%, right? That's lower than what it was in Trump's administration. At plenty of
why
points.
is the price of living so high?
What's up?
Then why is the price of living so high?
Because there was global inflation. So the inflation is rate of increase in pricing. So the rate of increase in pricing has diminished, but it increased prior.
Yeah, but you're saying it's lower now than when it was under Trump.
Yeah, like the rate of increase in pricing. That doesn't mean that prices didn't already increase. It just means that they stopped increasing at a rate that is higher than what it was under Trump. It is now lower rate now than what it was under Trump in terms of rate of increase in pricing.
Okay, but rates haven't gone down, or pricing hasn't gone down.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. There's not going to be massive deflation that would cause a recession.
Okay, that's interesting. So, what is better under? So, aside from numbers, what is objectively better now than when Trump was in office?
Real median wages, real GDP, which means GDP increased accounting for inflation, and real median wages increased accounting for inflation since Q4 2019, which is prior to COVID.
Okay, but that doesn't. Real median wages doesn't mean anything if the price of living is still higher, correct?
Dude, what does real mean? I just told you. It means accounting for inflation.
So what is the real median wage?
Right now, I think it's $3.68. That's in 1982 to $1984.
Well, that doesn't seem accurate.
That's what you get from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and
Well,
the St. Louis Federal
so-
Reserve.
Well, we also had statistics coming from the DOJ that said crime was down. What was it, like 4%? But then they just suggested and saying
Wait, so
that,
you're just
crime
not
is
you're
bad.
not going to accept the data?
Well, did you?
Okay, if you're just
accept
not
the
willing
data?
to accept the data, I'm going to kick you.
Hold on. Well, no. Let me ask you this: did you accept the data when the DOJ said that crime was down?
I accept what the evidence indicates. So if there's a revision of numbers, I accept that revision. There's always adjustments.
So you only accept the numbers. You don't look at data that's around you, what you can physically see. Like you could see with your own two eyes. You only
No,
look
because
at numbers.
that's not a good determination of the overall American economy. I'm sorry, you got to use more of your brain. You can't just say,
No,
I feel like it.
using my brain. Well, such as when the DOJ said
It's actually
crime was down.
371 now. It's gone up for quarter three for 2024. And it was 362 quarter four 2019.
Well, my point is, when the DOJ said that crime was down, I could see that wasn't a true statistic based on everything that's going on around, like homicides, rapes. I don't know if I can use that word, but homicides, essays, stuff like that. I could see that wasn't an accurate statistic based
You
on
watched that happen? Like,
visualizing.
I'm sorry, what the fuck?
No. Based on what is
So you can't
reported
see
in
the entire
news.
United States. You can't see the
Yeah.
crime,
Listen.
right?
No, you're
That's
right.
a ridiculous
Yes.
statement to make.
No. Hold on. You're absolutely right, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying based on what the news is reporting, what's happening around the country. Okay, based on what the news is reporting, I could tell that crime wasn't down. Okay, I used my brain to say, oh, well, the DOJ is saying that crime is down, but based on what I'm seeing on the news, all this stuff that's happening, that doesn't seem accurate. That's
Joe,
why.
but that's like turning to a page in a book and reading the page and saying you know the whole book. You're only getting a limited frame of reference when you're just counting on what you see with your own eyes.
Okay, so I just happened to get lucky when I thought to myself, oh, hey, this doesn't seem accurate, and then they revised the crime rates.
All right. Well, look, you can take the DOJ out of the equation and just go to your own city's crime reporting.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You can take the DOJ out of the equation and just go with your own city's crime reporting and look at that. Like what, you don't have to name your exact city, but like what county are you in or what state?
Well, I'm not going to disclose that, but I will say I'm very lucky to be in a area where crime is very much under control. So it didn't necessarily impact, it didn't impact where I'm at, but just down the road.
Fair enough. Well, pick a city that you think crime is up compared to last year.
Literally any major city in the United States. You pick one.
I don't know. Parker, pick a city.
St. Louis,
Big city?
Missouri. Kansas City, Kansas.
like-
Detroit, Michigan. In any of them. Literally any big city.
Any big city, there's what? Sorry, an increase in crime?
There's an
He said
increase.
St. Louis. I'll look up St. Louis real quick, and I'm not going to DOJ. I'm just going to go to it, so you guys can keep talking.
Okay. Yeah, so again, you're not really giving me any reason why, like, say, actually, can you name me 3 Trump economic policies that you like?
Off the top of my head, economic policies. You had the tax reduction for just normal American citizens, correct?
So you mean the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which mostly went to rich people and only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is around $10 billion?
Sure, we'll go with that. My taxes were lower under Trump. Than
So wait,
they are.
you're currently still under Trump tax policy.
Okay.
All right, real quick. According to St. Louis, Metropolitan Police, there's been a notable decline in crime rates from October. So looking from January to October of 2023 compared to January to October of 2024, homicides are at 116, down from 126 in 2023. Overall crime has decreased by 18%.
I'm sorry, you said you got those statistics where?
This is from the St. Louis Metropolitan Police. They released a report on October 1st, 2024.
Okay. Now, see, this is where you have to really use your critical thinking skills. Is St. Louis as a whole Republican run or Democrat run?
Oh, Democrat.
Yeah, it's
Democrat.
So
would there be?
So Big Joe,
Missouri
Big
is
Joe,
a,
name
Missouri is
name-
also a Republican state. But yeah, if you want to
Yeah,
go with
name-
a Republican
one-
city,
name one big. Wait, I just want him to do this real quick. Name one big Republican city.
stole my thunder, but it's your
That's my point. That's my exact point right there. So now my point was.
What? Give me one. I just want one.
Yeah, there is none.
So maybe it's a big state thing, and it's not just like a Democrat thing. I appreciate the flowers. Thank you so much. But you want to know something fucking crazy?
on.
The Democratic states, they fund the Republican states. The Republican states are a drain on our federal system. I'm not
what are you
trolling.
going on about
Republican
right now?
states take more from the federal government than they put
What?
into it.
Hold on.
And,
What-
and states
what are
like
you going on
states
about
like
right now?
states specifically like New York, states
Respect
specifically.
Parker, respect.
Joe, shut up, and you'll maybe you'll be able to know.
No, this is not where I'm going. That's not where I was going with it. All right, go ahead then. Go ahead.
Thank you. So again, you're saying, oh, Republican state or Democratic areas, look at this, more crime. They're also the places where all of the economic growth comes from. Okay, we're talking the big cities. We're talking the big states like New York. We're talking about California. They fund the red states, proportionally speaking.
I don't understand what the fuck that point has to do with anything. So
You
you're
brought
saying
it. You were
because
like,
there's-
Democratic
No, hold on.
city, Democratic city.
No, first off, that's not what I did. I don't know what this is. I don't know if you're trying to just like, just come at my character or what. I don't know why you're acting like this. It's kind of childish. My point
Jessica,
was,
appreciate the $1. Thank you
it's
so
a
much.
democratic. It's a democratic city. So my point was, would there happen to be any incentive for a democratic city to lie about their crime rates?
So now you're just saying that all the evidence. Okay, so you could say the same thing about Republicans. Republicans just lie about their violent crime rates to make them seem lower. Do you realize how ridiculous that seems?
No, I don't. Look.
First little crime. Okay, so then how about this? How
How
about this? Do you think that all hospitals underreport, right, on their specific negative outcomes so that they could increase the likelihood of more people going to those hospitals?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Are you saying that hospitals underreported COVID deaths so people were more likely to go to that hospital because they thought that they had a higher likelihood of surviving?
Absolutely not. I think
Okay.
hospitals overreported COVID deaths.
Okay. So, of course, you believe everything's fake. You believe all the information, all the data, it's all fake. It's all either overreported or underreported based on whatever you feel like, whatever the vibes are.
Yeah, I mean, sure. You know, I live in a, you know, once again, I said that I'm lucky enough to live in a place that has the crime under control. I do live in a predominantly red area, and based on the numbers of the people that live in my area, and what the reported COVID deaths were for my area, it does not add up. Okay, so I'll say this. I used to work in market research, okay? And when you're doing market research, you have a sample size, you know, let's say 1,000 people is a good indicator.
Are you a flat
correct?
earther?
I am not.
Why not?
Why am I not a flat earther?
Yeah.
Because it's not something I subscribe to.
Why not?
Because
Just the vibes?
See, and you're trying to.
John, thank
diminish
you so
my
much for the
character
baby
here.
dragon. Thank you so much, John. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Here we are again, Parker. You're trying to diminish my character by asking me if I'm a flat earther. Where the fuck did flat Earth come into this conversation?
Well, like,
It came
you
out of your
dispute
mouth,
all of
correct?
the data. You dispute all of the evidence and all of the data. Why wouldn't you do it with the flat Earth? The Earth is a pancake.
Okay, so is flat Earth data based on numbers?
Wait, you don't use data. Remember, you use vibes. You use like what's going on around you. Use your eyes. It's flat.
Okay, I was just in the middle of explaining the data that I was looking at versus COVID deaths in these major cities, and then you fucking spit out flat Earth. You're trying to diminish my character because you know I'm making good points, Parker. Admit
No,
it.
you're not. I'm saying your reasoning is akin to someone being flat Earth because it's vibes only, right? It's whatever I feel like. It's whatever I see around me.
It's not fucking vibes only, dude. It's not.
That's
vibes
literally what it
only.
is. There's no
Okay, so
evidence.
can
It's
I-
no
can I-
source.
can
It's
I
whatever the
finish?
vibes are at the moment.
Can I finish?
The vibes are
what I was
high,
saying?
dude. Let's go with overreported,
Yeah,
dude.
Can I finish what I was saying? We're talking about COVID deaths, right? Can I finish what I was saying on that? You ask me, do I believe that hospitals would underreport COVID deaths so people would go there thinking they have a higher chance of surviving? Was that the question?
Yes, the point I was trying to demonstrate was that
No, hold on.
if
That's
someone,
not- listen, I asked you a yes or no question. Was that the question you asked me?
yeah, I did ask you that question earlier.
And then I started to explain myself, and then you just spit out flat Earth. Am I a flat earther? Why did you bring up the flat Earth?
Because of the reasoning that you prior provided. You didn't provide any evidence. You don't accept the data. So why would you accept it there?
I just told you. The numbers that I see in my area for COVID deaths, representative of how many people are in my area, do not add up to what the COVID deaths reported were overall. They don't.
How do you know? Did you do the counting?
I did. I was just in the middle of explaining to you that I used to be in market research. That's all I did, dude, was crunch numbers. And then you spit out flat Earth
Wait.
shit.
By the way, if you're crunching numbers, why do you accept those numbers?
Because I'm you're such a fucking moron, dude. Because I can see those numbers in front of my own two eyes, and
I can show you the numbers in front of your own two eyes as well.
Didn't do it.
Your own two eyes.
Do it.
Look into them. Rich
Do
the
it.
ICU, thank you so much. Okay, Mickey, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
No, hold on. I don't need to go there.
And
'cause
look,
you said you
and
could show
look.
me. Oh, hey, no. You said you could show me, so why the fuck am I going to go there? If you can show me, then you show me. Show me.
I'm not pulling it up on my phone. I'm just telling you where you can find it, and
can't
that's
show me
showing
then.
you. Hey, Big Joe,
can't show me
I'm
then.
showing you by telling you where to find it. Jesus
Right,
Christ,
that
man.
makes a lot of sense, dude. You're
Appreciate
showing
the
me by
ICU.
telling
Thank
me
you so
where
much.
to
I
find it.
see you, buddy. I see you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're going to show me by telling me where to
Dude,
go.
you know what I'm saying, bro. Thank you for the elephant. You
That's not you
know
showing
why?
me.
I told you where to find it.
That's not you showing me. Pull it up on the screen. Show me.
Oh my god.
Right.
You want to see the real median wages? Is that what you're saying? I'll show you, dude. Oh my Jesus Christ, man.
Hold the fuck on. We haven't been on the real median wages for like 10 minutes now.
What do you want to see then?
COVID, aren't we? We're talking
No,
about
I'm
COVID,
saying
man.
no. The reason why we were talking about that is because you didn't accept the evidence.
No, dude. We're talking about COVID now. We're not talking about real median wages anymore.
Yes,
We're
we are.
talking
Look,
about COVID.
quarter 3, 2024. Look at that. At 371, right? And quarter 4, 2019.
We're having a discussion about COVID, and you can show me the numbers, and you pull up.
What
real
numbers do you want to
median
see on
wages.
COVID versus the relaxed case?
Whatever fucking numbers you said you could show me.
I was talking about this. Carlo, thank you so much for the $10.
Why are
Thank you so much.
talking about? Why are you referring to real median wages numbers when we're talking about fucking COVID, bro?
Dude,
Man,
we were
use
talking
your
about
fucking
we were
brain,
talking about the
guys.
sources, genius.
Yeah. The sources that you can fucking.
There's 362 for 2019 quarter four.
Parker, man, come on, dude. You're smarter than this, man. You're
not.
I give you credit, man. You're fucking smart and you're articulate. And we're talking about COVID numbers, and you want to fucking tell me you can show me the numbers, and you pull up real median wages, which we haven't talked about for the last fucking 10, 15 minutes. Get the fuck out of here.
Bridge the
dude.
cap. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because you were disputing the pieces of evidence based upon the data. And I said, you will accept the data. Wait, so what do you want me to show you? What data did you want me to show you?
Hold on. I was disputing. That's why you're bringing it up. I was disputing the COVID numbers. Why didn't you bring up the fucking COVID number?
You're just going to dispute them anyway. What COVID numbers do you want to see?
The ones that you could show me, bro. The ones that you can show me.
I'm just going to show you the ones that you dispute from the CDC.
Bring them up. Maybe I'll dispute them. Maybe I'll accept them. Who the fuck knows, man? I might surprise you. I might surprise you, Parker. You never know.
Do you accept them from the CDC?
Bro, show me what the fuck you're going to show me.
Do you accept them from the CDC? I'm just asking.
Show me what you're going to show me, and then I'll tell you. if I
This is
accept them.
showing the CDC numbers.
Show me what you're going to show me. And then, okay, so let's see. Coronavirus cases versus deaths. Yeah, so what is that? It's about a 1-point-some odd % death rate, correct?
So that's with all of the different strains.
Okay. So 111 million cases versus 1.2 million deaths.
Yeah, what's your point?
I mean, that seems accurate. So what is that? 1.3% death rate?
Parker, was there a claim here that I missed? I'm a little lost.
He was disputing the data of the coronavirus cases, saying they were overreported. I showed him the overreported. I mean, not the overreported, the numbers for the U.S. and he didn't accept them, and he did accept them. Sorry. This is also from like 6 months ago.
You know those are revised numbers, right? Just the same thing as the DOJ crime rate. They're revised. You know
No, they're
that.
not. It's that there's multiple different
they're not?
strains, so the severity of the illness diminished over time because of the vaccines and and because of the what's it called? Because of the different strains.
Okay. So let me ask you this: did you support the lockdowns?
Dude, I'm kicking you. What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about, dude?
Discord
All right, let's get this
chat
next
is
individual
very
up here.
confused as well, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Crime rates.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Oh, you were already on.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know why they got cut off, so I'm just gonna stay on the safe side. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
45. What's going on?
Are you
with
voting Trump?
it? Oh yeah, definitely.
Why so?
Honestly, I don't too much care to have a Marxist in office running our country.
Can you define Marxism?
Well, yeah, it's a socioeconomic analysis, and they just pretty much use materialistic interpretations of historical development, and they try to cause social conflict.
That's not a definition of Marxism.
Yeah, actually, it is.
Typically, the definition of Marxism that people use, right, is going to be relating to like a particular lens that is used to look at the critiques of capitalism and contradictions like posited by free market capitalism.
Pick up your phone.
That's how Marxism is seen.
Pick up your phone and look up the definition of Marxism. It's exactly what
again, I'm telling you how most Marxists will use the definition.
Well, you can't say most. We're going by facts. Ain't that what you said?
There's no facts. I don't know what you're talking about there, right?
So you
this
don't
is
know
how
nothing
people
about
use the term.
definition.
Yeah, I just told you this is how people mostly use the term.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, going
So
with your
how is she a
question.
Marxist?
Well, her dad was a Marxist, and she went to Howard University.
Okay. I have a question. Trump's dad was arrested at a KKK rally. What does that make him?
He was arrested at a KKK rally.
Donald Trump's dad.
What year?
I can pull it up if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that because I never heard about that one.
So what does that make Trump?
Don't make Trump nothing.
Oh, so it doesn't matter what your dad did?
Do you know how many black people Trump gave loans to and made them millionaires over the years?
Tell me the number, because I can tell you that he didn't rent to black people.
A whole lot of them.
You don't
Just
know.
look how many black people he gave loans to, and then when they tried to
Why
get
did
it
you just
back-
randomly bring that up?
Hold on. Because
And by the way, it was 1927.
1927. Never heard that. But the point is, that man has helped more black people than Kamala had. First of all, Kamala's not even black.
Kamala and okay, so she's not black. So, okay, so
No, she's
what is?
not. She's Indian.
I have a question. Yeah. So you know you
She's
can be
going around telling the
Hey,
country
Flame,
that she's black all of a sudden.
Flame. Did you know you can be black and Indian at the same time?
She's not black and Indian.
Yes, she is. So
No, she's not.
can you tell me the background of her dad?
The background of her dad?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question because there's not really any real information on her heritage except for her mother.
There is. So her dad is Afro-Jamaican and her mom is Indian.
She's not black.
She is.
No, she's not.
So can you answer is this guy black?
How come she said she was
he
a
black?
native?
Is he black?
That guy, all I can tell you is that guy's got a big ass forehead.
Is he black?
He has a big forehead.
Is he black?
I don't know.
Yeah, and Flame, don't get me started on foreheads. That's why you're wearing a hat. So
No.
please, okay, then turn your camera on.
You want me to turn my camera on?
Yep, turn your camera on right now.
All right. Let me get my shit set up on the pod here.
Okay, take the cap off.
Man, my hair is messed up. I'm
Take the cap off. Take the cap off. Take it off.
There we go.
Take off the cap, bro.
I'm not doing it, bro.
I know. Push the hand art because you don't want to show your five head. Yeah, dude, that's a huge forehead, bro.
My hair is jacked up.
Yeah,
Anyways,
why are you like trying to make your eyebrows go higher?
Let's
Why
get
did you do
back on
that?
the subject. Do you want to get back on the subject, or do you want?
I mean, if you wanna tell me why you did this.
Because I was trying to push my hair back. But anyway.
No, you were trying to make your forehead smaller. Sorry.
Any more questions, kid?
Okay, so is he black?
He looks black, yeah.
Yeah,
Besides-
that's her dad. That's her dad, by the way. That's her dad.
No wonder she's so ugly.
What?
No wonder she's so ugly if that's her dad.
Her dad's not an ugly man. What are you talking about?
Okay, now let's talk about the economy.
Wait. Don't even get me started, Flame. Have you looked in a mirror before?
Yeah, all the time. I'm just about as conceited as it gets.
And you think that you're like you think that you're just like some specimen?
Girl that
Do you think that you're like a specimen, brother?
That's right.
You think you're
That's
a
right.
specimen?
You see these eyes, baby?
Let's here just model the camera real quick.
Yeah.
Do we need to
What's up
pull?
with the filter?
Dude, I can't, bro. Oh my.
Okay, now are we gonna have this conversation, or are you gonna keep deflecting?
We can have Flame. We can have the conversation.
Okay, well,
So
let's have the conversation.
okay, so how is she not black? Because her dad is black.
She's not black.
Yes, she is.
According to her, a few years ago, she was Native American. Then the next thing you know,
What?
she's Indian. Then the next thing
So
you know,
wait, I have a question.
There are videos of her saying this out in the public. She doesn't know what color she is. She tries to pander to everybody.
Yeah. So by the way,
Changes her
there's no
tone and
evidence. There's no evidence
everywhere
that
she
she's
goes.
claimed. Wait,
She's
there's no
famous.
evidence. There's no evidence that she's claimed that she is Native American, at least to my knowledge.
I know, but she claimed that she was.
Okay. So when did she claim that?
Here, I'll pull the video up for you. Good Lord, this kid is slow.
Bro, what are you talking about, bro? And why are you using that?
Because it seems like you could keep up better going to that university you went to. I seen you get on YouTube with that whole class.
What? Wait, which one? You mean with Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
Can you name one point he beat me on?
Yeah, he beat your whole class.
Name me one point he beat me on.
All of you, and the man don't even have a college degree.
Flame, can you name me one point he beat me on?
Everything, because all you do is deflect.
Just name one point. Give me one specific point.
You already know what you lost on. I'm about to pull this video
No,
up.
I didn't lose on a single thing against Charlie. Not a single thing.
Just like you're losing right now.
I'm not losing shit right now. You're delusional.
What was the subject that Parker talked about with Charlie Kirk?
There was a bunch of subjects that he talked to him about.
Can you name one of them?
I can't recall, but I do remember you getting flustered and getting mad.
So you don't remember a single one? Wait, so this wasn't even added to the debates, but Charlie Kirk got so mad that he said that I had low testosterone, right, in the debates.
I think you do too.
Yeah, he said, I can't hear you. You've got low testosterone. Maybe your testosterone has to be higher.
Yeah, you do have low testosterone for sure, because you're kind of feminine.
Yeah, being feminine doesn't mean you have less or more testosterone. Well, you definitely know how testosterone works.
Yeah. Usually men with higher testosterone just beat the hell out of you.
Really? You want to know something crazy?
What?
Want to know something crazy? Right? Have you tested your testosterone levels?
No. They're probably through the roof.
Through the roof.
45 years old and still having kids.
You know, after you have kids, your testosterone drops, right? So it's actually more likely that I have higher testosterone than you because of your age and because of you having children.
That could be true, but I could still beat the hell out of it.
It is true. So I think it's funny that you and Charlie Kirk both didn't acknowledge that when you guys both had children. Because if you knew anything about testosterone, you would know that.
Okay. Now, can we please get to the debate?
And plus, if you're saying testosterone makes you a man, are you saying that trans people have valid identities if they're on HRT? Judith, thank you so much for the subscription.
Trans people, in my book, are just mentally unstable.
What? That's not true at all. One.
Yeah,
Two, the only person that's mentally unstable is the guy voting for a proven sexual abuser, a fraudster, an election denier who tried to overthrow the government, a guy who tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims in the country. You're a joke of a man.
Can I ask a question without you talking? You think a woman that can't even control her husband's nanny is going to run our country? Then you're a fucking idiot.
What do you mean?
So you don't know about Doug getting the nanny pregnant?
Confetti. I think you're talking
you tell
about
me you don't know about that? You don't know about him
that they were not together when that was happening.
Bullshit.
No, they weren't.
Total bullshit.
That was well prior.
No. Deflection.
Yes, it was. Do you want to put money on that?
She's nothing but a whore. She slept her way to the top.
Okay. What tells you that? Instead of acknowledging Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his wives, the last one of the corn star while his wife was pregnant.
Yeah, he did.
And he's not a hoe? Is Donald Trump a hoe?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Okay. So why didn't you say that? Why don't you say you're not going to vote for him because of that?
He's a lot stronger than that weak bitch right there.
Oh wait, why are you referring to her that way? That's fucked up.
Because she's a bitch.
You know that's called misogyny, right?
I don't give a fuck what it's called.
You don't give a fuck. You don't care about being misogynistic. Do you care about your wife?
I don't give a damn about none of that shit.
Oh, I bet your wife is really happy to be with you. I bet your wife is so happy to be with you.
Yeah, 24 years.
Really? Very happy. Very happy.
That's why you ain't got one. That's why you sitting there by yourself doing these all day.
I have a girlfriend, right,
You
Flame?
sit on TikTok all day.
You know I have a girlfriend, right?
You sit on TikTok all day because you can't even get a job.
This is a job.
Okay.
Define job.
Do
Define
your
job.
And let's get to the
Flame.
point.
Flame. Define job. Define job. Define job.
Flame, does your wife know you follow a lot of really young
Mr.
women?
Public Defender, I've got a question for
Flame.
you.
Flame. Does your wife know that you follow young women?
Yeah.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
So if we
my
showed her your following list, she wouldn't have any issues with it.
No, because I'm the man of the fucking house. That's right.
You're a man with what?
I'm the man of the house. I pay for everything.
Okay, so
Okay, sit your ass down. Don't ask no
that doesn't
dumbass
mean you that
questions.
doesn't mean you can treat the person you're with however you want.
No, you don't. That's why she's been with me for 24 years. Stop playing with your hair. You do that shit when you get nervous.
I
Stop
play with my hair
fiddling
all the
with
time.
that.
Do you need help? You can't even define job. Define job.
Define job is something you do to earn money, but
Akbar,
TikTok
thank you for
is
the
not a
dollar.
job.
So I literally make money doing this.
You make money on here sitting on your ass because you can't go out in the world and get a real job.
Wait, Donald Trump never got off his ass. He literally dodged the draft multiple times. Kirby, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you, Kirby.
Definitely not true.
Jasmine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. It's not true. He did it on multiple occasions. He said he had bone spurs. He said he had bone spurs. Well, I have a question. I have a question. If your wife paid for everything, would that justify her following young men who are showing off their abs on the internet? Appreciate the Galaxy, thank you so much.
A wife shouldn't have to pay for anything. You're supposed to take care of your wife.
No, but if she did, if she was taking care of you,
the head of the household.
wait, if she was taking care of you, does that justify her being able to do that?
Being able to do what?
Like follow young men who are showing off their abs?
I wouldn't have to
Caitlin,
worry
thank you for the
about
dollar.
it.
Thank you so much.
What does it matter who follows who on here? This is TikTok.
You're a Christian, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, sinning, God cares about it.
Sinning by following
Push the
somebody.
Yes.
Tell me.
Yeah. Do you know what lust is? Do you know what lust is, Flame?
I don't lust after anybody.
It's adultery within your heart, brother.
I don't lust after anybody.
Taylor, thank you so much. I appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much.
Do you know being a homosexual is a sin too? And there's a bunch of them on here.
Being gay is not a sin. You're saying
Yes,
the
sir,
intercourse.
it
You're
is.
saying
It's
you're saying
actually
the
an abomination. It's an
listen. Appreciate the
abomination.
boo. Wait, okay, so do
Abomination.
you want to reference 1 Samuel 15:3 where God says it's okay to slaughter men, women, children, and infants? Right, because they're Amalekites. Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Or in Leviticus 25:44-46, where it says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life. Or in Exodus 21:20-21, where God says you can beat your slaves insofar as they recover after a day or two.
Old Testament. We do not live in the Old Testament.
Wait,
son.
you just brought up the Old Testament. The verse
No,
that you
I
just
didn't.
mentioned was from
No, I
Leviticus.
didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay, so
No,
what
I
verse are you
didn't.
referencing? What
Nobody
verse
said
says it's
nothing about
wrong?
Leviticus, but your dumbass.
What verse says it's wrong? You said abomination. That's in Leviticus. Push the money
like
gun.
a little bitch.
Wait, Flame, what verse are you referencing?
I didn't reference any verse.
You did. Abomination is a specific verse. That's in Leviticus, genius. You don't know anything about your own Bible.
No. It's in the New Testament too.
No, that the abomination quote is not in the New Testament. What verse in the New Testament? Flame, what verse in the New Testament? Push the
You want me to
ICU.
pull it up?
Yeah, go figure it out. Your own Bible. And also, while you're doing that, tell me the first 4 books in the New Testament.
Bible verses on being gay. Good God, there's 25.
He doesn't know the first 4 books of the New Testament. Jesus Christ. He doesn't know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Leviticus, Jude,
Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so
Mark,
much. I appreciate it.
First
Lily, thank you so much for the
Timothy.
dollar. Anastasia,
Oh
thank
my
you so much for the
God, dude,
$5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The majority of them are in the New Testament.
Wait, which one? Name the
I can
verse.
Google too.
Name the verse.
Okay, which one do you want?
Give me
There's
one.
25. There's 25.
Give me one.
Mark chapter 10.
Which
6,
one? Mark 10 what?
Verse 6 through 9. First
Mark 10
Corinthians.
Mark
chapter
10.
6, verse 9
Hold
through
on,
10.
hold on.
First
10,
Timothy,
6
chapter
through 9.
1,
Hold on. We're going to go through these.
There's 25.
So
of
you want to
them,
know what
baby.
Mark 10, 6 through 9 says?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it specifically says, but at the beginning of the creation of God, God made them male and female. For this reason, man will leave his father and mother and will be united to his wife, and the two will become flesh.
Right.
So they are no longer two, but will become flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together,
Man and
let no
woman.
one separate. That just describes.
Man and woman.
Be quiet. Listen.
Man
That
and
just
woman.
listen.
You be
Listen.
quiet.
I'll mute you. So that just describes a man and a woman being united in marriage. It does not say that being GAY is wrong.
Do you see anything in the Bible about it talking about?
I'm
marriage?
asking, give me a verse that says being GAY is wrong.
Okay, hold on.
Also, Mark 10's about divorce.
Did he use this? Did he use the F slur?
The who?
Did he just use the F slur?
The who?
The chat's
What are you
saying it.
talking-
I'm gonna kick him just because the chat's saying it. I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. I enough people said yes, so I'm just gonna go to the next person. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. Let's get the next person. Sean, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
What
Christian,
up,
thank you
bro?
so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it as always. As always. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
K-Dub's back.
Oh, he's back? Okay. Bye. Yo, what's
All
up?
right,
How old are you?
everybody. Well,
Flame is getting flamed. Paste. Yo, Shammy, are you voting Trump?
I'm voting for Mr. Trump because he's smarter than everybody in the world.
What?
I'm voting for Mr. Trump because I'm just joking, bro. I love what you do. I'm not voting for Trump.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's go to the next person. Appreciate the boot. Thank you. All right, let's go to the next individual. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Tap that screen. Let's get to 5 million likes, everyone. We're on the way. We're on the way.
we can do it. Headphone listeners, come back. Fill up the bar 2 times, please. Thank you.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm not voting, actually. I just figured I'd have a conversation.
Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. Let's get this next individual up. All right. Yeah, thank you for the boo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next individual up, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Kirby, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Gwen, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Kirby in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kirby. W's for Kirby in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Trisha, Mary, Taylin,
I'm
Jessica,
37.
Lauren. Thank you guys very much. Sorry, Nate, go ahead.
Hey, I'm 37.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Okay, why so? Push the handout. Thank you.
I just think I like what he says. I like what he says. I think he's standing up for all the things that will be good for the country long term. And on the other hand, Kamala just sounds so stupid.
Yeah, so how does she sound stupid?
You know, the way she talks in public. She just sounds like Dr. Seuss pretty much.
Rita, thank you for the $1. How does she sound like Dr. Seuss? Because I've listened to her speak on many occasions. I don't see any indication of that.
I mean, she talks in circles. She goes round and round, and I feel like when she did the debate, she had an earpiece on, and so she couldn't.
She didn't have an earpiece on, right? What
Okay,
earpiece
well,
did she have on?
even-
That
I
was
mean-
disproven. Actually, the earring that she had is clearly distinct.
Well, why? It was just odd that was the only time she was able to formulate a sentence.
She formulates sentences all the time. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You guys are literally making this up that they can't formulate sentences.
swear, I'm
Do
not
you want to
made,
hear
like-
clips? Do you want to hear clips of Donald Trump not being able to formulate coherent sentences? And Catherine with $100 on Venmo for thanks
Well, at
for your
least-
work,
at
Marcos.
least-
Get some W's for Catherine and the K in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Catherine.
Catherine,
W's for Catherine.
also gave me $100, so
W
double
Catherine.
W's for
W
Catherine. Thank
Catherine.
you.
Why is there a kid giving you the answers?
I don't know. He's just watching me talk to you. But
Are you talking
I
on
don't know.
are you talking on behalf of the kid? Is the kid feeding you all the answers? Do you have an earpiece in?
no, I mean, yeah, actually, I kind of do. He's in my left ear, so no, no. But honestly, I actually feel this way. I mean, I'm an independent. I'm registered as an independent. I voted for Democrats before, including previous elections. But I mean, I just don't see the point of voting Kamala. I think the Democrats dropped the ball with Biden, and then they're pushing Kamala down our throat.
Kamala.
Whatever. She wasn't really even. She didn't even
You
go
gonna say
through
Kamala
the
or say VP Harris?
whatever. VP Harris. She wasn't. She wasn't even. She didn't even go through the primary. You know, she was force fed to us, and
8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee. Not only are 8 out of 10 Democrats satisfied with her being the nominee, but it's very clear that the delegates vote on behalf of what the American people want. The American people wanted Kamala Harris. She was also endorsed by Joe Biden. She was endorsed by Nancy Pelosi. She was endorsed by the Obamas, by the Clintons.
Isn't there rumors that Joe Biden wasn't really happy with her, or he didn't think that she was?
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, there were rumors, but like, there's no evidence indicating that. There's rumors about like Obama being a communist. You know what I mean? Like that was a crazy thing that Republicans were saying back in the day.
I just think when you watch Trump, he stands for a lot of things that this country needs in the long run. I think like his stance on just like I know he's a cheater, but you know, in terms of family values, I think his stance is pretty solid. I think international relations, even I don't believe in his stance. I don't believe in how supportive he is of Israel, but I think he would end the wars. I think
he wants to help Israel engage in more wars. He supports a war against Iran. He supports the war in Lebanon, right? And he supports the literal annihilation, right, of Gaza, right? Saying that he wants them to finish the job.
Well, this is like rhetoric, but when he was in office, he didn't start. No, he pulled troops out. Out of the wars. He didn't start any wars.
Wait, the Turkish-Kurdish war, he pulled troops out of Kurdistan, which caused the Turkish-Kurdish war. He increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 432%.
Well, I mean, is that just because we started using drones more often?
No, it's because Trump decided to use more drones.
I mean, wasn't there a lot under Obama also?
Yeah, 432% less. Appreciate that beating heart. Thank you so much.
Well, I mean, how many American troops died under Trump?
65 in conflict under Trump, 16 under the Biden-Harris administration.
Oh, really? Okay, well, I guess that's impressive. I don't know. I still think that he's better for international relations than Kamala. I think Kamala is just not even respected internationally, and neither is Biden. Not? It's just look at what Israel's doing, for example. They're just like, we can't control them. They're just doing whatever they want. Everyone's just kind of going off in their own way. We have no relations with any of these other countries.
Did you know that? Did you know John Bolton, his national security advisor, Trump's national security advisor, said that he is a laughing fool to foreign leaders?
Look, I get it. Like all his previous advisors don't even support him. I understand that looks really, really bad. But like,
but you should support him, right?
But who supports Kamala? Like you're saying it's or Kamala. Who supports her? Her cronies, the people who were supporting Joe Biden up to like
basically
2 months
the
ago.
entire Democratic Party.
Yeah, exactly. All the people who were supporting Biden up till 2 months ago.
We're willing to drop our candidate when we feel like they don't have the best shot of winning, but you guys won't do it with the proven sexual abuser guy who tried to terminate the Constitution.
Why did they drop him 2 months before the election?
He decided to drop because he didn't see any chance to win.
No, he was under extreme pressure. Didn't Pelosi
he didn't
go
see
talk
any
to
chance
him?
to win. Them talking to him doesn't mean that they pushed him to do it.
Well,
right?
someone
and they forced him to
basically
do it.
like they had to give him like they had to like set him aside and tell him that it just wasn't going to work.
Wait,
I mean, look,
they can talk about the leaked Democratic polling that says, "Oh, you don't really have a shot, so maybe you should step aside for the country, for the betterment of the country, so that Donald Trump doesn't get into office."
He wasn't even fully functioning for the last couple of years.
Okay, when you say fully functioning, neither is Trump, right?
Well, Trump can play golf. Trump walks on his own. Trump can hold a conversation with Joe Rogan for 3 hours.
Oh my God, the Joe Rogan shit, that was terrible.
I know, but at least he can talk. Biden can talk for
He can't. He's like utterly incoherent.
Look, the issue that the Democrats are going to have is people like me who, like, you know, would normally vote for I would normally go behind any Democrat and maybe even Kamala, but I just can't with her. I just feel like she's too dumb. And I know she's a district attorney.
She's too dumb.
Smart.
So she's overqualified for the position. She's worked in like basically every branch of government.
Okay, the guy before said she slept her way to the top or whatever. Well, you know.
There's no evidence of that. That's like a bullshit misogynistic claim that people engage in.
But how do you become an attorney, a prosecutor on the level that she is in California and not be able to make a sentence?
Wait, she can engage in sentences. I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you not heard her talk?
I have on plenty of occasions. She sounds way better than Donald Trump. She sounds way better than Donald Trump. Dude, the
Especially-
dog. I agree with the dog. Devin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so
I
much.
think that's a cat.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think she sounds way better than Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump puts it like he talks funny. He was complimenting the robotic voice the other day on Joe Rogan. He was saying like the way the robot in the cockpit talks is kind of funny. I don't know. He goes off on tangents, but he can.
I have a question. Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman get access to a gun?
Civilly liable of what?
Civilly liable of sexual abuse get access to a gun?
Probably not.
Okay.
I mean,
So if you wouldn't let them get access to a gun, why would you let them run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
But do you really think he did all those crimes, or was the New York state just prosecuting him because? Is it possible that the government in New York is really Democratic leaning? It is sort of like a witch hunt. They've thrown everything.
No,
they thrown
because
at it.
Trump helped pick the jury. Also, if you look at the proportions of people who are conservative, right, there was enough conservatives in the population where you would have had at least a few people who are either independent or conservative on the jury. And it was a unanimous decision from the jury when the decision did not have to be unanimous.
I mean,
There
you
was
said
no
civilly
pressure for the
liable,
decision
so
to be
that's
unanimous.
that's a preponderance of proof, right? I mean, that
Preponderance of the evidence, yes. So
Yeah,
again,
so-
would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman get access to a gun?
in a civil court.
Yes.
That's a really tough question.
I don't think it's tough. I would say they should not be able to get access to it.
Would you allow someone who was arrested for drinking and driving have access to a gun?
Held civilly liable for, or they were specifically like a DUI in the past, like 30 years
Yeah.
ago?
Yeah. If someone had a DUI 20 years ago, would you let them have access to a gun?
Yes, after specific licensing. Yeah.
I mean, well, you can't right now. I mean, if he's civilly liable, it's different than criminally. I mean, he's not criminally because of statute of limitations, right?
So I think violent offenders shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but if you're a non-violent offender, yeah, you should be able to.
Was he a violent offender?
Who? Trump? Yeah.
Trump. Was the case violent?
Yes. Sexual abuse is violent?
Well, like it could have just been him groping someone, right? That's sexual abuse.
Wait, so he was forceful penetration against her will, and even
Is that
if it
what
was that,
I didn't
yes,
listen to the case.
yes, it was forceful penetration against her will.
How long ago was this?
1986.
Oh, wow.
Are you just going to dispute it because it was in 1996? Many victims don't come out right away.
What was the
Doesn't dispute
statute
the
limit?
case.
No, you're right. But what was the
5
statute
years.
limitation?
5 years.
5 years? Oh, well, that sucks. It's too bad. It can't be like 20 years at least.
It's 20 years now. It was 5 years at the time that the crime occurred.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's longer, but yeah, that's a really tough call. I mean, because you know that people come out of the woodwork for different reasons, right? I'm not saying that this person did. I don't know enough about it, but like he's clearly targeted. I mean, he probably slept with a lot of people, and I don't know. I mean, that's why that's the reason for voting for Kamala or Kamala.
Kamala.
That's the reason for voting for her because Trump's,
he's a sexual
he's better
abuser.
than Trump.
Yeah.
What about Kamala? She put thousands of people in jail for smoking marijuana.
She didn't. Oh, you can't say that on live, but she didn't put thousands
sorry.
of people in jail for that.
42 people, and they were probation violations.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, 18.
Are you voting Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
I like him. I like
Why?
what he says.
Thank you for the Harry raid, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Harry men. I really appreciate the raid.
No, honestly, like, I don't know. When I look at both candidates and I think like who's gonna do better for I know it's hard with like the sexual assaulting and stuff, but and also I don't really know much, but I just try to look like who will do better for the economy and like who will do better for our country as a whole, you know?
Okay, so what makes you? Can you name 3 Trump economic policies that you think are good?
Not really. I'm not that educated.
Okay, so then how do you know that he's going to be? How are you going to evaluate he's going to be better for the economy? And thank you so much for the Harry raid, everyone. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Harry.
To be honest, I live in Canada, so I don't even know.
Oh, okay. Well then, bye. Kelvin, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much, Kelvin. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. You've talked to Deborah before, right, Law?
Deborah, yeah.
Yeah. She's in the comments, in the guest box. I'm not going to add her up. We've talked too many times. But, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 31.
Are you voting Trump?
No, sir, but can I ask a really quick question?
No, I'm sorry. We are just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I do appreciate you coming up, though. Thank you so much.
Hello, Harry people. Thanks for coming.
What's up, Harry people? What's up, Harry's people?
Persons of Harry.
Persons from Harry. People from Harry. What's up, how old are you?
I am 31.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Due to the immigration policies.
What immigration policies?
The immigration policies on deporting the illegal immigrants back to Mexico.
Okay.
Due to the housing market, the illegal immigrants have caused.
I'm sorry, it's just really loud. I don't want to do that. I'm sorry, bro. I would have that conversation. It's just the background noise is brutal, and it sounds like they're in public. So, what's up, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 38.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Just want to touch on something that you said earlier.
Logan, thank you for $5. Thank you, Logan.
1 Corinthians 6:9 says that homosexuals will not enter heaven. So just to prove you wrong.
Wait, read the verse off.
I can't. I don't have it in front of me. I have my phone and I can't navigate away. Or
You want me to read 1 Romans 6:9?
How about you read 1 Corinthians 6:9?
You
Like
said Corinthians. Sorry, I apologize. Not Romans.
Do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither the immoral, the idolaters, nor the adulterers, nor sexual perverts. Bad news for Trump.
Bad news for Trump. Really bad news for Trump. Wait, where
Okay.
where does it specifically? Where does it specifically say gay people?
It says homosexuals. Look at New
Where?
King James Version.
So I have to use a specific version in order to find that? Jeez, bro.
Okay, what are you using? The Queen James Version? Get a life, bro.
Because you understand that Donald Trump specifically. Oh, he just left. He's so mad. Donald Trump literally would not go to heaven based upon that verse, by the way, because he's an adulterer. That's tough, dude. That's so tough, man. Oh, this person's already been on my live. That's so tough, dude. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 25. What's up?
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Just like gun control, and safety for everything, but mainly for gun control and everything.
You're voting for Trump because you want gun control.
Yes. Well, what I'm saying is that like one party of the Minnesota legislation is quickly producing a leftist agenda that is completely out of touch with mainstream families, such as like Governor Walz and his allies are using their one.
Are you reading something?
No, I do not. But through a
okay.
radical agenda, it's processing that.
So here, like, I don't know why you're reading. You're like reading a script, bro. I swear, it sounds like you're reading.
Right, I am bilingual, so I just want to put it out there. So I did
That's
write
totally
it
fine.
down. Yeah, but
That's totally fine. But you just said you weren't reading something. I was just trying to clarify because it sounded like you were reading something. But
Correct.
as it relates to this, so again, what was the first point you made?
I said that one party control of the Minnesota legislation
No,
is completely
no.
a
That was the
leftist
first
agenda.
time.
Right?
First
No, but
point.
it's like a leftist agenda, like of them doing things. So like to me, I'm just like taking a look at this, and it's crazy to me.
You said gun control, right? So what gun control?
So hold on, Parker, real quick. So tell me if this sounds familiar to something we were just hearing. One party control of the Minnesota legislature is quickly producing a leftist agenda that is completely out of touch with mainstream families.
But it's from Governor Walz. and his allies are using the one vote majority to ram through a radical
Wow,
agenda.
where are you reading that from?
What's up?
It's from the Center of the American Experiment. It's a right wing think tank in Minnesota.
So you're just reading off a script from a right wing think tank?
No, I actually reading it from Rob Dorr, which is a YouTube channel, and the lawyer that is on this channel.
Yeah, and they got it directly from that right wing think tank.
Yeah, I got it from him actually. So why do you have a conservative as a lawyer in here that is actually for Trump and not for liberals? And I'm pretty sure that you're on the
You
same
think law is for Trump?
No, yeah, I do think so, because what I'm hearing right here, he's pretty much for that. So why does he
What?
have it on YouTube channel? I mean, I'm not lying. I mean, his name is Rob Dorr, right?
He's trying to dox me.
I am not. It's actually on YouTube. It's actually there. If you do the
Okay. I don't know what this guy's saying. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello.
Are you voting Trump?
Actually, I was, but after hearing what you've said in your life, I think
Maze, I appreciate you so much. I am trying to get the next person up here for debates, but I really appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you.
It's all been an act, everybody.
It's all been an act. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Everyone keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 5 million likes. Share the live as well. We're going to help get out to more people, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because of the border policy.
What border policy?
Well, I don't agree with the amount of taxes that are going towards funding all of the immigration that has gone on recently.
So you're talking about state taxes? Rachel, thank you so much for the $5. And Kanea, thank you so much. I appreciate it for the dollar.
$63 million towards immigration in the year 2023. So federal government does give it also. I know you like to say just the state does, but the federal government has as well.
Push description, thank you so much. Federal government gave money for undocumented immigrants?
Just because you go on an app and say you're an asylum seeker, I mean, you're not you're documented then.
Wait, what money does the federal government give to asylum seekers?
$10,000, cell phone, Medicare.
No, wait, give me a source. That the federal government is giving $10,000 to asylum seekers.
Hold on one
Push the
second.
boo.
Can I pull out and then you just pause me?
Yeah, no, just all you have to do is swipe out the app, go look for it, and then come back, and then once you see me again, I'll be able to hear you again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am, and do not ask why.
Okay. Why?
I have a question for you.
What's above Parker's head, real quick?
What's your question, Officer Miller?
Do you know what the word conjecture means?
Conjecture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Calvin, thank you so much for the
now,
$15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Calvin. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can you apply that to
Mailing the description. Thank you so much.
Can you apply that to Harris and the way that she handled the border?
Conjecture? No.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I'm done.
What?
Kick me.
Why? What was your point?
If you cannot apply,
just confetti.
Kick me.
No, just tell me what your point was. It's fine.
No, I made my point.
No, just clarify what your point was so that the class knows.
Do your research.
Well, I mean, I'm asking you. That's the research, right? Come on. Why are you not telling me? What's wrong with you?
Nothing is wrong with me.
Okay, then tell me.
Something is wrong with you.
Why?
Because you're not willing to do the research.
I don't even know what research to do. I don't know even know what you're referencing. Are you trolling me?
I don't know. I don't even know what that means.
So just clarify what you mean.
Okay, so let's start. Let's start. Who was vice president in this administration?
Kamala Harris. She still is.
Okay. She had 2 jobs.
What were her jobs?
One was the border.
What was her job at the border?
To control it.
Nope. Nope. Her
Okay.
job was to go to Central American countries to raise private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place, which she raised over $5 billion in funds doing so. Appreciate that, Mustache. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, y'all. Thank you so much, Emma. I appreciate the $1. Johan, thank you so much for the $5 for the interruption squad. And Gwen with the $150 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Gwen in the comment section right now for the $150 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Gwen. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Gwen in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Gwen. Yeah, you got anything else?
Yeah, I want an answer.
Yeah, Officer Miller. Do you think that someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman should be able to get access to a gun legally?
Wait, say that again?
Do you think someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman should be able to get access to a gun legally?
You hit several points there.
Do you think someone held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will should be able to get access to a gun legally? Push the hand art.
Okay, so let's break it down.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go. I just asked you the question. Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman get access to a gun legally? Do you think that should be legal?
Okay, so are we talking about law?
Yeah, do you think it should be legal for someone who's a violent offender to be able to get access to a gun?
I would say no.
Okay, so why would you let them run for president of the United States and get access to the nuclear codes?
Okay, so this is where I get very, very confused in the way that the Democrats think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that you are Democratic.
I prefer Democrats to Republicans. Yeah.
Okay. So do you are looking at Trump's past as opposed to what he plans on doing toward the future, correct? Yes or no?
I look at both. Justin, thank you for the $5. Angelina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I have no clue. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And Tammy, thank you for the $1.27. Thank you so much. Colin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Go for it. Ty, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Ty. For the money to pay the paid actors, the crickets. I got you. Are you good?
No, I mean I'm sitting here waiting.
Waiting for what?
A response.
Push the boot. To what? What should I respond to? What should I respond to, officer? Push the boo.
You think
Push the boo. Push the coffee. Max, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mason, thank you for the 69 cents. Emma, thank you for the $1. Ashley, thank you for the $1. Dude, are you okay, man?
Yeah, I'm 100% fine. Okay, so let's go. Y'all Democrats, I mean, you want to sit here and hypocrisize his past, correct?
I don't know what you mean by hypocrisize. Jada, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And Scott, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, so do you understand the word hypocrite?
Yes. Natasha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Lenora, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you.
Okay, so it is another way of using that same word. So tell me why.
Because I'm trying to show your hypocrisy. Yes, I showed your hypocrisy in saying that you wouldn't let someone who's a violent offender, I push the naughty chicken, get access to a gun, but you would let them run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes. So you don't trust them with a gun, but you do trust them with the nuclear codes. Max, thank you for the $15 for let's make hypocritize a real word. I agree. Alicia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And Jada, thank you for the $2. Mary, thank you for the $3 for crickets.
This is what I do not understand. That you are voting a certain way.
Yes.
Against someone. So let's talk about why are you voting for?
Yeah.
What is Harris's greatest accomplishment?
That mustache. The Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay,
Shelley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare. Ashley, thank you for the $1, and Pamela, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you for the tip.
How many are? Let me ask you this: what percentage of America did that help?
I wouldn't know the exact percent. Push the boo.
Okay,
but
so
I would
why don't
argue
you
that
do
it
some
helped all
research?
Americans, right? In terms of like the renewable energy. I don't know what percent of the population it helped in terms of people who are on Medicare for insulin. I don't know the percentage of the population, but that's a lot of people. Brandon, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Do the research.
Okay. I mean, I will later. I don't see why that would be so relevant right now.
And it's not.
Michael, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Daniel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Okay, so again, you're not really giving me the reason, I push the sunglasses, why you specifically think that someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman should be able to get access to a gun, but shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, but should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes. Michael, thank you for the $5.
Do you believe in religion?
No.
So you're an atheist?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, what's your point here?
I on the other hand am not an atheist.
Janelle, thank you for the $10, and Zoe, thank you so much for the $5. Are you Christian?
If you want to say that, yes, but if you want to go further in detail, I'm Catholic.
That's Christian. So Catholicism is a denomination of Christianity. So
That's exactly what I just said.
Okay, sure. That's fine. Spade, thank you for the 11-month subscription. Thank you so much. I thought you were trying to say otherwise. But yeah, Jesus talked all about helping the poor, helping the sick, loving thy neighbor. And do you think Democrats are going to be the ones that are more likely to help the poor, or the Republicans who their tax policy predominantly helps rich people? Donald, thank you for the $10.36. And Carrie, thank you so much for the $25 from Alberta, Canada. Love watching you school the uneducated. Keep it up. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Tiffany, thank you for the $1. Matt, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And Zoe, thank you so much for the $5. And Janelle, thank you for the $10.
Okay, so are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me your question.
Like what I just said?
Yep.
Did you not hear me? Or did you not hear me?
No, I did.
You did? Okay, so then why do I need to repeat myself?
Because I don't know when I'm supposed to speak whenever you're doing all this to your followers.
After I'm done speaking.
Okay. So where do you want me to start?
With why you think someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman should be able to get access to nuclear codes, but not guns. Ashley, thank you for the $1. You can speak, by the way.
So therefore you do not understand the word conjecture.
What? Can you define conjecture?
Yes, I'm the one that asked you that.
No, you didn't. You never asked me to define conjecture. I just asked you to do that. Justin, thank you for the $5. Emily with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Emily. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Brandon, thank you for the $1 for please accept. You just lost this one. I know, right? Thank you so much, Alma. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $1 3 different times. Thank you so much. And Sam, thank you so much for the $10 for dealing with Drunk MAGA. Thank you so much.
Basically, and I don't know the actual definition, but it is basically forming an opinion without correct information.
Forming an opinion without correct information. Okay. That's not necessarily what we'd mean conjecture is, but
okay, so tell me your definition.
Yeah, so conjecture would be like specifically just like an opinion, right, upon a particular state of affairs and how it occurred, right? So you can have reasonable conjecture, right, where you would have like reason to believe, right, that this particular set of events occurred, right?
Well, you keep saying right. No, I'm not agreeing. But
okay,
anyway,
what did you disagree with?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Yeah, what did you disagree with? Taylor, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much, Zoe. Thank you for the $2. Tyler, thank you for the $1. The Star Girl, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ty, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And Alma, thank you for the $1 as well. You may speak. Okay, are you okay, man?
Yeah.
You should drink lots of water, man.
100% fine.
Sure. Nicolette, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Okay, all right, you can speak now.
Okay, so why? This is what I do not get.
What?
What resume does Kamala bring to be the president of the highest state of the world?
Yeah, I got you. So she's been prosecutor, she's been district attorney, she's been attorney general, she's been in the Senate, she's been vice president of the United States. What are Donald Trump's qualifications? Bankrupting 6 times, being on The Apprentice, inheriting $400 million from his daddy. Where's the hand art? Getting a small loan of $1 million.
Okay, so look here, Parker, and I've sit here and listened to you talk, and I did not know that you were an atheist. Okay, but whatever, that's fine. But damn, I thought you had some sense.
Dude, I actually am the reasonable one here. Appreciate that mustache. So I don't know what you mean. I thought you thought I had some sense. I don't think that being an atheist means you don't have sense. Maggie, thank you so much for the $1. Shelly, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. The Star Girl, I appreciate the $1. And Drew, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I agree. Jackie, thank you for the 50 cents. Okay, so do you like the 10 to 20% universal tariffs that Trump's advocating for that will make your gas, your groceries, your alcohol more expensive? Push the boo.
What?
Yeah, Donald Trump wants 10 to 20% universal tariffs that will cause your gas, your groceries, right, your housing development, and your alcohol to go up in price.
Okay, so do you know how tariffs work?
Yes, they're a tax on an import into the country.
Okay. Now, if you tariff someone, what is that? What is the equal and opposite effect?
Push the boo. The equal and opposite effect? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, so it basically goes to Newton's law.
What is you mean one of the laws of motion?
For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction.
But opposite reaction. Yeah, that's for the laws of motion. I don't think this is referring to the laws of motion. So do you mean like?
Okay, so if I tariff you, if I tariff Mexico, if I tariff Mexico, what is that? What is the opposite?
Prices go up for American consumers. You decrease export jobs.
Mexico tariffs us.
Yeah.
It creates jobs.
Actually, overall, it loses jobs, and it decreases the strength of the economy. Naombia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lona, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I think so. I think so.
So you agree with outsourcing outside of the United States?
I agree with having low tariffs, which specifically is not outsourcing the jobs, but it's allowing for there to be trade. So if it happens to outsource jobs, right, that's just how the free market operates. Are you saying that you want to rely on the government to fix your problems instead of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps? Micah, thank you for the $1. R, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Connor, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Okay, have a good day, man. That was unbelievable.
That was really painful. I was thinking about chiming in, but I think it would have taken 37 minutes to get a response.
There was like an internal lag on his brain. Like he's got like a response time. Like you know how like monitors have like a response time?
Yeah.
It was like a
refresh rate.
10-second refresh rate. Helping Humans, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And it was the alcohol. It was the alcohol that had him on that. I know what that's like. I've been that drunk before. Yo, what's up? Are you voting Trump?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Who's this?
What the fuck do you mean, who's this? I'm not just some random person that called you. You sent a guest request on my live. What do you mean, who's this?
No, you called me.
What are you talking about? You sent a guest request.
I just got a phone call.
No, you didn't.
What do you want?
Okay, get the fuck off my live, dude. That was an interesting troll.
That was the new one.
That was a new one. I've never had that one before. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
You know,
Why so?
because he stands for education, a living wage, and social safety nets.
A living
No,
wage?
I'm just kidding. My main question.
I was about to say, I was like $7.25 federal minimum wage is a living wage. That was the same when it was like over a decade ago. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on?
Are you voting Trump?
Who is this? Hello?
It's only funny once.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. I'm about to go get some Loke for the rest of this live. Like, you know, if I can't beat him, join him. You know, are you voting Trump? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
What's
Yo,
up,
what's up? How old are you? Lucas, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Hello?
How you doing, pal?
Are you voting Trump?
Hell yeah, brother.
Why?
Man, I love his policies. I mean, first of all, I love guns.
I'm getting a troll vibe. You're trolling.
Oh, chill, man. Chill.
I'm too good at telling if people are trolling. I talk to too many people, bro.
Yeah.
It's like you could just like hear a slight tone of voice change. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Everybody, let's fill up the bar 2 times. Get Parker above 5 million, please.
Super close, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I kind of believe when you got everyone, like when you see the way everyone attacks him, you got to think, if you really look at the way just everybody goes at him, everybody, right? Because look at before 2016, before he ran, he was friends, he hung out with Oprah. He was beloved by everyone in the black community. He even won an NAACP award. He was loved by everyone. People said
crazy. Wait, that's crazy to say that he was beloved by everyone in the black community when he didn't run to black people in 1973.
But listen, okay, we can pull up stuff.
That is an insane thing to say.
Hold on. We can pull up and say stuff about Biden and some of the racist remarks. He didn't want his kids walking down the sidewalk or being around other people. I mean, we could say the same thing.
That's not a quote from Biden. I do believe that Biden has like things that he's done in the past that are racist. I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that at all.
Okay, so but that's what I'm saying.
Can I please finish my statement?
I mean, you did cut me off first, so.
But I think it's
irrelevant first, and I was explaining why I'm voting for him. So
I'm making a relevant point. So again, as it relates to this, Biden isn't running. 1, 2, he's apologized. He's tried to do better, and he's actively advocating against those things now. Okay, so what we're asking Donald Trump to do is to acknowledge his racism, apologize for it, do better, and advocate for other people not to do that. Because right now he still perpetuates racism to this day.
Well, did you
Right?
know that? Well, did you know when he was in office, he appointed someone that was actually a part of the gay community? Did you know that he was one of the
That was
first?
completely irrelevant to racism.
But my whole point is he's for equality for everyone. If you look
And wait,
during
who
the
was
pandemic, the
wait,
stimulus.
what was
checks.
their name?
If you
What
looked
was
at
their,
if you looked at the
wait, by the way,
stimulus checks that he gives out,
what was their
who
name?
did the stimulus checks help out
What
the
was
most?
their name? What
Who-
was
who-
their
the
name?
stimulus checks that he gave out during the pandemic. Who did that help out
for
the
a second.
most?
I will address this, but please, can you answer the question? What was their name?
Who?
The person who was gay that he put on the administration. What was their name?
I don't remember their name exactly, but the point is, I do remember that they were gay, though. That's what I'm saying. And I'm just saying that there's nothing wrong. I'm just saying that he's done a lot of stuff. He has won an NAACP award. If you look at, I believe it was Jesse White, he acknowledged him. If you look at Oprah, even when he went on The View, I'm saying that a lot of black people loved him, and he hung out with a lot of rappers, and a lot of people were really cool with him. People didn't have a problem with him until he decided that he was going to run for president. That's my whole point.
Jean Carroll had a problem with him, and that's why she told multiple of her friends that she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump.
But she also went on CNN. But she also went on CNN. What did she say? When she went on CNN, she says, "I think the thought of rape is actually kind of sexy." And then,
No, that's
and then
not
a
what she
moderator
said.
looked at her like she was crazy.
That's not what she said.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not what
she did.
said.
Yes, she did.
Can I explain? Can I explain? That's not what she said.
Okay.
She said other people have the perception of that, and that's a bad thing that we have in our society, and it perpetuates things like rape culture. So that was not what she was saying. It's fucking disgusting of you to perpetuate that was what was happened to a great victim, to someone who that literally went through being assaulted, and
You
you're going
really
to
think
portray
Donald
that
Trump-
somehow she thinks it's fucking sexy. That is so disgusting of you to do to a victim of sexual assault. No, it's disgusting.
But
It's disgusting
alleged.
as fuck.
At the end of the day, we have no proof that happened. It's her word versus
Yes, we
his,
do.
right?
We do have proof. He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. They had the decision
But look
unanimous.
but look where the
when
jury
it did not
was
have to be
held
unanimous.
at.
Appreciate the hand art. Listen
Okay,
to
what
this.
about this? They changed the
Em,
statute of
Listen. So Donald Trump said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife. So either they're both his type, right? And he would have sexually abused her, right? Or they're both not his type and he would have sexually abused her. So why'd he lie? Why is
So my whole point is they changed the statute of limitations at the last second, and then they brought the case against him. Because this is the case. If it was such a big deal, why was it something that didn't get brought up until recent? Why didn't she bring this up? Because if I got personally raped, let's just play devil's advocate. Let's say
Now
that
you're
did
victim
happen.
blaming.
Why
Now you're
didn't- why
victim
didn't she
blaming
bring
because you're
this up
saying they
20
didn't come
years
out
ago?
early enough.
Why
You're
didn't she
saying
bring
they
this
didn't
out
come
20 years ago?
Listen, you're saying they didn't come out early enough, therefore they're not a victim? Many victims either do not come out, over 60% of victims.
Okay, are you
right?
going
And
to,
lots
if
of the
someone
other
does something
victims,
to you,
hey, be quiet. All right. Not only do over 60% of victims not come out, right, but most of the people left over, right, it takes them lots of time to come out because in society, people like you exist, dispute the fact that it happened to them with literally no basis, right? You don't believe them. You say that they're fucking crazy. You say they're delusional. You stigmatize victims for coming out and talking about the fact that they were sexually assaulted. Okay. And when you stigmatize victims, you increase the likelihood that victims do not come out in the first place. So you are blaming them for an issue that you fucking create.
yeah. So all I'm really saying is that if an action were taken against me, I'm just saying I would take action right away. I'm just saying she waited.
Say whatever you'd want. Are you
just saying,
are,
why
wait,
would you? Okay,
I
if you
have a
got raped,
question.
if you
How
got
do
raped
you
by a woman,
appreciate the
would you
glowing
wait 20
jellyfish?
years?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How are you going to tell a victim how they have to respond? How are you going to tell them and say, oh, I wouldn't have done this? It means that you had to have done that. I know multiple people that are victims in my life. They didn't come out immediately. I still believe them. If that happened with your daughter, you'd believe your daughter. If that happened with your mother, you'd believe your mother. If that happened with your sister, you'd believe your sister. But because it happened to someone else's daughter, someone else's sister, someone else's mother, right, you don't believe them. And that's the fucking issue here, is that, again, it is significantly more likely, right, for Donald Trump to be a perpetrator of this when he's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people than E. Jean Carroll, right? She has not lied. Donald Trump is the one that's lied.
My whole point with this is that all the cases came at the exact same time. Like if you looked
What
at
do you
this
mean?
case, if you look at the documents case, why did all
Thank you
these
for $4.
cases?
Thank you so much. They did not all come at the same time.
All these cases did come within like the last year or two. I'm just saying that.
No. She filed in 2019. You're just making this up because you don't know anything about the case. Can you tell me the victim's name?
Well, you're talking about the E. Jean Carroll case. Is that what you're talking about?
Can you name one piece of evidence submitted to the case that's not her testimony?
I'm just saying. All I'm saying is that why did they wait till he's running for the election now? Why is everything being brought up now?
No. Name one piece of evidence submitted in the case that's not her testimony.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't really follow and look at the whole case. I'm just saying, if you look at all the indictments,
this is what I mean.
everything
This is called grape apology. You don't know any of the evidence submitted in the case, yet you know that she's wrong. You dispute
I
the
didn't
civil
say
case
she was wrong.
determination.
I didn't say she was wrong. Now you're twisting
Do
my
you
words.
believe
I
in the
didn't
death
say she was
penalty?
wrong. I
Do you
said she
believe in the
brought
death
the
penalty?
case 20 years later. I didn't
Sure.
say she was wrong.
Do you believe in the death penalty?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so the system, the criminal justice system, right, in the jury system, is so likely to be right that you're okay with slaughtering people, right, but not in the circumstance of believing a victim of sexual assault. That's interesting that you believe the system when it comes to all the other people that could possibly be innocent. By the way, the 4% of people on death row that are innocent, but you do not believe it when it comes to a victim of sexual assault because you want to vote for Donald Trump.
I'm just saying that I'm looking at where the world was from 2017 leading up till the pandemic versus now. Like, everything is much more expensive. If you look at rent, if you look at a lot of things, a lot of people our age that are Gen Zers, millennials, a lot of people can't afford to really move out. Most people are stuck at home with their parents. But if you look between, like I said, in 2017, 2020, gas prices were much cheaper. People are able to afford rent.
Why are you pivoting so much? Why are you pivoting so much?
He's the
We can
first
talk about
president.
inflation, but
you're asking
you
me
can't
why
even
am I
stay on a
voting?
topic.
You asked me why do I
You
like
can't
him.
even stay.
I'm just saying that he's the first president that didn't start any wars for at least like 80 years.
Dude, you understand that I was talking to you about sexual abuse and you completely pivoted. I understand the question behind me is why are you voting for Trump? But when we're talking about something specific about sexual abuse and you pivot back to that point, right, what you're doing is you're not trying to address what I just said, and what you're doing is you're trying to move on to a different point. So how about you acknowledge what I just said before you move back to another topic? Because we'll talk about that. I appreciate that mustache. You have plenty of time. We can talk about that. But let's talk about this first.
I
Let's
don't
talk
know
about the fact
who's
that you're
right
denying
or wrong.
victims.
I don't know who did what between her and him. All I'm saying is that
But yet you
this
dispute
case
the
was brought
victims
up.
when you
I'm
do
just
not.
saying that this
Wait.
case was brought up right before the election.
You didn't
That's
answer my
whole-
question. I'm going to ask the question one more time. You believe in the death penalty. You think the system is so likely to be right when it comes to the death penalty that you are willing to kill people, even if they're possibly innocent. Push the boo.
No,
Because,
that's
it's
not
such
what
a
I
small
believe.
percent. It's a small percent of people that are going to be innocent. That's what you say. But
No,
as
I
it
think
relates
you have to have hardcore
can I please
evidence.
finish
I
my
think you have
statement?
you have to have hardcore evidence in order to put someone in death penalty. There's a lot of people that have been killed that didn't deserve to die in the death penalty. I agree with that. But I'm just saying that I don't know. I'm just saying that I just see just the way they attack him very tough. But then, like, when you look at the 60 Minutes interview with Kamala, right? When you look at that interview,
Kamala.
they took out one of her answers. They took it out and replaced it with another answer. And it's like she gets much more favor. She gets much more
Fuck,
favorable.
are we pivoting so much? Dude, stay on one topic. I will talk to you about other shit. I get it. You want to talk about other stuff. I will literally talk to you about that stuff. But please fucking engage with what I'm saying here. Because you keep pivoting because you know that your position is dog shit. You know your position is utter shit. Okay?
I'm just
you don't even
questioning
know.
why are
Stop
all these
talking. Let me
cases
please
coming
make
up
my
within the
point.
last year?
Let me make my point, please.
It's okay for me to question things.
Fucking shit, dude. Be quiet. Holy fuck. I want to make a point. I want to be able to talk to you in a conversation, but you're not even willing to stay on one point. So stay on the one point. The reason why I'm responding this way is because what you're doing is you're trying to diminish the fact that you just victim blamed. The fact that you were a grape apologist. The fact that you are being held accountable for supporting a grapist. A guy that you literally know has been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people, and yet you still fucking dispute, even though you know none of the evidence in the case. So you know none of the evidence in the case, and you dispute it, even though you accept in the context of the death penalty that people should be killed, right? Even though there are innocent people. So it's so unlikely for them to be innocent as it relates to the death penalty. But when it comes to the civil case and Donald Trump being held accountable, it's so likely for him to be innocent. Do you see the double standard there? Is it clear to you?
So with the whole thing with the death penalty, I feel like it's depending on what, the action is, right? Like, if you kill someone else and they have hardcore proof that you did that, like you take the life of someone else, I feel like you don't deserve to live if you take the life of someone else. Now, that's the thing about a lot of these cases, that a lot of them, there are gray areas. A lot of times people will say this, someone else will say that. I want to be honest with you. I don't have a ton of information. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know everything. I don't know all the information about the case. The only thing I'm questioning is why are all these cases coming up when he chose to run again for a third time? That's all my question is. I'm not saying he did or didn't do anything to her. He very well may have. I don't necessarily know that. I'm just saying that why are all these cases coming up now? That's my only question. It's okay for me to question things. I think you should question things in our society. There's nothing wrong with that. I just want to know why are these things coming up 20 years later.
You're not questioning. You're not questioning. I've already responded to this multiple times. I'm going to tell you one more time. I need you to listen and hear and open up your ears. Actively listen to this time. I've told you this multiple times already. It happened in 2019. Okay? Filed in 2019. That's not the third time he's running for president. Not only that, but she told, right, there are medical records of her being sexually assaulted in 1996 that were submitted to the state. She told multiple of her friends. She talked to people. She just didn't come out in public because of people like you that dispute the fact that she got assaulted, even in circumstances in which she can prove innocent. Can I please finish?
I didn't say
do I need to mute you? Do I need to mute you?
Why? I asked the
I'm going to kick you from the stream if you do this again. I'm going to finish my statement. I don't want to have to mute you every single time I fucking try to have a conversation with you. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Literally, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Because I'm making a relevant point. Okay? 1996. Multiple of her friends, she told. Right? There were medical records submitted to the state that we know about it then. Many victims don't come out. Over 60% of victims do not come out ever because of people like you. Right? The ones that are left over that do end up coming out at some point, it oftentimes will take them many years to come out. Decades in plenty of circumstances because of people like you. Because people like you dispute the fact that they were sexually assaulted, even in circumstances in which there's clear evidence and they held their abusers civilly liable because you don't even know any of the evidence of the case and you want to support Donald Trump no matter what. Because he's a celebrity, because you know him a lot and he's famous. Right? That's why. That's why he's treated differently. People treat people in positions of power like that all the time, and it leads towards victims not coming out when people are in those positions of power because they see the power that people like Donald Trump have, and they don't see a way to hold them accountable in those circumstances. Okay, that's why. Dova, thank you so much for the $10. Zoya, thank you so much for the $5. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5. Lexi, thank you so much for the $5. And Valerie, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Valerie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Leave some W's for Valerie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. I'm not talking bad about her, say that her case is invalid. The only thing I'm looking at, if you look at the all of the cases that have been brought up, that everything that's came up, and I understand he can't be touched while he's president. I understand that. But I'm just saying that I see so many things coming after him all at one time. Sometimes I think there's nothing wrong with questioning your mind. Okay, why is all this happening at once? Could it be a coincidence? Very well. But
why do you keep asking the same question without responding to anything I just said?
Well, I'm telling you, I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to say that I believe she doesn't have anything legit. I'm just saying the reason why I'm questioning it because they changed the statute of limitations before they brought the case. And I'm just saying, why did they change the statute of limitations right before they brought the case up?
I can explain this. So that specifically has nothing to do with this, right? The Adult Survivors Act came after the Child Survivors Act. The Child Survivors Act specifically was in the circumstances in which there were children and they wanted to hold their abusers accountable. They were children at the time they were assaulted. They didn't come out. That particularly was provoked because of victims of the Catholic Church. The Adult Survivors Act is especially from the Me Too movement. And because the Adult Survivors Act happened, she was able to hold her abuser accountable like thousands of other victims in New York were able to hold their abusers accountable because the difference in these two specific laws.
Okay. All right. So are we able to speak about other
description? Thank you.
Are we able to speak about other reasons?
Will you acknowledge any of the things I just said though? Like as it relates to the case? Like because
we are here on the live, so we don't have time to I have to look at 5 minutes and read this article, this and that. We don't have 30 minutes.
We don't have time? Yes, we do. I'm literally gonna be on live. Calvin,
okay,
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Calvin.
So I can't verify the information myself. I just have to believe what you're telling me.
I'll go get. You know what? I'll go talk to someone else while you go verify it, if you really want to. Because I'm being totally truthful. I'm in front of almost 9,000 people. I say these things every single day. It's all verified.
I'm just saying that there's other topics that we can also talk about. Why I feel like he's a better candidate overall versus Kamala.
Yeah, and we can talk about that once you accept this in Kamala.
So why do I have to accept something? Because this is a thing that we probably won't get to an agreement on. It's best to move on to another point.
Oh, okay. Why won't we get to agreement?
Because for one, like I'm a person, I like doing my own research. I like looking at different information.
Yeah, I'll give you
right?
time. I'll give you time to go do your research.
Okay. What were in that last point you said? What did you say now? Because I want to verify the information you said. You were telling me because we talked about the statute of limitations. Can you tell me what you were referring to again?
Yeah. So again, the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act came in place. The Child Survivors Act came first, related to specifically children that were sexually assaulted, right, and came out well after the statute of limitations, right. So extended the statute of limitations for them to be able to do that. And then the Adult Survivors Act came after that because of the Child Survivors Act and the Me Too movement, right, which allowed for thousands of different victims like E. Jean Carroll to be able to hold their abusers accountable in New York. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Ashley, thank you for the $1. Thank you.
Okay. I want to take a look at that, but there are other reasons too why I would say vote for him, because I know we're talking about him as a person, but when we looked at, like, I feel like what he did as a president though.
I want you to like respond to what I just said and or like go do the research.
But this is the thing though, like I feel like you're trying to control, and I understand it is your account, right? But I feel like there's other issues.
I have
there's
100%
other main
control
issues.
here, yes.
There's also,
I get it, and we will talk about that once you do the research on this point.
I'm going to give you some dates here. You can choose to believe me or choose not to. But the Child Victims Act was passed in February 14th, 2019. It was signed into law by Andrew Cuomo. So that one was the one that gave children of abuse the ability to look back with an unlimited statute of limitations for 1 year. And then after that, they had until age 55 to move forward. Now, E. Jean Carroll published a book on July 2nd, 2019. So what is that, 6 months later, that mentioned this encounter with Donald Trump. After she published this book, Donald Trump viciously defamed her, and that's when she filed a defamation lawsuit that had nothing to do with the SA allegations. It had to do with the way that he was defaming her based off of the story, her recounting of the events in her book. And then an expansion of the Child Victims Act was passed on May 24th, 2022. After that passed, it gave E. Jean Carroll the ability to go back and additionally charge an SA claim via a second lawsuit because of that act's passage. So this wasn't like the statute of limitations changed, and then all of a sudden she decided to file a lawsuit. Had already been underway for 2 years at that point.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Now, like I said before, with the whole situation, now I don't know if they did like because I think they're able to do DNA tests, right? Which I don't know if they're able to subpoena that, like force both of them to like submit their DNA to see.
Not in a civil case.
You said not in a civil case?
No. Now, E. Jean Carroll did have a dress that she had tested, and it had unidentified male DNA on it. Donald Trump declined for over 3 years to provide a sample, and then just about as the trial was getting ready to start, then he tried to offer up a sample after the discovery deadline had long passed, and the judge declined his offer to put up the DNA because the dress wasn't introduced as evidence anymore, and it would have just delayed the case further.
Okay. And I will say, and this is not me attacking you, like the other guy that you have here speaking with you, like I feel like I like having this being a civil conversation, because like when we're yelling at each other and stuff like that, I just feel like it's better to have a healthy environment. And I don't want to make it seem like I'm disrespectful towards women, because I'm not. I have a wonderful woman that I've been with.
I understand. I will have civil conversations, but what you don't understand is the type of conversation that we're having. And what you're doing in the conversation, that's what you're completely and utterly not understanding because of how normalized it is in this society. And that's why I'm advocating against these things, because these things should not be normalized. This shouldn't even be a conversation that we have to sit down and we have to unfold. That's the type of society that we're in right now. And that's exactly what I think it should be. We should be talking about tax policy. We should be talking about infrastructure. We should be talking about healthcare.
Well, and I do want to talk about
the fact that you shouldn't vote for someone who's a sexual abuser. And he won't even listen to the entirety of what I'm saying because he knows it's true.
No, you're saying that I basically have to concede to what you're saying before moving on to another topic. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Most of us that work and sleep, I mean, if you work 8 to 12 hours and plus you sleep and stuff, many times I don't have 10, 15,
Yes, you
20
concede
hours.
to facts. Concede to the facts. You don't need 10, 15, 20 hours. You heard all the evidence here. You heard me say it. Law's a
But
lawyer.
I can't just go based off what someone told me. If I tell you, oh, well,
I understand, right? But you can look it up, and I'm giving you time to look it up, but you're not even trying to do that because you don't care. You're not going to look it up. You're not even going to do the checking.
No,
You're gonna
I will
believe
do
the
the
same
checking
bullshit
after
you
this.
believe
He
right
told me
now.
what he told me
Then
to
do
look
it right
at.
now. Do it right now. I'll talk to someone while you do it right now.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be back here. I'll take a look at it.
Okay. Unmute when you're ready. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm fucking 23. What's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
It's the best president ever lived, brother.
Why?
Why?
Dova, thank you so much for the $1. Kershaw, thank you so much for the $5. Good night. Good night. Soon. Oh, they just leave? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Danielle, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. Are you voting Trump?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Well, really neither of them, man. They're both no good for the country.
Cool. Jane, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because Trump doesn't support war and nobody wins in war, so I don't want that.
If he doesn't support war, why did he do a 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East? Assassination of a top military general in Iran? Why do you allow for...
Why was there no wars when Trump was president?
There were 65 service members that died in conflict under his administration comparative to the 16 under the Biden-Harris administration. How can you deny all the service members that died in conflict?
There was no new wars.
Oh, that's a different. You keep changing the claim. Now there were new wars, right? For example, right? If you it depends on actually how are you defining the term new war?
There was nothing new in the Middle East, Ukraine, nothing.
Okay. So for example, there was no new wars under the Biden-Harris administration. Those were all pre-existing conflicts.
No, as soon as Biden got in, the Ukraine-Russia war started.
Ukraine and Russia. Okay, but that you understand that Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, so that's not a beginning of it. That conflict has already existed.
Yeah, but it restarted again.
Also, okay. So for example, right, Trump pulled troops out of Kurdistan, which caused the Turkish-Kurdish war. Like that literally led our Kurdish allies to die and be killed.
The man wants no war. He wants peace. That's all I stand on.
Okay, you're saying he wants peace, but then he caused the Turkish-Kurdish war. You're saying he wants peace, right? But he specifically increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 432%. You say he wants peace, but then he called Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire, right? Or told him not to. You say he wants peace, but he allowed for Israel to illegally annex the Golan Heights, right? You say he wants peace, but he moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which provoked conflict in the region. You say he wants peace, but he didn't acknowledge Palestine and the Abraham Accords, which was specifically to normalize relations between the Jewish state and other Arab states, right? Nothing? You say he wants peace, but then he wants to pardon the people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
Do what?
You say he wants peace, but he wants to pardon the people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
Oh, really? On January?
Oh my God.
whatever.
Can you answer that?
What about the people that violently assaulted police officers in Seattle during the peaceful protests, and the people that violently
Wait, so where is Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris raised money to get the fuckers out of jail. Come on, man.
Yeah, so again, she didn't raise money to get rioters out of prison. She never did that specifically. She never wanted to get rioters out of prison. She never explicitly said she wanted to pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting people. She never did that. Donald Trump did do that,
You
though.
lost your mind.
What, lost it on what? Because I disagree with you? Wait, give me an argument. Give me reasoning. Don't just say I lost my mind.
Give me an argument. Look at what happened in Minnesota. Look at what happened in Seattle.
Yeah, what
Look
about it? What about it? What in Minnesota?
Please tell me.
Oh my God.
Laws from Minnesota. Tell him what happened. Nothing? Are you okay? Are you going to run to your MAGA safe space because you're mad I disagreed with you?
We don't need safe spaces.
Well, then don't run away. Argue against my point. Because right
I'm
now it
not
seems
running
like...
away. I'm eating dinner.
It sounds like the crickets are louder than you.
A lot of crickets in Kentucky.
Does he have a response? Neither of you?
So what? What happened to Washington State?
Justin, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Peaceful protest.
Justin, thank you for the $5. What about it?
Hey, so I'm looking at my computer. Most of the stuff, what am I supposed to be looking at from 1997? Because most of the stuff I'm looking at is saying that it was first brought up in 2019, and this is on Wikipedia, which is more.
Yeah, that's filed. Yeah, that's filed. What are you trying to look at? You're trying to look at like you have to look at the evidence of the case. Look at the evidence of the case, or the friends that she told, the medical records.
Okay, let's take a look.
Hey, yeah, just go on. I'm done with these people. You can argue with them.
We got the dream team, everybody.
Yeah. So Dalton, what did you say?
Hang on 1 second.
All right, nothing from either of y'all.
I'm still reading right now. I'm just trying to get all my.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the two Daltons.
Oh, okay.
They've got nothing. Okay, let me get this next person up. Give it a second for people to join up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. And Daniela, can you make sure to at me in the Discord, and then I'll try to message you about that. Can you do that? I would really appreciate that. Let me get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the love painting. Thank you. How old are you, Jade?
I am 32 years old.
Are you voting Trump?
I am voting Trump.
Why so?
I'm voting Trump for a number of reasons. I mean, I thought the economy was strong under Trump. I thought national security was there. So there's a whole host of reasons. And I just feel like Kamala Harris is somebody who is not prepared for the job. And you could see that on the recent CNN town hall that she did with Anderson Cooper. I mean, she could not answer basic questions about the future direction of this country. So that's what's really concerning about.
Wait, which questions, like what our healthcare policy is?
No, like when she was
what our child care policy is, like what our housing affordability policy is.
What is something that you regret, or any mistakes that were made during your administration? She couldn't admit anything.
And when Donald Trump was asked if he could admit any mistakes on January 6th, what did he say?
I don't know why you guys always go to January 6th.
What did he say? What did he say? Because he didn't admit any of them. Not a single one. He said that he did no mistakes. When he waited multiple hours, when he knew people were going to the Capitol, chanting
tell me what was so
H-A-N-G Mike
crazy
Pence.
Tell me what was so crazy about January 6th. I mean, I will admit that that was an event that shouldn't have happened, but tell me what was so bad about them entering the Capitol. And I mean, we've seen leftist protesters do this same type of thing in state capitals too, in a very uncivil and dangerous
Tasha,
way.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so wait, what did they do that was dangerous? Right,
just protests
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris.
Abortion and things like that.
Protest for abortion, not the people who specifically violently assaulted police officers on January 6th. And Donald Trump said he wants to pardon those people.
Okay. Fair point. Like I said, it was not a bright spot in the administration, but let's talk about Minneapolis. I moved here, so I live in Tampa, Florida now. I moved here from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I watched firsthand the protests and the violence and the burning of buildings. I witnessed all of that firsthand. I watched people break into businesses and steal and loot. And I watched the leadership in Minneapolis do absolutely.
You know that Donald Trump, you want to know what he said about this specifically? Donald Trump said he 100% agrees with the way that Tim Walz responded to this. Arian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20.
Hey,
Thank you so
Parker,
much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Parker,
I really
I got-
appreciate it. Oh, it's Arlen. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sorry, I read that wrong.
I'm sorry,
and Trisha,
Parker.
thank you so much for the $6.
Hey,
Thank
Parker,
you so much.
I got one question. I'm gonna hop off.
Go ahead.
So you said this is your job, like getting on live and every night. So you don't pay taxes. What are you gonna do when whoever wins, Trump or Kamala? What are you gonna do after that?
What am I gonna do after? I mean, I had a platform prior to like the politics shit.
All right, so
And
you don't
he
pay
pays taxes. Both Cash App and Venmo send you
You get
1099s.
full donations. So what the fuck are you gonna do when all this is over? Eat nothing.
Dude, I had a platform prior, and
You
I
don't
also pay
understand-
taxes.
You don't understand the American people because you don't pay taxes on shit because you get donations.
I do pay taxes.
Of what? Your car?
Oh my God, Dalton, have you been on my live before?
Yeah.
Were you that one person that like was so adamant at believing I don't pay taxes?
No, that wasn't part of our conversation. I just said I actually work for a living and you don't.
Okay, so so what do you mean I don't work? I'm currently working right now.
Yep. So what are you gonna do when it's all over? You don't pay taxes. You get donations from people.
I do pay taxes, right? Why do you think
Cash
I don't
App
pay taxes?
and Venmo send you 1099s.
Oh, Cash App. The tax
At
on
least I
Cash
push
App
the
that
dollar.
instantly
for taxes.
transfer your money. That's a joke.
Yeah, you still pay taxes on that. I still have to have an accountant and pay taxes. I do quarterlies.
Well, you didn't answer my question. What are you gonna do when it's all over?
Still gonna do TikTok.
Well, and debate what? If we have a winner.
So yeah, no, I don't just debate politics. I debate religion. I debate social issues. Right? I debate so many other things. I don't know what you're talking about.
Let me guess. You hate,
Isn't
let me
TikTok
guess.
supposed to be
You
getting shut
hate
down?
Christians.
I don't know if they made a thing when I heard that, but isn't TikTok potentially getting shut down though? Potentially.
Yeah, so there's really not good reason to believe that right now. I think it's still going to be in the courts for a really long time. Law, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, either sold off or they've got to shut down, but or like divest from ByteDance. Yeah, out in China.
I think Kevin O'Leary said he's actually interested in purchasing. There's a few billionaires that said they're interested in purchasing it. So I think that's.
I don't know if Kevin O'Leary alone could afford
Miguel,
it.
thank you so much for the meteor shower. Thank you so
All I'm
much.
going to say, and I'm going to hop off here, is that you ask everybody what their favorite years were in recent history. It's 2016 through 2019. I don't think that's a coincidence. All right, have a good night.
Well,
Especially
Wait, say it again, Dalton. I didn't listen. Sorry, what'd you say?
I said if you ask anyone what their favorite years were in recent history of happiness, peace, financially, it's 2016 through 2019. So.
Well, you should have said 2017 because Obama was president in 2016.
I'm saying 16 through 19.
The economy was much better.
Wait, so 16 through 19? So you mean under Obama's administration?
I knew he was going to say that. I knew it. Right, you got to have your stuff together.
Yeah, you're cooked, brother.
No, everybody loved their lives in America here because we had peace. We had, I don't know, we're all financially stable. We can actually afford to get gas, go to the grocery store, all that.
But the one thing I will say, you got to understand, at the end of the day, Congress holds the purse. I mean, president can only do so much if you don't have Congress, because that's the one thing I feel like a lot of people miss. You know, because if Congress doesn't pass anything as a president, I mean, you can't really do much. I mean, a lot of people fail to realize that. But
all right, I'm out.
Wait,
Have a
say
good
that
night,
much. I'm
guys.
sorry. I was reading something else later. Weirdo.
Parker, can we debate the economy real quick?
Sure. I mean, what was M saying? I wanted to be able to respond to that. I was reading
no,
something.
I was just saying that the president's only able to do so much because at the end of the day, anything has to get passed through Congress. Congress holds the purse.
Yeah, of course.
The Senate. So that's what I was saying, that some things isn't necessarily on the president because Congress, you know, sometimes stalemates it. You know, you can't get what you want passed. So.
For sure. All right. Are you okay? All right.
I'm still looking through some of the
Jade,
stuff.
what did you want to say on the economy?
We can just do a quick debate on the economy. We don't have to go.
What about it?
So I want to hear why you think a Kamala Harris economy will be better than a Trump economy, or why a Joe Biden economy was better than a Trump economy.
Yeah, sure. I got you. Yeah. So, for example, I think that Trump's economy is going to be worse in terms of 10 to 20% universal tariffs. That causes prices to go up. Right. That hurts American consumers. It's going to hurt export jobs. It's going to devalue the dollar because countries around the world will engage in trade with us less, which will cause the demand for the U.S. dollar to go down.
Yeah, but Joe Biden currently, so from my understanding, he never removed the tariffs that Trump put in place.
Okay, so yeah, you're talking about certain levels of tariffs. I'm talking about 10 to 20% universal tariffs that Trump wants to apply, not just the specific tariffs.
I mean, if he decides to do it, I mean, I guess he can through executive.
That's what he said he wants to do overall.
I mean, well, I think that the impact to inflation because of the tariffs will be minimal because he did pass tariffs during his administration. And what type of inflation did we have under his administration? We had virtually no inflation, and he had tariffs in place. So it depends on to what extent.
No, we're talking about universal tariffs have a different effect on the economy comparative to like individualized tariffs on specific goods. And the individualized tariffs on specific goods did cause certain industries to increase in price. That did happen. We did receive that, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen across. Listen. It didn't happen across the entire overall economy because it's not a universal tariff. So it happened within that specific sector, but it didn't happen across the board.
I don't know. I mean, he had the same type of rhetoric when he was running in his first campaign. So I don't know if he's actually going to pass universal tariffs. I think a lot of that is talk. It's campaigning. That's what politicians do. Trump does it. Kamala does it. I don't actually think he's going to go through with universal tariffs.
By the way, so you're just saying he's campaigning, right? That's not how it works, right? He's running on the issue. It's like one of his main economic policy proposals.
I think if I might add real quick, I think the part you should have argued to use tariffs is for the areas like where, you know, car manufacturing is being, you know.
I think he's going to be strategic about it. I think Trump is going to be strategic about the tariffs that he puts in place. I don't think he's going to do universal across the board tariffs. I think he's going to have the right advisors in place that say you can't have universal tariffs across the board because, yes, it can lead to higher consumer prices. It can lead to higher inflation. So I think that he will install the right.
So you agree that he's not going to do tariffs? He's advocating for universal tariffs.
No, I think he's going to do tariffs. I think depending on what.
Yes, he does. He specifically says it. He specifically says it himself. So you could say, I don't think Congress is going to get it through, right? But that's not a reason why that the economic policy is not devastating.
Okay, one thing I do want to discuss with you before I hop off, the differences between the Trump economy and the Kamala economy. Or the Joe Biden economy,
Kamala,
is inflation. So again, going back to my point earlier, under the Trump administration, we had virtually no inflation. There was a little bit of inflation, but virtually no inflation. Look at the inflation that we've seen since 2022. And I know a lot of that was because of the COVID pandemic, but I mean, inflation has been out of control under the Joe Biden administration.
And if Kamala gets in, I just feel that nothing is going to change there. But you have to understand how dangerous inflation is. This is something that can absolutely destroy.
Yeah. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
How did the Biden administration cause inflation?
Yeah.
By excessive monetary policy, by
they don't handle monetary policy. That's handled by the Federal Reserve.
Well, yeah, I understand.
Even know what monetary policy is?
I know more about monetary policy than you do.
I know you don't. That made no sense. So yeah, I have a degree in economics. Okay, I promise you, I know more about how the Federal Reserve works and how monetary policy works than you do. When you just said that Joe Biden had bad monetary policy, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, he doesn't handle the monetary policy.
Yeah, but it's his administration. It's his administration. The inflation happened underneath his administration. So yes, the Federal Reserve does handle monetary policy, but all of this happened underneath the Joe Biden administration, and I think this administration should take accountability for the massive increase.
What?
In
Wait, you think that the Biden-Harris administration caused the Federal Reserve to engage in that type of monetary policy? That's delusional.
Well,
what do you mean you know more about me than fucking monetary policy? What are you talking about?
Okay, I would argue this point. Okay, so the Democrats were heavily in favor of shutting down the economy during COVID, which was a massive mistake on their part. I mean, should there have been shutdowns to some extent?
Were Republicans not advocating for it at all?
Believe me, the pressure campaign came from the Democrats. The media applied the pressure. Don't act like the shutdowns were a Republican issue. This was a Democrat issue.
The shutdowns also weren't the only reason why this specifically.
That was a massive contributing factor.
So you could say that, but it went up around the world. It happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So the effect of the pandemic was going to occur and affect the economy either way. Of course, like shutdowns can do that, but they experienced inflation in places in which didn't have the shutdowns as well. I hope you understand that.
The leadership in this country should not have been so aggressive like they were when it came to shutdowns, because when you shut down small businesses like that, I mean, you can totally understand why the supply side is restricted. And then at the same time, when you have monetary policy taking place, and then you have, the demand that kicks in, that just boosts inflation.
Okay, so what's going to boost inflation? Britt, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10.
I will say this: when they stop drilling, because I know they're trying to make everything electric, and it looks like hydrogen engines are going to end up being better than batteries because the way they make them with coal is still very ineffective. I will say us not, trying to like cold turkey coal when other countries are still, or oil, when other countries are still doing it, and like, we share the same air as them, and like their air comes over here. Like, that's the thing. It's like, in a way, it puts us at a disadvantage because all these other countries are still making massive profit off of oil. Because our energy prices, because, we have to buy from other countries. Like, I do think it's probably a bad idea for us to not. Because short term, long term, it's going to be bad. But short term, when they stopped the oil, I think that did affect us.
Okay, so stopped oil in what aspect?
So I think they said that they found in Alaska. I think it's called NWAR. They said in Alaska. I think they said.
Okay, so you're saying that they didn't drill into this. Okay, you want to know something crazy? They drill more right now than any point under Trump's administration.
That is true.
Highest level of drilling right now. We signed off on more drilling permits than any administration ever, including Trump's administration. 50% more than Trump's administration. Right? So we invested in fracking through the Inflation Reduction Act, renewable energies, right? Solar, wind, nuclear.
What are we doing with that? Are we selling it to other countries? How are we using that to pay off debt? Because as of right now, just off interest alone, we're going to accumulate probably $1 trillion in debt every year. Or it might even be more than that.
Okay, if you're going to talk about debt, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicates Donald Trump's campaign plans will cost $7.5 trillion over 10 years, right, in terms of debt-related spending, including all of his revenue mechanisms, right, comparative to Kamala Harris at $3.5 trillion.
And you're talking about regarding with the tariffs, right? Because you're saying a lot of people talk about
even considering Trump's tariffs, Trump would still add 7.5 trillion to the debt.
Because actually, I think was it in the late 1800s when our country was at its richest point? Is actually we didn't have was it income tax, and we actually made primarily of our money off of tariffs. If they're using the right effective way, like we're losing a lot of our car manufacturing jobs right now.
You won't get that much money from tariffs because it disincentivizes people to trade with the United States, which reduces the expected revenue of the tariff. Not only does it reduce their expected revenue of the tariff, but also, again, it's going to increase consumer prices, right? And it's going to negatively impact consumers. So instead of the tax being applicable to mainly people who like have a very high income, it's applicable to mainly people who have a lower income to a greater degree, because it is the case that tariffs affect the middle class and lower class to a greater extent than they affect rich people, because they spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods into the country.
And that's why you have to incentivize these companies to bring their companies here. So that also brings more jobs. And that's why, like, I will say, like, those tax cuts that he did, because if you look at Michigan, right, if you look, or Detroit over the last 50 years, they've lost half their population while the United States has doubled their population. And part of the reason is when you increase taxes, most businessmen invest their money back into their company. Most people are millionaires and billionaires through assets. They don't hold.
That's actually not what we saw. That's actually not what we saw. So actually, in terms of what happened in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? It actually only increased the annual GDP 0.04% every year, which is about $10 billion in GDP, $2 billion or less in expected federal revenue, which is nowhere near enough to compensate for the 1.9 trillion over 10 years, so 190 billion added to the debt, right? Which again, an expansion to this would cost even more and would add even more to the debt this next time around. But as it relates to that, that doesn't mean that they passed it down to their consumers. They actually there wasn't an increase at all in business investment. Right. So a lot of them just did stock buybacks, kept the money, did things that were beneficial towards them. They didn't necessarily do things that were beneficial towards the workers. Probably some companies that did so, I've heard anecdotal examples of people saying that because of this, they increased how much they were paying. Right. But we did not see that from a macro lens.
Like as of right now, I think Taiwan's the mass, producer of chips right now. We basically lost all of our chip business. Like Taiwan has all the chips.
Chips and Science Act. Do you know what that is?
I think they're trying to do something to bring it back, but I don't know how long. From what I've heard, to build those factories and stuff like that, they cost a lot of money. It takes a lot of time, That's
so the Chips and Science Act specifically invested in American manufacturing, specialized manufacturing for chips production specifically, which is going to bring back American jobs to the United States, bring us up to 20% global production of chips by 2030. So that's actually going to allow us to do that.
So China invades
Travis,
Taiwan.
thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I think the big issue I'm worried at is
and aren't you supposed to be looking into E. Jean Carroll?
I mean, yes.
Natasha, thank you for the $5. Have you even looked into it?
I'm multitasking. I'm reading right now.
Tell me what you've learned so far.
Okay, I'll tell you what I've read so far. So it looks like her friend that they made, a girl she's been friends with from 27 years ago, said that she witnessed what she said and that it's true and stuff like that. But besides,
she witnessed what?
Her friend said that she witnessed what she said that happened between her and Trump, because supposedly there's a picture that was taken with both of them, and her friend said she witnessed things that happened. But I'm trying to find other evidence besides just
witnessed what things that happened.
What you were the sexual stuff that you're saying that happened. E. Jean Carroll has a friend.
No, she didn't claim to be a witness. She claimed that E. Jean Carroll told her. Right. So you didn't even look into this.
I am. I'm reading it right here. It's on.
Go read into it. I'm muting you. Go read. Go read. Jade, what were you arguing?
I was just reading the comments. No, my biggest point is that you had much higher inflation under the Joe Biden administration than you did under the Trump administration.
How was it caused by them?
You have to take accountability for that, because
how was it caused by them?
I'm not going to say that it was all Joe Biden's fault. I understand that part
$5
because of COVID and supply chain issues and things like that. But the inflation happened underneath the Joe Biden administration. And I just would want to see your side just acknowledge it, accept it.
I do. Wait, I acknowledge that prices went up. Right, but that doesn't mean it was caused by the Biden. Can I please finish? I acknowledge that prices went up. That does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. The
Part of it
similarly,
was.
similar.
Part of it was.
Can I please finish my statement without you cutting me off?
Go ahead.
Similarly, right, under the Trump administration, there was 14.8% unemployment, right? And I don't necessarily think that was
Where
caused
are
by
you
him.
getting that from?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics.
14.8% unemployment under the Trump administration?
Yes, yes.
That is not factual.
You want to put money on it?
Yeah.
Okay, how much?
It's not a look.
Name a
I
number.
never
Give me a number. Give me a high number. Give me a really high number.
14.8% unemployment?
Yes, give me the high
Under
number.
the Trump administration.
Highest
Where?
number you can give me.
I'm not going to put money on this, but it's factually
That's what I thought.
incorrect.
That's what I thought. No, I'm not wrong. Alicia, thank you so much for the $5. Travis, thank you for the $5. Natasha, thank you so much for the $5. Literally, go to the Bureau of
I'm
Labor
going to look
Statistics.
that one up.
Go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Look up unemployment rate.
Yeah, so I was right. So she did have a friend that testified. She says Axe when she was testifying.
Yeah, they testified about the fact that Eugene Carroll. Listen,
This is what I'm saying. Her friend says, she says, I'm her friend and I want the world to know she's telling the truth. And they point the source to The Guardian. The second friend, another news report explained that she stated, I'm here because I want to reiterate and remember what my friend Eugene Carroll told me 27 years ago. And that's
told
what
me. There you go. So the point that I'm referencing is that she referenced the fact that she was told that Eugene Carroll did this. You were saying that she was a witness,
but
right?
I'm-
Which
no,
is
I'm
tells
saying
me
that
that you
she-
didn't look into the case.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Obviously I'm trying to multitask, listen to what's going on and doing this. But I'm saying she did have a friend that basically said that, this did happen. But I'm saying I'm trying to find other evidence besides just like my
Yeah,
friend.
I got you. I got you. So you can also look at the fact that Donald Trump in a deposition said that he would have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife. So that means either they're both his type or both not his type, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way.
Hold on. So here, what do you want me to search? What specifically do you want me to search? I'm going to take a look. What do you want me specifically to search?
Look up Trump deposition mistakes Eugene Carroll with ex-wife.
Okay.
Okay. And then while you do that, while you look that up, Jade, come back to the app. Come back. No, Daniela, thank you so much for telling me. I appreciate that, by the way. I appreciate it.
Now there's
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
our top selling Creeper Race formula just
41, I think.
Is there a way you can turn off the background
and
noise?
you thought you'd never see again.
Sure.
You can get it back with Creeper Race.
Yeah, so why,
Inflation was caused by deflation. Simple.
That made
So
no sense.
oil is trading for negative dollars.
Can you turn off the background noise, man? If not, I'm going to kick you from the stream.
Love it. Using Creeper Race is easy.
Thank you. Okay, so
Inflation
what you
was
said-
caused by deflation.
That makes no sense.
During the pandemic, supplies weren't being moved. And so there was anybody who knows a truck driver, they're making a lot of money. So the cost of moving goods was inflated. Oil was at an all-time low. It was trading negative. So that deflation caused inflation during the Trump presidency. Very simple.
No.
it did.
That doesn't make any sense. So
What
let
do
me
you mean?
explain to you why that isn't. Can I explain to you why
I'm
it
a
doesn't make
liberal.
any sense?
I'm a Democrat telling you it does make sense. The inflation
I
that
don't
we are
care
dealing
if you're a Democrat. I
Right.
don't care. That didn't make any sense. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't care who the hell you are. Let me explain my point and be quiet so I can explain it.
the cost of moving
Okay.
goods and the
Okay, I'll mute you. Jesus Christ, dude. These people are so fucking insufferable today. Jesus
Okay.
fuck, dude. Okay, so King. So the deflation couldn't possibly cause the inflation. That makes no sense. If the price of oil went down, that would actually cause prices of cost of production to go down as well. You wouldn't expect an increase in cost of production from that. right? That makes no sense. The increase in cost of production would come from a higher increase in gas prices. So yes, higher increase in gas prices because of lower imports into the United States, because we're getting less from OPEC, because Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production, and because of the Russia-Ukraine situation, which led to us getting less Russian oil, does contribute to an increase in cost of production in the United States specifically because of the fact that oil is used within the production process. Secondly, as it relates to this, inflation happened due to supply chains that affected us globally. It wasn't just here in the United States. All right.
Parker, can I make my point on
Yeah, go ahead.
unemployment?
Can't hear you when you're out of the app, Jade. Did you see the 14.8% unemployment?
You heard
can
it.
you hear me?
You heard it. Trump was dealing with OPEC. He was dealing with OPEC. He kept the prices up. When oil was deflated, we were still paying $2.55 for a gallon. You don't remember when it was 92 cents a gallon.
This guy just said that Trump increased the gas prices. Let's just clarify. He finally conceded to the point.
I was not trying to protect Trump. I was saying that during Trump's administration, the reason why we have inflation now was
are you
a
voting
root
Trump,
cause.
King?
I'm sorry?
King, are you voting Trump?
No.
Why the
course
fuck
not.
are you in my live? Okay, not only does it not make sense for you to be in my live, but you made a really dumb point. So, dude, what the hell, man?
Hey, Parker,
what the hell?
can I
That just
finish my point on unemployment? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so you said 14.6%. No idea where you got that from. I mean, you said Bureau of Labor Statistics, but that's wrong.
That's not wrong. Literally, look
That's
up Bureau
wrong.
of Labor Statistics.
Just look
I
it
can
up.
literally
I just
fucking
looked
show
it
you.
up.
Dude,
Okay.
Jesus Christ. You are terrible at looking things up.
So it was a 3.5% unemployment rate as of February 2020, right before the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, I'm saying during COVID,
Right
genius.
now it's currently at 4.2%. So
Who was
What
in
do you
office
mean?
April
It was
2020?
14.6
Who was in
Trump.
office April 2020?
okay, look at your graph. That's for a very, very short period of time when the
The
economy was
point I'm
shut down
making!
by
I'm
COVID.
making that point! Oh my god, he ran right into it without realizing! Let me explain it to you. The reason why, right,
No,
it went
you
up and
have
I
to
was
take the
referencing
average
that.
unemployment
Let
rate
me
over the
explain
whole
why I'm
administration.
referencing that. Fuck, dude. Jeez, man, please let me explain this. Okay.
Parker, just calm down.
Yeah, so I will if you be quiet. If you just stop talking. I would be fine. Trust me. It blows my brain that you can't get the point, and it's right there. It's right there. So let me explain. So the reason why I brought up this point is because just because it happens under the administration doesn't mean it's caused by them. It was an economic effect caused by the pandemic. Yeah, that's what I'm referencing, bro. Okay? The same thing that like the inflation under the Biden-Harris administration is not their fault. It's an economic effect of the pandemic.
Okay, so you don't want to take
Dolly,
any
thank you so much for the
accountability?
$15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Dolly. Thank you so much.
You don't want to take any accountability for what happened?
Give me any
Biden
argument. Give me any argument why the Biden-Harris administration has to take more accountability than the Trump administration for inflation, please. Give me any argument compatible with that. I'd love to hear it.
I've already given you my 2 points for why inflation was significantly higher under the Biden administration because of Democratic leadership shutting down the U.S. economy, the most powerful and biggest economy in the entire world. Absolutely
Incoherent.
stupid.
Incoherent. I already
policy.
explained why this is wrong. Jade, I already explained why this is wrong. Did you want to hear my explanation again?
Look, I guess we just have to agree to disagree, but
we have to agree to disagree on like basic facts of reality. No. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to the argument I gave. You didn't even listen to the argument I gave. You just made the same point I already disputed earlier.
A lie. You said the
What was the lie?
unemployment rate was 14.6% under Trump.
14.8%. It was. I just showed you the fucking. Do you want to see it again? Do I need to show you the source again?
Bro, that was for a short period of time when the economy
Which
was
means
shut
it
down
still
because
was.
of
Oh my
COVID.
fuck, dude, this guy, bro.
Because of
This guy,
COVID.
man. Oh my god. Dude, these people deny reality. It was
Are
it
you
was
serious?
14.8%. So it was. So I wasn't lying. It was
What did it
14.8%.
average? So what was the
I
average?
didn't
of the
say average. I
unemployment
didn't
rate?
say average. I said specifically unemployment hit 14.8%.
Yeah, but you didn't give context, and that's what your party
Wait,
likes
I have
to
a
do,
question.
not
Is
give full
inflation
context.
right now? Is inflation right now high?
Yes, absolutely. Have prices not doubled?
Right now it's
tripled?
2.4%.
I
Right
was
now
gonna
it's
say, you gotta get the facts
2.4%.
straight. You got to say the cumulative inflation over the last 3 years. is
Exactly.
I
higher.
agree. I'm not disputing that. I'm not
Cumulative
disputing that. Holy
inflation,
fuck, please
Parker.
listen. Listen. Can you guys listen for a second? I have to like fucking yell because you guys won't listen. Listen to what's coming out of my mouth. Please, dude. Fuck, it's insane. It's so annoying. Right? 2.4% inflation right now. Cumulative inflation went up. I'm referencing the inflation rate right now. So in the same way you say, oh, it was up in terms of unemployment, but it went down, right? I could say it still went up. The same
But
way
how
you
much-
said that prices still went up.
But how much has the dollar devalued because of this inflation under the Biden administration? Answer me that.
So I would have to look at the exact number of cumulative inflation, right? I don't know the exact cumulative inflation off the top of my
Because
head,
this
right?
2.4%
can I
is on
please
top.
finish? Can I please finish? Yeah, I agree. I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that. I
So then
never
you're
disputed
making
that
our
once.
whole entire point that inflation got out of control.
Dude, these people, dude. So again, just because it happened
Well,
under the administration,
Parker,
just listen,
we feel
Jade,
the same
listen.
way about you too. So
No, you don't. It's because you guys are so dumb. I'm sorry, but like, I'm just gonna be totally honest with you guys.
No, we
Please
think
listen.
the same thing about you guys. Like,
Yeah, and you're not intelligent enough to fucking identify that, okay? As it relates to politics, you just simply aren't. I'm explaining it to you right now, okay? Just
But I
because
think the
something
problem is
happens. Do I have to mute you too? Just because it happens under an administration does not mean it's caused by them. It's called the correlation causation fallacy, right? If you took basic statistics, right, you would know that a correlation causation fallacy is not good reasoning, right? Because it doesn't demonstrate whether or not one caused the other, right? For example, just because 14.8% unemployment happened in the Biden administration does not mean it's caused by them. Just because a violent crime rate increases during the summer when also ice cream consumption increases does not mean ice cream consumption causes the rate of violence, crime to go up. That's an insane claim. There are plenty of things that are particularly associated that do not mean that one caused the other. Look up spurious correlations, right? There are plenty of random things, totally fucking random things that have almost a perfect correlation that have nothing to do with each other. Okay? Either of you, can you guys, either of me tell me what I just said? Either of you restate what I just said.
I'm sitting here trying to read. See, that's the thing. I'm trying to read and talk at the same time. Like that's
Okay, cool. You didn't hear it. Jade, repeat what I just said.
I don't know what you just said. Honestly,
You see what I mean? Do
I
you
was
see what I
reading-
mean?
no, Parker,
You think
Parker,
that
just-
I'm the dumb one, but you guys are
Parker,
not
just
intelligent
restate
enough.
it.
You're not intelligent.
Parker, neither are you. I listen to your debates.
I'm
and
not,
you don't
but
have
I'm
strong
more intelligent than
arguments on
you.
anything. You don't have strong arguments
because
on
you
anything.
disagree with it. Because you disagree with me. That's the
No,
only
you
reason you
don't
think
make
that.
sense.
You're literally
You don't make
delusional.
sense on any of your
You're
points.
because you're an idiot. That's the reason. Okay, I don't make
Parker.
sense to you because you're not smart enough to understand what I'm saying.
Parker, you
It goes
after
in
watching
one ear
your
and out the
debates,
other. And when I say
and
you're
you
not smart
dislike
enough, I mean you're not
being-
genuine enough to engage in the conversation, right? I'm not saying it to say like, oh, right, you don't know what's going on in terms of cognitive capacities. What I'm saying is that you're not willing to engage with intellectual critiques of your worldview because of how partisan your brain is. That's what I'm saying is why you're dumb.
Parker, you suffer from the same exact
I don't. No, I don't.
problem.
No, I
you
don't.
suffer from the same exact problem. You can't
Give
even
me 1 point.
You can't even take accountability for the inflation that has happened under the Biden administration. You can't take
These
accountability
people are like the
for
dumbest of the dumb. Like, dude,
anything
because they
that the
didn't cause
Democratic
it. They were
administration-
not the main cause. Okay, anyone who has any understanding of economics would agree with my position. You don't understand economics at all. You have no fucking understanding of it,
No,
and you think that you
Parker,
know anything about
Parker,
this.
that
I have a
is you.
degree in
I'm sorry.
economics. Dude, Jade, I have a degree
I
in
work in
economics. I've
finance,
studied
Parker.
this. I have studied this. I know what I'm talking about. You know nothing about
Same
economics.
here. Same here.
You have a degree in economics?
I have a
What's
degree
mar-
in finance.
What's
It's the
market?
same thing.
What's market equilibrium? No, it's not. Can you tell
Are
me
you
what market
serious?
equilibrium
Market
is?
equilibrium
Yeah.
between supply and demand.
Okay, the intersection of supply and demand, right? Can you tell me what price elasticity of demand is?
Yeah, it depends on the price of a specific item and how demand changes on it.
The very, very bad reference of what it is. So it's how much for a particular percentage change in price would there be a particular percentage change in demand? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I mean, we're saying the same thing.
No, that was not the same thing as what I just said. If you think that's the same thing, I'm gonna go insane.
Now, what I will say, each person that's tried to join here, I feel like all of us have been trying to be civil. I'm not going to lie. You have been kind of hostile and toxic. And that's what I think he's saying, like, when he's talking about you.
Cool. Neither of you can engage with any concepts that I'm referencing here. Okay?
Yeah, but I'm saying whenever we speak,
I'm just explaining.
Whenever we try and speak and make a point, you'll like cut us off and then hit the mute button, and then you're not able to say nothing. And then you forget what you said, and then you say, "Oh well, now you don't got nothing to say." It's
the fact that you just said that was like an interpretation of what just happened is like the most fucking insane shit I've ever seen.
That is not what
happens.
15 seconds. You hit the mute button and said that I'm speaking. Will you let me finish my point when I never even got to finish my first point? I'm just saying when you have your guest on, like all of us are coming in here trying to be civil. I'm trying to be respectful and not
complete lies.
Healthy conversation.
Wait, you came on my live. You came on my live being a grape apologist. You literally came on my live disputing the fact that E. Jean Carroll was assaulted, and you didn't know any of the evidence in the case.
No,
what are you talking about? What is your recollection of what are we talking about? The reason why I'm responding this way is because you're a grape apologist. The reason why I'm responding this to Jade is because he's a disingenuous POS that has no clue what he's talking about and is overly confident about things he has no clue what's going on.
That's what I'm saying. You proved my whole point.
Parker.
Yeah, I'm just telling you reality. I'm telling you what happened.
I'm just saying when I came,
it's like, oh my God, you're acknowledging reality. Oh my God.
My whole point, what I was saying is that if you look at all the people that were appointed to New York that were originally a part of the FDR, different parts of the government, these people got put in certain positions to specifically go after Trump. Letitia James, what did she run on? I'm going to get Trump. That's the first thing she said when she came in through the front door. I'm just saying
that has nothing to do with any of these cases.
But that does have to do with
what does it have to do with this? Letitia James has nothing to she was not the one who prosecuted this case.
Let me ask you this question. If these cases were in Texas, or let's say, for example, Tennessee or Alabama, do you think the results would still be the same?
Yes. Because the decision was unanimous. Because the decision was unanimous when there was no pressure for it to be unanimous.
But it's still going to the appeals court, so the 5 judges are going to have to make the decision on that, on how that case is going to turn out. Well, actually, a couple of those cases are going to turn out.
Wait, so say that one more time. Sorry.
Yeah, so I said both of these cases from reading here are going to have to go to the appellate division. So there's 5 judges that are going to have to rule and make those decisions. So as of right now, technically you're not charged with anything because he appealed it. So
which one are you? Wait, that's a ridiculous claim to say. That's like saying Epstein wasn't charged with anything because he put it on appeal. And no, that's a ridiculous statement. By the way, I just want to let you know, in terms of the 34 felonies, you can't even put it on appeal yet because it is the case that it hasn't led to sentencing yet. So until there's sentencing, they can't even appeal.
But that's the thing. We don't know how the election is going to turn out because if he wins, then
you just lied. You just lied. You just said that which particular crime, which particular civil liability case are you referencing there?
So from what I'm reading here with the whole E. Jean Carroll thing, it says here that he appeals it right here. It says a lawyer from Donald Trump.
Yeah, so that's for the civil liability case. That's for the civil liability case. There is an appeal. Because there's an appeal does not mean that the basis of the case is illegitimate. For example,
I'm not saying it's illegitimate, but I'm saying that the 5 judges are going to have to rule on what, like, they're going to have to look at the evidence.
Yeah, and they don't dispute the jury determination. They dispute something that, like, the judge did, or, like, what specifically was allowed in terms of evidence of the case, or, like, certain statutes that it's under, right? Which you'd have to give me the specific reference of what it is, but there's literally no point of this.
I'm just saying, if he wins the election, all these things are going to get put on pause anyway for another 4 to 5 years, potentially anyway.
Wait, you can not the civil liability case.
So you think because since it's not at the federal level, since it's a civil case, you're saying that
it's a civil case that it's going to be able to go through. You're thinking of criminal cases.
I just have a hard time believing if he wins that they're going to actually put him in jail as a sitting president. I just don't Because that's the thing. Because you're talking about Civil War conditions.
Wait, again, the civil liability case wouldn't put him in prison. He had to pay damages. The reason why it's not in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations law. That means it's been too many years since the event occurred. That means that you can't try the case, which is a ridiculous bullshit law that should not exist in the context of rape, because we know most victims either don't come out or take decades to come out. Okay? We know that. So then obviously we shouldn't put it the same way we don't put them on murder. We don't put statute of limitations on murder. If there's DNA that specifically indicates that someone killed someone 30 years ago, murdered someone, we'd say it's justified to hold them accountable.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. But I am reading here the thing that talked about him mixing up the girl. Now, I will say this, because I'm not old enough to like say, okay, is it possible 30 years you can mix someone's picture up from 30 years ago for someone? Maybe very well. I don't know. I mean,
no, but it's your ex-wife. It's his ex-wife.
Oh, it's okay.
He mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. So either they're both his type, right? And he would have sexually abused her, or they're both not his type and he still would have sexually abused her. That's my point. Because he said he would not have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But for example, right, if his ex-wife was not his type, right, he still got with her, right? He still married her, right? If it is the case that she is his type and he was lying about it, well, then he still would have sexually abused her based upon that notion, because he said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. So if she was his type, then he would have. That's the indication of what that says.
Yeah, because I just watched the video here and he mixed up the two people. Let's see here. I'm looking at something else as well.
Yeah, he mistook E. Jean Carroll with his ex-wife. He said that's Marla.
Let's see something. I'm looking up something else real quick here.
Jade, you got any points?
Well, I just want you to acknowledge that. I mean, you're partisan too. I mean, you're calling me out for being so partisan and one-sided and biased, but you based on your heated rhetoric, I would say the same thing about you too. So, can you at least acknowledge that you're partisan as well?
I'm not acting partisanly here, no. I'm not.
You're not.
I'm not. I will call out. I will call out all the bullshit.
Just said that.
Yes, I did.
You really
I will
just
call
said
out all the bullshit on the left. I will call out all the bullshit with Democrats. I am not going to sit here and I'm not going to be biased. I do it all the time.
Parker, you are entirely. The whole point of this is you're arguing.
I'm arguing one side. If I'm arguing one side, that doesn't mean I have a partisan way of viewing these things. That's what you don't understand.
I believe you do, though.
Yeah, you can sit there and believe I do, but give me one indicating factor of that. What did I do that caused that?
I think that you only read from sources that continue to support your existing beliefs.
No, I don't. I don't only read from sources that, what the hell? Chris, the subscription, thank you so much. Where'd you get that from? I literally give nonpartisan sources.
Based on listening to you.
I gave nonpartisan sources for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, for example. I give
Bureau
specifically
of Labor Statistics. Wow, good job.
Yeah, so for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act specifically, I reference a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. So I get liberal and conservative. I look for independent media, right? AP News, NPR, PBS, right? Independent media.
I'm sorry.
Those are all independent media.
Those are not independent.
Yes, they are. You have never read into those sources.
They claim to be independent.
Thank you so much.
I read their material. They're very much left-leaning.
Yeah, give me one indication of that. Give me one indication.
Are you kidding me?
What indicates
the
that they're left-leaning?
Associated Press?
Yes.
NPR?
Yes.
Just pull up their homepage and read their articles.
I have. That's where I get my sources from.
For policies that are pushed by Democrats.
What? No, they don't advocate for policies. I don't know what you're saying. They're a media source. It's independent media?
Okay. No.
Wait, can you name one independent media source?
I mean, I will say that they're better than...
Wait, Jade, name one independent media source.
I would say Wall Street Journal is pretty independent.
Okay.
That's
so
where I go.
You can get all of these sources from Wall Street Journal, too. I'll look at Wall Street Journal, too.
Actually, supposedly CNN's actually trying to go independent now. They got a new CEO. Supposedly they're trying to go independent as well. We'll see how that works out.
Well, and same with Fox News too, which I hope is the case, because I do think that there is a problem with Fox News, just like there is CNN and MSNBC.
You have two extremes.
Yeah, I mean it's ridiculous, and I'd like to see more down the middle.
But I will
Trisha,
say,
think of the dollar.
one thing
Stanford, think of the $2.
I feel like one thing that bothers me a lot, I don't see the left talking about, is like the chemicals and stuff in our food. Like, I know they're bringing RFK on to try and deal with a lot of that. Like a lot.
Wait, so Republicans were literally freaking out when Michelle Obama was advocating that our kids should eat healthier, but now that you guys are like on the other side and it's fucking RFK, now it's okay for him to regulate what you eat.
He didn't run on that type of platform. RFK Jr. is running on a platform.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. You guys, it's the same things. It is the same things. For one scenario, can I please finish? For one scenario, right, it is the case that she wasn't even advocating for taking away food. She was advocating literally eat vegetables. And Republicans were going fucking berserk.
You said it one time. What's your point on that?
What I'm saying is that RFK literally wants to regulate what you eat. You think Donald Trump's going to allow for that?
100%.
Really?
100%.
So he's going to stop you from going to McDonald's? You think Donald Trump is going to have a policy that stops you from going to McDonald's?
No, he's not going to have it, but McDonald's in like the UK is much different here. They have the same food. It tastes the same. Actually, it tastes better, but they don't have all the chemicals and stuff in there. Like there's lots of
chemicals?
I'll give you a perfect example. Like Chick-fil-A, a place you wouldn't expect that's supposed to be a Christian organization. They have over 50 man-made chemicals and ingredients in their drink.
Which ones? Name one.
You expect me to know 50 chemicals off the top of my head?
I didn't ask you to know 50 chemicals. I asked you to know one.
We're not chemists here.
No, one that you think is bad. Tell me one you think is bad.
PFAS.
Logan, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. That's not within what they're selling there. What are you talking about? That's with plastic,
PFAS
isn't it?
has been found
in plastics.
Water sources. It's been found in food
because of
sources.
plastics. Wait, because of plastics. Wait, so you guys want to gut the EPA, by the way? So the same party that wants to gut the EPA under Donald Trump and doesn't believe... Dude, I just have to mute both of you because you guys just like don't let me speak. So the same party that wants to gut the EPA and wants to gut the environmental protections is the same party that wants to institute the environmental protections? Let's make it make sense.
Yeah, so I'm looking here. So they have so there's sugar, there's soybean oils.
Yes.
There looks like there's
sugar and soybean oils. Okay, so give me one source. Give me one study that indicates that specifically causes harm, right? To a higher rate.
I think the soy isn't necessarily good for men.
Oh my God.
Wait, give me one source, one study.
So how am I going to type a study into that? So
go find a study. Go give me a study. You said it's not good. What's your source? What's your source? You said it's not good. What's your source? Trust me, bro.
Parker, so do you think that going to places like McDonald's and these different fast food restaurants, are you trying to say that this food is good for you or that it's healthy?
No, what I'm saying specifically is that there's a lot of misinformation about what they're going to regulate, and what I'm telling you is that Donald Trump is not going to regulate those things. Donald Trump wants to deregulate those industries. How can he simultaneously be for deregulating the industries and then also supporting all of these policies? It's like saying that because RFK is on the administration, that for some reason Trump's going to adopt like pro-environmental policies. He doesn't believe in climate change. He thinks that it's not caused by humans. He thinks the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. You think that he's going to adopt the environmental policies? Are you delusional? Are you crazy?
But my whole thing that I would argue about the whole climate change thing is that people don't understand the way they make these batteries from the coal plants and stuff like that is just as toxic, if not more, than combustion engines. Because we don't actually, the other thing is we don't have no way to.
No, that's not true. After like 70K miles, there's already like
after those batteries go bad, we have no good way to break those down and dispose of them. A lot of things we do is just throw them in the ocean. And you got to remember, we share the same planet with China and a lot of these other countries that, do all these things that are dangerous to the environment. Guess what happens in 3 or 4 days? A lot of that stuff comes over to here. So unless it's a global effort for everyone to get on board, it's going to be a pointless thing. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to stop smoking cigarettes, but everyone else in the room is still smoking around me. I'm still going to get secondhand smoke and still get damage from that.
Wait. So wait, I have a question. So you think it is more conducive towards success to smoke in a room full of people who are smoking than to not smoke? You think that's going to be better for your health?
What I'm saying is that China and many other countries are not doing their part.
Wait, here, think of it this way. If a bunch of people in a room are smoking, right? And smoking's bad. You can start convincing other people to do that. You stop smoking, you try to get other people to do it. It's more likely to produce more people that stop smoking, right? That's what we did in society with smoking. A lot of people used to smoke. It was very prevalent within our society, but we got people to limit that because it is the case that we acknowledge that it was negatively impactful to human beings.
But China is the second biggest GDP country.
Aiden, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. And yes, and if we build technology that is beneficial and makes renewable energy less expensive, right? The entire world is going to adopt it because of the profit-based system. They're not going to adopt it because of like some other reason. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to create technology advances insofar as that everyone just adopts it because of our capitalist mode of production. Right, we're giving them incentives to actually adopt it.
That Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin are going to.
They will adopt it if it's cheaper. I promise you. If it is cheaper, if it will benefit their constituents, they will adopt it because otherwise they will fall behind. That's what happens with everything, right? If it is more cost effective, they will adopt it. I promise you that. I can say for certainty they will adopt it unless they want to fall behind.
But the problem with China is they have their own cell phones. They have their own car manufacturers. They don't want nothing else that has to do with the western part of the world.
That makes no sense. We trade with them all the time. Farmers give their crops to China all the time. People produce things in the United States and sell it in China all the time. What about the NBA? The NBA sells stuff in China?
Yeah, well, actually, a lot of stuff is made there in China. And actually, we want to talk about that. A lot of the ways that stuff is made is basically slavery over there.
Okay. So again, if you want better, if you want to incentivize better conditions within China, what we have to do is on the international stage create labor laws. In order for us to have the international working together, we should probably do that with climate change. So if you want to be able to change those conditions, make things better, well, then that's the way to do so. What you're referencing isn't going to make any of those conditions better.
Now, I will say this. Toyota and BMW have teamed together and they're making a hydrogen engine, an engine that can run on water. If they can do that, that will be better.
That doesn't run on water, right? What are you talking about? There already are hydrogen fuel cells. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but as of currently right now, they're saying that they're not fully at the point where like they can still explode. It's basically like a ticking time.
Yeah.
They're still trying to perfect those. That's what
that's fine, but they're still already hydrogen fuel cells.
Yes, but they're not able to be mass produced to the public as of right now.
Yes, they are. They are. People can buy hydrogen fuel cell cars right now.
Okay, which cars can I buy right now that run on hydrogen?
I got you. There's literally one right next to where I live. Hydrogen fuel cell cars.
Because if that's the case, I feel like people would be buying
I got you. For example, hydrogen fuel cell cars. I got you. Honda Clarity fuel cell.
Honda Clarity. Well, for sale. Let's see.
There's a new Honda CRV EFCE EV, FCEV. That is apparently a new hydrogen vehicle.
Well, I'm looking near me and it says 0 results near me, so I can't find one.
Literally look up hydrogen fuel cell cars.
So that's what I'm doing. Honda Clarity fuel cell for sale.
Look up hydrogen fuel cell cars.
Because I
appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Mel. Thank you for the subscription. Luckiest, thank you.
Because I think if this was the case, we wouldn't need electric cars then.
Wait, no, that doesn't mean that they're better than electric cars. That just means that hydrogen, right, cars exist, right? They're more expensive, right? People don't really desire them as much. There's not as much infrastructure for them. Right, there are own issues for hydrogen fuel cell cars. But they exist. I've literally seen someone drive a hydrogen fuel cell car. I literally, at the gas station I live near, right, you can literally get hydrogen, right, for your hydrogen fuel cells.
So I'm here on Google, I type in hydrogen fuel cell cars for sale, and nothing's really coming up. I see something here for Toyota, but I mean, I'm not looking like at any like places advertising cars selling. And usually, Google, when you put in for sale, it shows vehicles for sale. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, I don't know.
I can give you an article. Hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, everything you need to know. That's the title. If you literally look up hydrogen fuel cell cars, Volvo comes up. What's it called? Subaru comes up, BMW, Nissan. There's Toyota as well. Yeah, so this one right here. The 2024 Mirai. It's 50,000 MSRP.
Yes. So this may be the only vehicle as of right now that you can.
That is not the only vehicle. I'm just giving you one example. I literally mentioned another one.
Because when I'm typing in for sale here, I typed in on Google hydrogen fuel cell cars for sale.
Okay,
And
so the point is they exist and they can be mass produced. You could buy it for $50,000 from Toyota.
Okay, but I'm just saying that's not enough options for everyone. Not everyone might not want a Toyota.
I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying is that it is the case that there are hydrogen fuel cell cars. I'm not saying there is an ideal level of hydrogen fuel cell cars on the market. What I'm saying is that there is hydrogen fuel cell cars. So this argument you're making, it doesn't make any sense. That like, oh, they're gonna make this motor that uses water. No,
but I'm just saying that I'm just saying it's going to be a big period effect because they're trying to ban gas powered vehicles by 2035, and as of right now our infrastructure, because our power grid is still from the 1800s. As of right now, it can't support
what?
As of right now, it can't support all electric.
Wait, you think our power grid is from the 1800s?
Like our power poles and lines, like there's a lot of things that we have that are still from the 1800s. Like I'm just saying that there's a lot of things that we have that
where
the idea of a wood pole sticking up and running a wire across, that is a concept that's well over 100 years old. That's not modern.
That doesn't okay, you could say the concepts are relative to those things, but our modern infrastructure is not from the 1800s. That's delusional as fuck.
But I'm just saying we don't have the ability right now if we were to make everyone go all electric right now, most people have 3-4
I'm not advocating for that. When did I advocate for that?
No, I'm just saying that's what the Biden-Harris, they're trying to.
No, they're not. They the largest investment in renewable energy ever within the context of the Inflation Reduction Act, which had that largest investment in renewable energy ever, right? Of any country ever, by the way, right? There was also fracking leases. What are you talking about?
It says right here, U.S. government and gas-powered vehicles by 2035 to move a lower emissions and promote. And
you're talking in terms of production.
Yeah,
take the subscription. That's not right now.
That's on Reuters that they're trying to ban but gas-powered cars by 2035. And I'm just saying
production of them, so not ban having them. That's ban production.
It says in purchases, so you won't be able to buy any more gas-powered cars once 2035 hits.
No, I don't think it purchases from purchases of manufacturing of them. You'd be able to sell other people your old car.
Let me see here. Let me see if I have another article besides just this one. And it says 9 states.
Thank you.
And it says 9 states are actually planning on banning them altogether by 2035 right here. And this is actually on
That's
Fox.
state policy. That's state policy.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So if states ban them, that
Not
means
federal policy.
That means you have to go out of state to sell your vehicle then.
That's state policy. You guys are all for states' rights then, unless when it comes to this.
I think state rights for certain things are good, and I think federal rights for other things are good.
States' rights to restrict women's access to abortion, but not states' rights for fucking literally development of EV cars.
Well, my whole opinion with the abortion thing is the people are voting on what they feel about it. Like some states are more liberal. Some states, like people like Tennessee is like a Bible state, right?
Yeah, so why don't you let them do that for EV?
You're saying why don't you let them do that for EVs? But I'm saying what the point is, you're saying people can't even sell their cars, period, once that year hits. Like they're not even able to do nothing with them. You see what I'm saying?
That's just not true. I just told you that's not true.
Well, it says right here that there's 9 or 10 states saying that it will literally be illegal to have a gas powered car once 2035 hits.
Yeah, what state?
Here, it says these states plan. Let's see right here. It is
Morgan. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Buy yourself a spatula because you're cooking this guy. Thank you, Travis. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Aiden. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
It says because of the Clean Air Act, no state except California can create its own fuel economy standards, but states can choose to adopt California's guidelines. Okay, yada, yada, yada. It says these 8 states have formally adopted a standard that's identical to California's Advanced Clean Air Cars 2 regulation. It says Colorado, New Mexico, Delaware have partially adopted a standard, but instead of a 2035 ban on gas vehicles, these 3 states will require 82% of new cars to be. Okay, hold on. I got to scroll down where it lists them. It says that's in here somewhere.
Yep. Not making him look good, chat.
It says here, I can give you the article. I wish there was a way I could like post the link in this.
You could just tell me the title.
Yeah, so the title says...
Emily, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much.
It says, these states plan to phase out gas car sales. Fox 50.
That's what I just told you, genius.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's...
No, that was not what you were saying. You said you weren't even going to be able to hold cars.
That might... Hold on. Okay,
yeah, those are gas car. Those are gas.
No, that was a different article. Sorry, no, that's a different article. This one, it says 9 states plan to ban gas power. Okay, hold on.
McKenna, thank you so much for the $1. They said get rid of M, please.
I'm not worried about them. Shit. But my whole point is that you have to let people have choices. I mean, as of right now, nothing's. I mean,
Gary, are you voting Trump, Gary?
No.
Oh, nice. W. Gary. Can we get some W's for Gary in the chat? Everyone tap the screen. Let's get to 6 million likes before I do end it
with
here.
The whole chemicals things, because we're on that. So like the whole thing with Chick-fil-A, with all those seed oils things, a lot of those things that cause inflammation and different things. Like
description. Seed oils. Oh my God. You're cooked, bro. You give me a single study. Give me a single study. I'm actually serious, right? I've heard this from so many like conspiracy health people. Like, please give me a source.
And I'll also say sugar is really bad too. I mean, sugar.
I get it. Give me a source for the seed oils. I'm waiting.
I'll give you a doctor that has made videos about these seed oils and what they do to your body. Hold on. McDonald's. Because he's made videos on Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, and a whole bunch of restaurants. McDonald's. Let's see if I can find it here. Okay, yeah, I found him. Let me find the correct video for Chick-fil-A, and I can send this to you. You can take a look at that if you want.
Yeah, so from Health Cleveland Clinic right here, are seed oils unhealthy? Yes and no, but mostly yes. Because of the way that they're made, seed oils are typically very processed, which means that they think fast foods. Seed oils themselves have high levels of omega-6 fats. Which they say, okay, I do see this. It says that they can lead to inflammation. But it's to keep in mind that they're also sometimes added to food. What's it called? Sorry, hold up. Sorry, that was just like how they're added to foods. So I do see that it can lead to inflammation in certain individuals, but it's not necessarily bad for you. In fact, that your body needs like a little bit of them in small amounts. Right?
So
in terms of the like the omega-6 fatty acids.
Yeah, so the guy's name is Paul Saladino, and
Jesus Christ, that guy.
Yeah, so he's made videos on.
Isn't that guy like insane?
I mean, he has 800,000 followers. 800,000.
Yeah, that's not a good idea of identifying whether or not they have good like information.
I mean, a lot of
that
times
guy's a conspiracy nut. I'm pretty sure.
Conspiracy. I don't know. I mean, if you look at the obesity and like how
Brian,
hard it is.
Thank you so much for the $1.
If you look at obesity in our country, I mean, and I think that's why COVID actually affected our country, tougher than like other countries that have healthier lifestyles. Like we do have an obesity problem here in the United States, and I do think it is.
So this is from Harvard right here. While the internet may be full of posts stating that seed oils such as canola and soy are toxic, scientific evidence does not support these claims, according to experts. Guy Crosby, adjunct associate of nutrition at Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, was among those quoted in May 31st, 2022. Consumer Reports, who were pushed back the idea that these oils cause health ills ranging from headaches to heart disease. While it's true that many foods that use seed oils, such as packaged snacks and French fries, are unhealthy, they also tend to be high in refined carbohydrates, sodium, and sugar. Sure, if you cut back on these foods, if your chances, as Crosby said, but other components, but these are the other components, not seed oils themselves, right? As a culprit behind weight gain and other negative health outcomes.
So why does Europe and these other countries ban these things that we have in ours. They
Okay,
don't
if you're
have.
talking Red 40, they have it under a different name.
It's not even just Red 40. There's a lot of other stuff, and I know you're gonna say what's
Yeah,
this-
and what you're not acknowledging is that there are things that are banned in like in the United States that aren't allowed other places as well. I can send you a doctor that reports on this on TikTok. They actually make really good content on TikTok.
People in Europe overall, even though they eat more carbs than us, a lot of those people in Europe though still are much healthier, more in shape.
Yeah, that's because of their universal healthcare policies.
So, but I think that's also due to, I don't know. I just do think a lot of the foods that we have, like a lot of the, you know,
You can
different-
say that. I'm not disputing that, but what I'm telling you is that Donald Trump is not going to bring this to you because of that.
I mean, he said RFK was going to, that was going to be his sole purpose. And if you, in the Joe Rogan
Yeah,
video,
they say that, but he's not going to actually do anything.
I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to say. I mean, I don't know.
By the way, the person referencing is Dr. Ids. They make really good content on this type of stuff. They debunk a lot of the conspiracies.
I'll take a look at some of these videos. I mean,
Dr. Ids.
I'm open to all perspectives. You know, like that's the one thing I will say. Like I have my own opinions, you know, and I respect other people's too. But you know, I'll take a look and see what he says.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's one thing about me. I'm not, you know, closed-minded. Like I'm always one to hear.
Here, this is. I think this is the video I'm referencing.
To Skittles. Notice the long list of ingredient differences. 10 artificial dyes in the US version and titanium dioxide. This ingredient is banned in Europe because it can cause DNA damage. Artificial dyes are made from petroleum, and products containing these dyes require a warning label in Europe, and they have been linked to cancer and disruptions in the immune system. This on the screen back here is Gatorade. In the US, they use Red 40 in caramel color. In Germany, they don't.
I'm not sure what kind of anti-science meeting this is, but the double standard here is
Yeah,
crazy.
I've known that Gatorade
She
bad.
mentioned American Gatorade contains Red 40. In Germany, they don't. Well, Red 40 is approved by the European Food Safety Authority. It just goes by different names like E129, so that was a stupid point. Secondly, why isn't she mentioning all of the food colours that are not allowed in the USA but are allowed in Europe? For example, E124, a synthetic red food colour, is allowed in European food, but due to potential links to ADHD in kids and other things, it's not allowed in the USA. What about quinoline yellow, permitted in the EU, but it has links to skin rashes, hyperactivity, and shortness of breath, and guess what? It's not authorised in the USA. There are 4 food colours that are approved in the US that are not allowed in Europe, but there are 16 food colours that are allowed in Europe that are not allowed in the USA. You see, it's very easy to cherry pick random foods and fearmonger over their ingredients, but if you can't interpret the data on their safety and only pick ingredients that suit your anti-American bias, then there's no point having the discussion. Glass spin.
So basically, they're using different names and different things for loopholes.
Yep. And then people are creating like narratives about that. So yeah, there is a point that yes, there are some things that are banned in Europe that are not banned here in the United States, but there's even more things that you could reference that are banned in the United States that are not banned in Europe.
Okay, I see what you're saying. That's an interesting point. Now I want to talk about sugar. I have done a lot of research on sugar, and actually I looked it up on Google, and actually it says sugar actually. They said there's some parts of it that's basically like make it more addictive than cocaine. Like there's certain aspects of it that
You can't say that.
No,
you can't say that on live. That cooks the algorithm. That's rough. That's rough. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link trees in the bio, everyone. I think I could do one more person. Did I get gifted? Yeah, you did. We're on sub-only chat right now. There was a lot of gifts earlier.
Understandably alarmed when they saw the
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Nathan, thank you so much for the $8. Thank you so much. Yeah, I probably would. Nathan. I like to talk with them. I'd probably have my disagreements and whatnot, but I'd go on, talk to them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you voting Trump?
So I have a unique situation. I'm a dual citizen.
And are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm planning to. So I don't like the way my country's going right now. So I want to move to the States. I haven't heard too much about Trump or Kamala. But Harris. From the people I've talked to, they've all been saying Trump. I just want to get your opinion. The things I care about is I love my overtime, so I'd like to see the taxes go down on that. I guess that's really it, honestly.
Yeah. So, what's it called? In terms of overtime, I think those Donald Trump plans are not actually going to like fall through because he has no plan or mechanism to pay for these things. It's projected by the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget that he's going to add 7.5 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years from his administration. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Appreciate loans. And the Harris administration will add 3.5 trillion. So he's going to add 4 trillion more than Harris. Right. So seemingly, right, he's not going to be able to pay for those things. And like the overtime in of itself would be a small portion of that. So they could still pass it in Congress under the Harris administration. It's just more likely to happen where they'd be able to pay for it.
Yeah.
So
So
I
that's
don't think it's
kind
really
of,
like, I don't think it's also like realistic to say that we're going to have zero taxes on something like that. Right. Like that could be heavily exploited.
so that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like I saw a thing, Trump no tax on overtime hours, but I understand that only Congress can make that decision. So I'm wondering, like, is that a possibility for either party? That like which has the higher probability?
Yeah. I mean, of doing zero tax, I don't think either of them are going to do zero taxes on that. Yeah, like they're probably going to do some bracket, or they could do something like that. There's no way they would just do like zero taxes on overtime. Like that would just be exploited like crazy.
So also what I've been hearing is people saying Kamala's like the Trudeau of the States.
Kamala.
But sorry, my bad. Can you say that one more time? I want to get it right.
Yeah, Kamala.
Kamala?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And from what I've been watching and from my little bit of research, I kind of feel like I'm just really lost on the two, and like I have to get out of my country. Like it's just going down a shithole. But
Talking about Canada?
Yeah.
Well, I just want to let you know, in terms of Canada, Canada's a lot further to the left than we are. So Harris would be probably like a conservative, right, in terms of economic policy in Canada.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking too.